I still have a couple of hungies to get rid of, so we're just gonna listen to this spooky Linus video that showed up. Go ahead and Jamie, pull that shit up. I saw this pop up earlier in my feed, but I was still tired of sleeping, so I didn't listen to it yet. So I'll just go ahead and listen to it now while I finish my munchies.
A few days ago, this clip from an LTT lab.
I assume this has to do with, I guess, like the second round of issues with why Linus was. He argued that he would rather make a workplace where people don't need or don't feel as if they want a union or some kind of labor collective bargaining. I think that's what this is about, probably. Or at least partly, because I know that that was an issue before, but we'll see.
Tour got a lot of attention online.
The difference between us and somebody like Gamers Nexus or Hardware Unboxed is we test new components, new tests every time.
And then Hardware Unboxed tweeted dissatisfaction with the statement made in that tour. We didn't say anything at all, anywhere. Even though it's not actually true, they don't collect new data and new tests every single time, and it's not always necessary anyway. So when Linus went on the WAN show, we hadn't gotten involved. Linus responded to Hardware Unboxed on the WAN show and then said the following.
There's a fair number of people that are talking about the whole Trust Me Bro situation, where there were some creators that it seems like you guys are... Look.
Just say it. Everyone knows you're talking about us.
It's pretty clear that not everyone in the creator space handled that super professionally. I don't obviously agree with some of the takes that were out there. I don't think that it's particularly journalistic, for example, to ignore facts, to ignore personal relationships.
It is my job to ignore personal relationships. You know, if LMG is going to make false accusations and wants to try and use personal relationships to gain favor so that we don't cover something we think is not okay, it's not going to work with us. We don't play that game. The first clip from an LTT lab tour caught our attention, but it itself isn't worth commenting on. We have something wider in scope we want to comment on, and it's simply that we believe LTT, or LMG, is rushing too much to hit arbitrary and largely self-imposed deadlines that are causing frequent and sometimes significant data errors and information errors. And this conflicts with...
So is this about they ran these tests previously and they didn't run them again when comparing to newer thingies? Is it like maybe there are some driver updates or game updates and stuff like that that improve performance and optimization? Because that's what it seems like so far.
With the ramping marketing surrounding accuracy and data-driven objective reviews that they're pushing for from LTT Labs. So we've decided to turn off all YouTube monetization here. We will not be placing a sponsored ad in this video. We were just going to report on serious concerns that we have with LTT and bring some awareness to these critical issues. We've been thinking on this for a few months now. We have a few main points of discussion for today. They span from raw data that potentially misleads consumers, even if unintentional, accidental, that counts too. And we have some ethical concerns and corporate connections that we want to talk about, including great ethical concerns regarding LTT's inaccurate testing and misrepresentation of a small company's prototype, followed by the auctioning off of that prototype, despite the company wanting it back for other media and not granting permission for the auction. Also, we're concerned about ethics issues regarding LMG's recent review of the Pwnage mouse, where they failed to notice that there was protective tape over the Teflon feet to knock the friction coefficient of the mouse, followed up by a pseudo-correction wherein LMG fails to take full ownership of its mistake and instead blames the product for not hand-holding them through the process of removing said tape. But we'll start with the simpler stuff and then come back to this. So the marketing is strong, but exiting just entertainment and entering technical data-driven reviews and marketing on the back of that means that there needs to be proper work to back all of that up, because people are now putting a different level of faith in the material coming out, and the expectations are different. And we know these issues at LTT in terms of the rushing, the pushing employees and staff to hit deadlines despite concerns with the data or the collection of the data. We know that these come from top down, as shown in a recent LTT interview that it conducted with its own employees, where many of them stated concerns with content quality pertaining to restrictive time constraints.
Let's publish less videos. I wish we could back off the amount and focus on quality for a bit.
More time for projects would be good. Just allow us more time to work on a video.
We never have time.
What the heck? He's treating his employees like slaves. He's running them. He's running them through crunch time 24/7. 365, 375, 365 days a year. What the heck?
For retrospection, it's always just, that's out. What's the next thing?
Would be nice if the pace was lessened a little bit, have time to like debrief or look in the rearview mirror at how things went.
I don't love that we have to release so many videos. I don't know what our current count is weekly, but I know it's very high. Very rarely am I particularly proud of a video.
25 videos
And line
per week is what that
Was-
said there?
Lessened a little bit, have time to like debrief or look in the rearview mirror at how things went.
I don't love that we have to
6 Linus Tech Tips videos, 1 WAN show, 3 Tech Linked, 3 plus Short Circuit. The patches. 2 Tech Quickies, 4 YouTube Shorts, 2 Floatplane exclusives. Oh my god, they don't. 3 plus LMG clips, 1 MAC address. For a total of 25 plus videos per week. I would imagine that's doable and possible with enough people who are dedicated towards specific projects, but if it's just one person who's involved in all of these in one respect or another, that does seem excessive. I guess probably also part of the, maybe it didn't even start this way. Maybe what they had in mind is we're gonna hire plenty of people for our video output that we want to make. No, patches, don't go up there. Patches, don't do that. They hired enough people, but then they continued to add on other patches. They wanted to make even more uploads weekly. Patches, come on. Look, here's your toy right here. So it seems as if so far what it could have happened that led to this situation is sort of like the what's it called? Like when you get a raise, when you get a whole bunch more money, and you feel as if you have to spend that money now. You're constantly there's a name for it, but I can't think of it right now. Where you're constantly reaching either your exact limit, your exact you're spending either your exact income or you're overspending. And I guess that's what maybe happened here, where like we're going to limit ourselves to this amount of videos per week for this amount of content, but then they slowly kept adding things, and I don't know if that's how it got to this situation.
release so many videos. I don't know what our current count is weekly, but I know it's very high. Very rarely am I particularly proud of a video I've worked on.
And Linus's own comments recently reinforced that the company is still weighing carefully the impact of spending another half day of work on something to get it right, rather than just shoving it out the door incomplete or potentially wrong.
But it was designed for a 3090 Ti. Well, we went for gold and we tried it with the 4090. The temperature results were bad. It was clear that it wasn't making perfect contact, and so Adam was the writer on that project. What Adam asked is if we could spend more time, put the 3090 Ti on it, and get real results. And what I told him was no, because, and guys, come on, like, for real, okay? It's $800 US. I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I can apologize for not spending another 100, 200.
I'm looking at the timeline here, and at 9 minutes, it starts with like bad data, and then it goes through GPU, CPU, etc. So I'll skip all of that stuff up until the end. Oh, the not review of the Ponage mouse at 34 minutes. I guess we'll skip to there. After we reach 9 minutes, and then we'll see. Unacceptable and the community is disturbing is afterward. So that's what we'll do.
$300, $500 of various people's time.
And that's an important indicator of mindset that comes from ownership of the company. We'll come back to that clip later, though. They are rushing, and this rush is causing significant and frequent testing errors, but more importantly, it is clouding their ethical judgment.
And what I told him was no.
They are choosing to publish sometimes known bad or known incorrectly acquired data. That's different from a mistake, which all of us do in fact make, yes. But that's part of this topic too. And so given the knowledge of a lack of qualifications when known unqualified, or the intentional forfeiture of quality and accuracy for quantity instead, it calls into question the motivations of the corporation and does in fact make it look to be bottom line centric. This is to hit arbitrary self-imposed deadlines and uploading scheduling whose end result is misleading for consumers, and at some point it is no longer an unintentional mistake to mislead those consumers, such as with known shortcuts that reduce the accuracy of the content. Rather, it becomes intentional to do so because of the knowledge of that approach. We know some people won't like this video, and those people will leave comments enraged, citing drama as some sort of catch-all platitude to discourage this desperately needed conversation. It's their way of emoting, I'm uncomfortable. And I agree with you. This is a very uncomfortable video for me to make. I haven't enjoyed the process of it, but this is something we feel is desperately needed, otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. And it is not simply drama to talk about errors and factual testing issues in a way that hopefully brings to light the problems so that the media organization, LMG, can attempt to rectify them if it in fact wishes to do so. We stand to lose a lot here. We risk pissing off people with direct and very valuable and useful to us connections to YouTube if we ever happen to need them. I don't have a connection at YouTube, really, who can help me in any way. Likewise, we risk pissing off people who are connected to LMG, and that would include large streamers who operate in a class that we can't even begin to approach. But most of all, we risk some of our viewers getting upset. But we are approaching this as objectively as possible, and we ask that you listen to the concerns we are raising and the evidence that we are presenting. Because ultimately, if Linus Media Group wants to be consumer first, then it too should want this level of transparency and should want this knowledge of the issues we are presenting today. The company is now over 120 people. It recently had a purchase or an acquisition offer at $100 million. It's helmed by a new CEO whose past includes a career in director positions at companies like Dell and Corsair. Its lab is led by a former marketing director for Asus, which was recently the title sponsor for LTX, following what we believe to be a rather...
I'm getting some sort of similar, from the previous segment there, I'm getting some similar vibes to the IGN defense of the Baldur's Gate 3 stuff, where like other developers are like, you shouldn't expect video games to be this high quality because that's you're expecting too much from us poor little developers who have all this money, but we have to spend it quickly and overwork our artists and our programmers, and we always have to be on crunch time. So you can't expect quality, polished work. So that's kind of what I think he's trying to say there too. It's like it is definitely to everyone's benefit in the same space, in the same industry, to hold each other accountable. I think it is definitely a dog shit take from who was it, Blizzard and Activision, saying or criticizing, or not criticizing necessarily, but trying to temper the audience's expectations regarding the what you expect from games shouldn't be like this golden standard here in recent times. So I think that's what Steve's trying to say here. It's like he's trying to hold Linus to the fire before he becomes Linus L-Tips and continues to degrade the quality and the expectation, especially for the audience. It's like, yeah, we watch his content as a source of with an expectation of trust that like he's done his due diligence, and everybody who works at LTT who publishes these videos, their name is on it as a signifier of like, this is our work, we stand by it. But if we're looking at all of this stuff here about the criticisms of errors and was the tape on the bottom side of the mouse? Is that what it was? I have to go check through there. Well, we're basically at the end of that section, so let's go look at that the mouse review thing. I didn't follow this at all, so I haven't known. All of this is new to me.
Another example of this just popped up recently as we were finishing this video. In the short circuit video where Linus Media Group reviewed a mouse in their Not a Review, the company made strong criticisms of the friction of the mouse in the video.
This is not a smooth mouse, and that's really disappointing, especially on like a premium gaming mouse. That should be one of the primary focuses.
Ponage then contacted LMG to notify them that LMG had not removed the protective film from the feet of the mouse. Linus noted in the WAN show that the short circuit team then posted a pinned comment saying that in fact there weren't any stickers on the mouse at the time of testing, and that they stood by their commentary of the product.
The bigger issue here is that our initial correction, which was posted, said, hey, no, is high friction, and we did test it, and there were no films on the feet.
Ponage then tweeted publicly with an abrasive statement, but one for which we can't fault them. They point out the irony of being chosen as a gift for LTX's Whaleland attendees, despite the conclusion of the video being this.
The only question that remains is, am I recommending you buy this product? No.
This, we don't think, is about buying favor, but rather the dichotomy between being chosen and then having such an egregious error unfairly undermine the integrity of the product and its chief marketing point. LMG then eventually began the process of replacing the video in place. Once again, we assume this time with YouTube's trim tool. That'll take a day or two to process. They're cutting the section about friction, but this doesn't fix the problem. They are choosing to leave the content live, whose conclusions were at least partially based on massively erroneous work, because they don't.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, like, it's similar in journalism where, like, people read the headline initially and such, and then whenever they publish an update, nobody reads the update. So the story remains whatever the initial impression was. And so I definitely think they should either take this down, or maybe not take it, maybe unlist it for archival reference purposes, so that in their new video, that's what they should do in ideally, make a new video, in the description, link back to the unlisted, like, here's the previous video, and here's what we did wrong. They're gonna leave it up for reference, and then they correct the issue.
Don't want to hurt their video performance. People continued to see the original until it processed. That can take a day or two. But they're willing to throw Ponage under the bus one last time by providing feedback that the stickers should be more obvious. For an end user, maybe. But an end user doesn't get...
To be fair, yeah, you should have, like, remove this, like, if it's crucial to the product. If it has a film on the feet of the mouse, you should have a little... It's a white, very clear or very contrasty color to the rest of the design of the material. It should be a very highly contrasted color with very clearly printed text. What the heck? Patches? You can't just yell every time he wants to play. It should be a very clear printed text. It's labeled in some way that says remove this before using. So, yeah, I mean, they're both a little bit at fault, but it's mostly Linus, I guess, at fault. I guess LTT, LMG. It seems like a tiny little thing that you could really rectify. I can understand also from the LMG perspective of losing all of that, the video, the video's momentum, but if you're doing product reviews like this and you clearly did something that wasn't that led you to review it in a non-optimal way, then it would make sense to me to correct it as blatantly and as obviously as possible.
Paid to test a product, whether or not it's branded as a review. All of this is ethically unacceptable. They like to brand their short circuit stuff as unboxings, or in other words, not reviews. But it's disingenuous to hide behind that whenever there's a mistake. This magnitude of error is what the mouse, or in the case of the water block, the block is marketed on, which is either glide or thermals. And to screw the strongest marketing point through such an egregious error as not taking the tape off of the product and still leaving the video up, even while processing a cut, is callous to the impact that those choices have on these companies. Linus Media Group is massive. That has to be treated responsibly. There are correct actions. It should result in some sort of immediate trigger, like a removal of the video with a follow-up saying, we did it again, here's the new result. What's even more disturbing, though, is the community response every time someone has a criticism that's valid. Like when the community beat down Hardware Unboxed for voicing their concerns of LTT's testing accuracy issues, which, while not completely tactful, yes, were valid. Then you look at the recent comments, though, like this, quote, if a professional mouse reviewer couldn't figure it out, what makes you think the average consumer will find the plastic wrapper cover? Quote, Short Circuit isn't a review channel. It's an unboxing and first impressions channel with some labs testing. The conclusion was just David's opinion. He had more issues with the mouse than just the feet. Quote, and if your product can be unboxed by a tech reviewer who does this for a living, and that reviewer doesn't even realize there's packaging that needs to be removed before use, that's bad user experience design of the product that should be called out as a negative. Yes, but calling it out would require noticing it as a prerequisite.
Oh no, this is the the audience scope. It's my streamer, it's my YouTuber. I always gotta back him 24/7 no matter what, even when they fuck up. Oh no. Hopefully nothing worse than this ever happens. Hopefully Linus doesn't start getting canceled for something else. And then his audience starts coping, saying, "Oh no, he's he just sometimes it's not his fault. Wen show is 4 hours long. He can't be with Yvonne at night all the time. It's okay that he has another woman on the side." That's what they're gonna. That's literally the kind of mindset that these commenters would do. I'm calling it now. If that ever happens, they're gonna blame Wan show being 4 hours. It's like it's not my fault. I streamed 12 hours. It's not like I can't not eat or not go pee. What the heck? What's your problem, bro? This is the life. These are the struggles of a professional streamer.
Which a media outlet taking its time would do. Just because Pwnage didn't phrase it in exactly the nicest way doesn't mean their point is invalid. The same went for Hardware Unboxed with their concerns. Pwnage was defending themselves. They apparently, according to Linus, tried it the nice way first before they wrote that abrasive tweet. And it's after getting humiliated publicly a second time through the pinned response, the first one, that basically said, no, our testing was right, and then people noticed that you could see the film reflecting in the B-roll, or at least we did. They then sent that tweet out, and that it had no tact is irrelevant. So we're not going to try and pretty it up. It is unfair. It's unfair to consumers who get misled to bad purchases or not understanding the product. It's unfair to companies when there are major points that are erroneous and aren't properly addressed or handled.
Oh, Linus did the thingy. They did the Amazon review user error. The ID10. What is it? ID10T. The user the error exists between the keyboard and the person, because it's the guy. The guy is the problem. The guy is the thing that has fault, not the product itself. Although I guess he did in this one situation. The one saving grace is that I think he did specify here, Steve. I think he did specify that it wasn't yet like a full release thingy. And so they didn't quite yet have the official... what the heck? I played with the kitties, I gave them food, and now they're still dicking around over there? Alright, B, play nice. So if it's true that they sent LMG a version that isn't the final consumer version, which would have a more obvious film, remove this thingy, then there's that small little leeway. But even then, that doesn't. I don't think I look favorably in that situation for LMG when it comes to keeping the video up and just having a pinned comment about the mistake. I guess he did also mention that in Wan's show, where if he hearts a comment, it doesn't like pin it to the top on mobile, I believe. But yeah, I don't. It's definitely a little sussy, that's for sure. Okay, we're done with this. Let me go. Get some water. And do a few other thingies I gotta do, and then we will. I think I have a couple of dreams I wanna talk about first, and then I'll get started with more Galo, the fall of Preach. Give me a couple minutes. Maybe not even a couple minutes, but what the heck? RP's like under the bed by himself, and he's like running around down there. What you doing? What's going on? Okay, give me a second.
Don't make a girl a promise. If you know you can't keep it. They let me pick. Did I ever tell you that? Choose whichever Spartan I wanted.
Uh-oh. I think Patches might be in um her adult feminine kitty phase right now. If that is the case, then she will probably be meowing and interrupting the recording. Well, she's quiet right now, so hopefully it stays that way. Okay. I haven't even signed in to my to the library. Fuck. Also, I realized another thing that I should do aside from the Kuromi's spooky Halloween AFK thingy is that I should make a just a page where it has all of the links displayed on screen for all the ways you can support me, since it's the thing I'm gonna pull up at the beginning and the end of the stream anyway. Is the library working? Uh-oh. The library is kind of slow right now, but I think we should be able to get it. Maybe I will load a couple of pages right off the bat. Okay, well it's a little slow, but should be okay. Also, I don't know if don't know what the heck. I don't know if my chat overlay is working. Let's see if I do. And then on YouTube we will do what's a good emote. Do I have a Kuromi? Kuromi emote? I do have some Kuromi Heya. Let's try that one on YouTube. Okay, so the Twitch overlay shows up, and I think the YouTube one, not only is it delayed by a couple seconds, but I think I have to wait for the bot to get in here and to do his first message before it'll even show up on the screen. I don't know, there's like a way to guarantee to turn him on, huh? I don't know if there's a way to enable him. He just shows up whenever he shows up. Maybe he runs on colored people time. Okay. Okay, you can, if you enjoy the streams, I guess I should also change that on the night bots. If you enjoy the streams, you can tip with Streamlabs down below. You can also, if you want to support me monthly, you can do so on Subscribestar. You can support me for as little as $1 a month. Nightbot. You can also use my Amazon affiliate links. Just type in lists. You can get some cool recommended items, including candy or other household items. Let's change this one too. To being on Streamlabs. And then I believe HTTPS streamlabs.com/is maybe. I think it's, I always forget if it's /size/tip or tip/size. Okay, it's size/tip. Tip. Just the tips. Support the show on with Streamlabs. With Streamlabs. Every 60, no, every 30, every 60 seconds, every 60 minutes. Every 60 seconds. The entire stream chat is just gonna be Nightbot if I do that. Then let's do Nightbot on Twitch as well. I was gonna make these preparations earlier, but I got a little distracted with playing with the kitties and then getting my food. Okay, we're good on YouTube and Twitch. I'm not even live on Twitch, but I guess I'll go live now. And I'll tape also live on Twitch. Wait, where's my... Oh. I have too many tabs up. I need like three to four more monitors. Does the mic pick up patches right there? She's in the living room, so she's technically quiet enough, I think. Let me go see if she's okay. Just to make sure. Give me a second. Oh, she came here. What's up, Patches? You okay? You okay, buddy? What happened? What happened? You're gonna keep making your meowing sounds? I guess it's technically okay if she's in the audio recording, as long as it's not like super duper loud or super duper obnoxious, which I don't think she ever really is until she's in like her super duper, her deep state of feminine desires. What is that? What are you smelling? What the heck is this? What the heck? Wait, what is that? There's like this spooky marking on the bed sheets. Kind of looks like blood. It's like one drop of kitty blood or something, and then it's like they moved. What the heck? What is that? Okay, look, if you're gonna play with this, you gotta go out to the living room. Okay, go there. Go get it. Okay, I don't really know how long it's gonna take for the YouTube bot to... I've been already on for 40 minutes and the YouTube bot thingy still hasn't shown up. What the heck? What if I... What if I force refresh on the cache? Will that work? Refresh cache. Oh no, she just keeps running back and forth. Pat, are you gonna jump up here now? What? Why are you in play mode? I literally just played with you. So you'd be quiet during the stream. Just don't spill my water. It's just water. Oh no, maybe I'm not gonna be able to read. We'll see. If you sit here, you'll be quiet. You wanna sit here? I was gonna tell my dreams too, but if she's laying here, then I can't really pull out the tablet so easily. Oh, okay, she's gone. Okay, quickly, gotta do my dreams. Before she decides she wants to get back up here. Okay, so I took like a one sentence, maybe it's more like one statement. It's not even a full sentence. A one sentence note on a couple of dreams that I've had recently, like in this past week or two. Oh my god, she's laying down. She's gonna go to a sleepings. Okay, that's good. I guess I could put on the what? Dang it. I guess I could put on the musics for this. I'm just gonna be drawing my dreams. Okay. Let me grab my dream notes. Okay, so I have a car crash dream. I have a library dream. A sort of school dream, kind of. And then a Harry Potter dream. The Harry Potter one was the most recent. I think it was Friday? It was either Friday or the weekend at some point. Okay, let's start with the car crash. I think that was the oldest one, the car crash dream. Okay, here's my... Go away. Here's my RB and the Chief dream still. Let's do... I don't know how to make this shit go away, but whatever. Okay, so the car crash dream. I was in a car with my dad, my older brother, and I guess my dad and all my brothers. We were in a car. We were driving on a bridge. It was like New York City. It was like very populated, very well lit. It was like there was sunlight, but I think it was like a cloudy day. And it's like a two-way highway with like either 3 or 4 lanes per thingy. It's like this thingy in the middle. I think it's called the medium. Not really sure. I don't know nothing about roads. So we're driving. It's also weird because we're driving on as if we are a communist European country where we're driving on the left side, which is bizarre. So we're in a car. It's like just a regular car. It's not a truck. It's not a van. It's not a minivan. Just a regular car. Oh wait, it looks like Among Us. And so my dad's driving. I believe I'm in the back seat. I'll put M for me, then Y for younger brother, and O for older brother. So D is dad, O is older brother, M is me, and Y is younger brother. I don't know where the other brother is. I don't think he doesn't really play a role all that much. So we're driving. Wow. And then I don't know exactly what causes the crash. I don't even know if there's any other car involved. But what happens is that we we crash against the left side of... Can I rotate this? Oh, I can't. We crash against the left side, and then the car rotates on its side, on the left side, I believe. So the where's my pen? Pen here. So the front half of the car, including the I believe including the passenger and the driver's seat at the front, are like dangling off the edge of the bridge. And then the back side in the middle here. This is the middle here of the vehicle. Half of it's dangling off the bridge, the other half is still perfectly on the bridge. Stare bear. Oh hey Ed, the cat watches. And at Meow Meow Choco Chow, when did you get in here? So the front the front half is dangling off, and I think my younger... Oh my god, it's so loud. Why is the Portal music so loud? And so I think my younger brother is like, he's about to fall off of... What's that? Is there Mercy? I think my younger brother starts like I guess the window's open, and so he like sort of starts falling off out of the vehicle. And so I grab him with one arm, and I'm holding onto the rest of the vehicle with my other arm, my other hand. And I don't remember exactly what happens after this point. However, I think what I do remember specifically about the dream is that like everybody except for my younger brother is like we're all like we know what to do in the situation, except for the younger brother who's panicking. And then I just grab him before he falls out of the window off the bridge. And yeah, I don't know, just everybody else is like no, they're not panicking, nobody else is worried, we're all like, we're cool and everything. And that's what I remember about this dream. We just popping by to say hi. What, are you trying to get high here? This is a no high zone. The no high zone. And so that was the first dream. Let me go pull off my other dream. Other dream notes. The library job interview. Okay. What the heck? That's not what I wanted. Okay, so the library job, I was at home. It was like a sunny, normal day. I'm here at the house. So I'm over here looking out of this window. And I think the sun is shining through here. Just a nice, normal, regular day. And then in the dream, I have... Not only do I have a car, but I can drive. Which, that's how you know it's a dream. And so there's like a library in this direction. I assume that's south? Maybe it's north. I don't really know. In relation to the way the actual house is laid out. And so I drive up this way. It's not like a super long drive, but it's fairly close, but still gotta drive for it to be a reasonable enough commute. And the library has like this main entrance hall. Then there's like a room this way, like an administration room of some kind, and then there's a different one back over here. And I don't know the rest of the layout of the library. I wasn't there for too long. So I go into the library. I think I first go to this room down here. I guess here is where they have like either the reception of some kind, or which is weird because there was also a front desk at the right in front of the entrance. Not sure why I went to this room, but it was somebody here, I think, from the hiring process, and then they sent me to this room with like the manager, I suppose, and he was going to conduct the interview. North is up and south is down. I'm aware of that. However, I'm not sure which direction of the roads in the real IRL house. I'm drawing it here, sure, where north is up, but I don't think that's actually north. And so I'm about to begin the interview with this guy, and I guess in my dream I was also thinking about a book that I've been reading, the Dale Carnegie How to Win Friends and Influence People, because I've been needing to read that for like over 20 years, but I just keep forgetting. And so now that I'm finally reading it, I'm like in my dream. My brain is reiterating the information to me. And one of the things that he mentioned is that you kind of want to open a conversation by getting the other person to say yes multiple times, at least 2 or 3 times. And that way, they're already primed to like you and to say yes to you, to respond yes to you, to respond positively to you. And so I think he's about to start the interview, or he has started the interview. But first I wanna in my brain I'm thinking, okay, what are 2 or 3 things I can ask him or tell him to ensure a positive yes answer in response to my question or to my query. And I think before I think maybe I was thinking of another one of his tricks, of his psychological manipulations. But I think I couldn't think of another one quickly enough, and then I think the dream just ended there abruptly, as before I even started asking him anything. But yeah, that's the library dream. I wanted to go to apply for a library job, and I wanted to manipulate the HR guy who's conducting the interview. So that was that dream. Next dream. School presentation dream. Okay. I think this one also happened like over the weekend. So, what the heck? What happened? So weird. I guess I'm doing my mouse clicks way too fast for this program to keep up. Okay, so this stream, I believe it takes place after high school, but I got the sense that it took place in the high school, a high school reunion of some kind or something like that. I'm not really sure. The layout was not at all what my school's layout was like. There was like this big hall. There's a doorway here. So I come in here. Basically, a bunch of people are here. It's kind of like if they're gonna do a show or something. So we come into this room. And the first thing that happens, which is completely unrelated to anything else that happens, Move these guys out of the way. They went to their seats up here. Oh, I guess I should specify that. What the? I patted this guy. No, you dropped this, bro. So up here, there's like it's not really like seating. It's like just like an elevated platform, but we like use it as seating, I guess. Here's some stairs on the sides, and then there's like some columns here, holding up like there's like a roof here as well. So you're kind of like you're on this elevated platform kind of thing, but it's like there's no seats there. There's just like it's like flat cement. And you can go back a little bit. It's maybe I don't know 5 feet deep this way. But anyway, that's for later. So what happens when I first come in here is, fuck. There's a bunch of dudes who I think they're doing kind of like a pre-performance kind of thing, and I think that they're supposed to be like a samurai or something. My brain, I'm pretty sure, was thinking of Shogun 2 Total War. And so there were like multiple rows of these guys. Can I flip this? No! Can I flip this horizontally? I don't know if I can flip this. Is it over here? Align? Actions. Group. Distribute vertically. No. Align bottom. Center vertically. Align top. Okay, well these guys are facing the other way, so it's at least like 4x2. Could be like 5x2 or something. So they are in formation to begin a line combat. They're facing each other, and I guess I'm like RTS commanding them, because I'm in my brain I'm playing Total War, but it's also in the dream and I'm commanding these guys. And so it's fun. It's like they're not real weapons. They're just like doing it for play, for show, for presentation. And so that happens off the side. And then I go off over here into the seating area. And I guess they have like the actual stage over here on this side, the opposite side of the cement columned heightened platform seating area. So I'm here. This is me. And then there's this girl here who I remember from high school. We'll call her V. Because her name started with a V. And she liked me and I liked her. And so we were just chilling here and talking. I don't remember exactly about what, but I don't really think it mattered ultimately. And we were watching whatever was happening, whatever the show was. What the heck? That's not what I wanted to click. Okay, you gotta do M or shift to get the rest. Well, I lost my arms. Heck. No. Okay, well, I'll grab my arms later. That's not my arms. What the heck? It's gone. My arms are dead. Well, I'm talking with her, and I guess we're just like chilling and relaxing and having a good time watching whatever. But then later, towards the end, another girl comes over, and I think she was one of the tutors that I worked with a couple years ago. She was an Indian girl, and I think in the dream, she had promised to give me her umbrella before we left. And so I went up to her, and she had her umbrella on her hand. And I said, hey, that's mine. And then she said, no, it's not, it's mine. And then I told her, but you said you would give it to me. But somehow it ended up not working out. And that was it. That was the end of the situation here. And then on the way out, we leave here. We're like at a regular school hallway. There's like a 90-degree curve here. There's like two double doors. Two double doors. There's a double doors here. Ah! This way. But here they have a table with a bunch of school foods that they didn't manage to give to the kids. So they have all these bags. The white public school bags of food that they give the poor kids. And so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and grab a couple of these. So I grabbed a bunch. I put them in my bag, and then I took them home so I can munch the 3-year-old frozen oranges later. And I think somebody who was here mentioned, was like, they were kind of like laughing because, like, you know, this isn't it's not particularly fresh food, it's not particularly good food. But I think in my mind, what I said in the dream was like, joke's on you, I'm just gonna mix it up with other real actual good food, and it'll just be a portion of the entire meal. And that was this dream. I wish I could remember what we talked about, but me and that other girl, but unfortunately I could not. And then the last dream I have written down here in my notes is the Harry Potter dream. The Harry Potter thrift store dream. So I think first the thrift store stuff happens, because it doesn't make sense for it to happen the other way, even though I think in my brain I remembered the thrift store happening second somehow. So I'm like in the thrift store, there's all these aisles of shelves and stuffs. Just assume these are shelves, even though they don't really look like shelves. And there's like a couple of trinkets up here that I'm looking at. I think there's like some Hello Kitty stuff that I'm considering getting. And then later I come down here. Oh, also before I go down there, I'm over here. It's like a Skyrim labyrinth. So before I go down there to the bottom part, I'm over here. And for some reason, for some unknown reason that makes absolutely no sense, I leave my gun here. It's holstered. It's still in the holster, but I leave my gun here, like on top of the shelves. So who knows why I did that, but I leave my gun there, and I come down this way. And over here, I think basically the three main characters, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, are here, and we're like looking at stuff. I don't really remember if we talked about anything or looked at any items in particular, but but we were there. You must be very confident to leave a gun there. Apparently, yeah, I don't know. I guess my dream version is confident. But then at the end of this thrift store section, I think Hermione mentioned, you gotta go pick up your gun. And then I looked from here. I looked and I saw my gun over there. I was like, what the heck? So I went to go get it. Why's my gun there? It's like, I got my gun. Total femchad. And so then, that was the thrift store part of the dream. And then the next part, it seemed like if it took place at Hogwarts. I think this is kind of like the Great Hall where they have their yummy foods. And then here it's like it's rounded like this, like a circle, because it's supposed to be like the stairway up to the castle towers. So there's a bunch of people here at the tables. I guess it's 4 tables because it's 4 houses. Okay, so Dumbledore is here. He has his little link hat and his super long beard and his robe, his wizard robes. And then Harry is here. This guy's here. He's got his little lightning bolt. And Hermione is here. And I think what happens, me used to have a section of the Hogwarts Castle Legos. You used to? What happened? Did your parents turn out at the yard sale? Did they give it away for like $3? Harry Potter Legos were the best. You'll say that about all the Lego sets that you have or had before your parents unceremoniously gifted them to some other kids. So I think what's happening here is that Dumbledore is retiring, and so he is promoting Harry. It's like a couple years after the story, so they're like adults, Harry and Ron, or Harry and Hermione are adults. So Dumbledore makes Harry the new headmaster of Hogwarts, and I think he also makes Hermione the new head of Gryffindor House, maybe? Because they're both up here, so they're both up here for some reason. And I guess they're both being... it's like a ceremony for both of their coronations. Their wizardations. And then somehow they're like elevated up to a platform, I think. It's kind of like one of those thingies where the guy gets on this little platform to clean the outside of the windows of skyscrapers. I think it's kind of like that. If it's not that, then they're just like floating somehow. They have like, they're using magic to float. And so they're up on this elevated area where the headmaster's podium would be. And then I think Dumbledore tells them something about like a super secret, super awesome spell of some kind. Where like, I think they let out a super bright light. I think Harry's is like gold or yellow of some kind, and Hermione's is like silver. Like this super cool magical light. And then I guess some time passes. They're all partying and stuff, and then these two, Harry and Hermione. Ah! I de-haired her. Fuck, what? That's not what I want. I don't want the platform. I want these two. Fuck. I think Harry is tired or something, or maybe Ron is here at this point, and he's like the tired of sleepings. And so they come over here to this little crevice, this area, at the foot of the stairs of the castle towers. And so like they're not at the they're like off to the side, and I think whoever it is, it's either Harry or Ron. They're like sitting down, but they're back against the wall here, and they're kind of tired of sleepings. And then the baddies come in. There's like, I don't know if there's a door here behind the teacher's massive table, or maybe they blasted a holder there. So Voldemort's here. Voldemort, and then all of his train of evil wizards and the other wizard Hitler companions but not Bellatrix. She's not here for some reason. So they come in, and I think they want to get Harry. Ralph Fiennes, I don't know if that's his name. I don't know how to pronounce it. With no nose appears. Yeah, he did appear. I think he does some kind of a spell that like turns everybody to stone. He like petrifies them. So he's like the Voldemort Medusa spell of some kind. Starbies. And so everybody who's here, who's left here still, they're turned to stone. They were arguing about squishing us to jelly, munch our toes. But then the sun came up and poof, turned them all to stone. So they're all rock hard now, and Voldemort and his train continue to they're looking at the people in the crowd and trying to spot Harry, but they're off to the side, so they're unawares. At this moment, however, whoever has the sleepies, either Ron or Harry, they're suddenly filled with a burst of energy, and they're no longer the tired sleepings. And so they come over here. They still haven't been noticed by Voldemort's, by the wizard Hitlers. And so they cast a spell to start unturning these people to stone. And then the Hogwarts people, they start blasting the baddies. And then the trio, the Harrys and Ron and Hermione's, continue to go behind the wizard Hitler bros. And they turn these guys, they unturn these guys to stone. And then they start fighting. And I think that's where I wake up. And that is my Harry Potter and Harry Potter thrift store dream. No, Bellatrix would have been a different kind of dream if she... Yeah, definitely would have been a different kind of dream if she appeared. Like the White Witch does in Chronicles of Narnia. Yeah, basically, he turned them to stone like the White Witch. The White Snow Bunny Witch. And those are the 3 dreams that I have had in the past week or so. They're pretty cool dreams. I like them. No real super duper spooky nightmare dreams, but they're enjoyable nonetheless. I feel like I'm getting hunky again. I'm just like... I did work out before starting the stream, so it's like my body is like, no, I need more energies. You burned those calories already. I guess I could go get a snack real quick, and we listen to another videos. You is like a Gerber. He keep getting hungies. Yeah. I guess on one hand it's not really the worst because I technically do need to keep eating if I want to turn some certain flabby things into muscles for when I do my workouts. And that's not too bad. Also, why the heck? It's been, how long has it been since the streams? It's been 1 hour and 20 minutes, and Botrix still isn't here. I'll just turn on the manual YouTube chat then. Is it this one? If I refresh the cache, it should work. Okay, let's turn this on. That should be YouTube chat on stream now. Watch. Now it's gonna Botrix is instantly gonna show up and the other chat's gonna appear. It's gonna pop up. And then they're gonna collide on stream with each other. It's just gonna show up to fuck with me. Okay, it'll probably show up while I go get my food. My snacks. I'll probably just have a yogurt. Let me put on a musics and then I'll be right back. This is a new song that I just got today. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool, but it's not really like the other music. But I am sure you will like it. So give me a couple minutes. There was a fly at the window. And then Patches went out to ride out and meet them. The fly was like trying to, I guess, get back outside, but he kept bonking his face up against the screen. And I think Patches ate him, so she like cornered him between like a bottle and the wall, the corner of the window. Pretty cool. The bugs seem pretty loud to me here. I don't think they're coming through the mic. It's not registering at all when it's just the bugs, but I think probably as I'm talking now, it's probably coming through a little bit, but I think I'm okay with that. Also, listening there to that Sonic Boom one reminded me of playing Sonic CD back in the day. And also been thinking recently about this one music CD collection thing I used to have of Disney music. Was Toy Story Disney? Is it just Pixar? The first one, Gisnep. Toy Story. Owned, yeah, it's owned by the Walt Disney Company. Okay, so what I used to have I remember like a red disc. Okay, so here's the story as I remember it, as I remember in my like 3, 4 year old child brain, from what I recall. Me and my dad were in when a car, one of his buddy's cars, I think, or a van, and then we drove over to a McDonald's. I don't even think we ordered anything, but I think maybe it was like my dad's buddy's friend worked at McDonald's or something, because they gave my dad this CD, and it just had a bunch of Disney music on it. It had Toy Story. It had I don't think it was the opening theme that what's his face sings. It's the one where it says, all of a sudden strange things are happening. That's not the main theme, is it? The main theme is You Gotta Find in Me. I don't even think that one was there. Or maybe it wasn't. I'm just misremembering. But it was definitely that, the first one, the strange things are happening. Some guy came out of the sky in a rocket. And then I also remember it having a Gaston song. What else did it have? I think it had a Beauty and the Beast song. And so that's what I remember about this. Oh shit, I gotta borrow my book again before somebody else swipes it. That's what I remember about this red CD that my dad got me from McDonald's under who knows what circumstances. And I used to listen to it a lot when I was a kid. I really liked the Toy Story music, because the Toy Story song, because that was my favorite movie that we had the tape for. And so I watched that one over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, because that's all I had. Had that one, and I think we had Lion King. We had Ants. We had Ants with a Z, but not Bug's Life. So I never really watched the Bug's Life as a kid. Unlike somebody I know who loves Bug's Life. But yeah, that's what I remember. So let me go look up. 1990. I think the library is broken. It's been loading for like 30 minutes. Me trying to check out the book again. Oh, okay, there we go. No biggie, problem solved. Okay, 1990s Disney music disc. Oh, maybe it wasn't red. Maybe it was just like a regular. No, I don't. I think it's this. Here it's on eBay. I feel like it's this. So it's a red disc. It says Classic Disney 60 Years of Musical Magic. Volume 1. Total time, 1 hour, 12 minutes, 3 seconds. A Whole New World is number 1. 2 is The Circle of Life. 3 is Beauty and the Beast. 4 is Under the Sea. 5 is Hakuna Matata. 6, Kiss the Girl. So maybe I had the second disc. Chim Chim Cherry. Jolly Holiday. Poor Unfortunate Souls. A Spoonful. The Monkey's Uncle. A Whale of a Time. So it does. I think I remember it being this color. Is there disc 2? Volume 2. I'm just getting the case here. And volume 1 again. Volume 1, volume 2. I don't see any Toy Story music here. I see Lion King music. It's Can You Feel the Love Tonight? Candle on the Water. I'm not sure what that one is. Something Street Electrical Parade. Let's Go Fly a Kite. Feed the Birds. I don't recognize any of those. The Spectrum song. Oh, here's the full thing of volume 2. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. The Tiki Tiki Room. The Front Porch. The Second Star to the Right. None of these are Toy Story ones, as far as I can tell. So maybe it's not this one. Maybe it's a different collection. Okay, let me just go look up specifically 1990s Disney Music Disc Toy Story songs. Or I guess put Toy Story. Toy Story Gaston. Disney's Rascal songs. Oh, could it be this one? I see a Toy Story picture here. This was on Etsy. This is volume 2. Disney's Rascal songs. God Help the Outcasts from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Mine, Mine, Mine from Pocahontas. Strange Things. This must be it then. Strange Things from Toy Story. Are You In or Out from Aladdin and The King of Thieves. Number 5 is Cruella de Vil from 101 Dalmatians. Number 6 is Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. Number 7 is Poor Unfortunate Souls from Little Mermaid. Oh my god, where are all these bugs coming from? What the heck? Patches, did you open the window? I did also see a mosquito in here earlier before I started streaming, and I think after I worked out where the fuck are they coming from. Number 7 was Poor Unfortunate Souls from Little Mermaid, and number 8, The Elegant Captain Hook from Peter Pan. So this is what I got. Okay, it is a McDonald's thing. McDonald's celebrates Disney music. Walt Disney Records. Disney's Rascal songs. I think I do remember this, having this disc, this CD box with this art. And it is definitely from McDonald's. Let me go look up how you're supposed. I'm assuming it's like a whatchamacallit, a Happy Meal kind of thingy. Let's see. Walt Disney Records. McDonald's celebrates Disney music. Fandom. McDonald's celebrates Disney music. It's a wiki page from the Disney Fandom Wikipedia. It was a 3-disc series of music CDs sold exclusively at McDonald's restaurants in May 1997 to promote the release of Hercules. I still haven't watched Hercules. Each album contained at least 8 songs from Disney movies. At least 8? So that means the one that I got had the least songs because it's at least 8. So the other ones had more than 8. The back covers of each album listed. Okay. The first volume had Hakuna Matata. It had I Wanna Be Like You from The Jungle Book. The third one was Chim Chin Cherry from Mary Poppins. I never I don't consider that a Disney property. Number 4 is, so it's basically the same songs as the other ones, I think. Maybe. Or maybe they just share some similar ones. Number 4, Candle on the Water from Pete's Dragon. Never heard of it. Number 5, Best of Friends from The Fox and the Hound. Number 6, You've Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story. Number 7, Winnie the Pooh from Winnie the Pooh and the Honey Tree, in case you couldn't tell. Number 8, Be Our Guests from Beauty and the Beast. And then Volume 2 is The Rascal Songs, which is the one that I had. And then Volume 3 was Hero Songs. Oh, the first one, Volume 1, Buddy Songs. Volume 2, Rascal Songs. Volume 3, Hero Songs, which had Go the Distance from Hercules, Under the Knee from The Little Mermaid, You Can Fly from Peter Pan, Just Around the River Bend from Pocahontas. I haven't watched Pocahontas. And I also haven't watched Disney's Peter Pan. Number 5, A Whole New World from Aladdin. Number 6, Part of Your Everything from The Little Mermaid. Number 7, Everybody Wants to Be a Cat from the Aristocats. 8, Out of Thin Air from Aladdin and the King of Thieves. And number 9, I Just Can't Wait to Be King. Would that be considered a hero song? Isn't that technically like isn't that technically like a rascal song? Because like you're a rascal. You just want to be king because you don't want to be told what to do. I wouldn't call that a hero song necessarily, because he's still young and impetuous, and he has a lot to learn and to be humbled and to learn humility. I don't know if I would consider that a hero song necessarily. Doesn't the song open when he's like trying to shit on Zazu? It's like, you can't tell me what to do. You're not my dad. Notes. For some reason, Rascal Songs includes God Help the Outcasts and Strange Things, even though Esmeralda isn't an antagonist and Strange Things has nothing to do with any character of that type. I think it kind of... I guess we'll go listen to it. I will mute the song from time to time. So I'll get to hear. I guess I'll pull up the lyrics just so we at least have that in mind. Strange things, Toy Story lyrics. Okay, so here's the lyrics. I'm on top of the world, living high. It was right in my pocket. I was living the life. Things were just the way they should be. When from out of the sky like a bomb comes some little punk in a rocket, now all of a sudden some strange things are happening to me. I had friends, I had lots of friends. Now all my friends are gone, and I'm doing the best I can to carry on. I had power, I was respected, but not anymore, and I've lost the love to the one whom I adored. It sounds kind of like a rascally song so far, based off the lyrics. Let me tell you about the strange things that are happening to me. Strange things are happening, ain't no doubt about it. You got someone you think you know well. It turns out a stranger. The minute you turn your back, you're in it all by yourself. They laugh at your jokes. You think you're doing quite well, but you're in danger, boy. You end up alone, forgotten, way up on the shelf. And then it just repeats the chorus. Strange things are happening to me. Ain't no doubt about it. I would say that's kind of like a rascal song. Like you had this inflated ego about yourself, and then all of a sudden one other person comes into your life, and everybody's more interested in that guy, because you used to be the main character, but now you're not. You used to be the head toy in Andy's room, and so you're kind of being a rascal by being taking it personally that you're no longer in the spotlight because everybody's so curious about this cool new guy, this space ranger, this little punk in a rocket. I would say that's kind of like a rascal song. I don't know. Based off this wiki, these community notes, I don't think these Disney fans are particularly culturally well read if they don't interpret that way, if they consider Strange Things to not be a Rascal song. I would definitely consider it a Rascal song. And then I don't know about this God Help the Outcasts by Esmeralda. I'd have to listen to it and know the context of the song in the movie. But okay, yeah, that's that. That's a thingy that I've been thinking of recently. And now the mystery is solved. Okay, let us go on to Galo, the Fall of Reach. Okay, we are basically at the 2 hour mark, and we're finally gonna start reading. So, previously on Halo, the Fall of Reach, we had previously it was the birthday stream, which was quite a while ago now. But we will now continue. I believe we opened in the Sigma Octantis section, in which Ensign Lavelle was he's like a bored dude who wants to go out into the middle of space to do a job that doesn't require much attention or anything, and he just takes notes of what he scans out in the vastness of space. And he sees a spooky big thing, and he figures it's just a comet. So he makes a little note, and he continues to relax and chill in his little space outpost with his woman AI who makes him horny because he hasn't seen a woman in his whole entire life. And then we have a space battle in which Commander Keyes engages with a Covenant battle group. He realizes that Ensign Lavelle's note was actually a battle group, a Covenant battle group. And he engages and he destroys 2 frigates, I believe, or 2 carriers. He destroys 2 of them with a cool slingshot around the orbit of Sigma Octantis 4 has Kai Seti is how it's supposed to be pronounced. Kai, huh? Kai Seti 4. Kai Seti 4. Chi Seti. We'll keep calling it Chi. Should I keep calling it Chi Seti? I think so. I think we'll keep calling it Chi Seti. We'll keep calling it Chi Seti and Chitin. Chitin Kitten. And Commander Keyes, he realized that he technically won the battle with destroying those 2 Covenant ships, but the other 2 ran away. However, there were some drop ships that were deployed onto the planet. And so they're gonna have to send in the Marines. So let's go ahead and reread the part there where they realize they have dropships. We'll just do a regular reading. No real voice acting. So the Mac rounds, the Commander Keys is in the UNSC Iroquois, and he sends off some Mac rounds and Archer missiles. The frigate that had taken the Mac round in her engines mushroomed, a fireworks bouquet of shrapnel and sparks. The other ship burned, her internal skeletal structure showing now. She turned toward the Iroquois, but didn't fire a weapon. Just drifted out of control. Dead in space. Dead space, huh? Position of the Covenant carrier, Lieutenant Hall. Lieutenant Hall paused, then reported. In polar orbit around Sigma Octantis 4, but she's moving off at considerable speed. Headed out system, course 045. Alert the Allegiance and Gettysburg of her position, Commander Keyes said. And then he sighed and slumped back into his chair. They had stopped the Covenant ships from glassing the planet, saved millions of lives. They had done the impossible, taken on 4 Covenant ships and won. Commander Keyes paused in his self-congratulation. Something was wrong. He had never seen the Covenant run. In every battle he had seen or read about, they stayed to slaughter every last survivor. Or, if they were defeated, they always fought to the last ship. Check the planet, he told Lieutenant Hall. Look for anything. Dropped weapons, strange transmissions. There's got to be something there. Aye, sir. Keyes prayed she wouldn't find anything. At this point, he was out of tricks. He couldn't turn the Iroquois around and return to Sigma Octantis 4, even if he had wanted to. The Iroquois' engines were down for a long time. They were speeding on an out-system vector at a considerable velocity, and even if they could stop, there was no way to recharge the Mac guns, and no remaining Archer missiles. They were practically dead in space. Dead space, huh? Why did he have to say dead in space twice? Like one page right after the other? Kinda cringe, bro. Kinda kinge, bro. He pulled out his pipe and steadied his shaking hand. Sir, Lieutenant Hall cried. Dropship, sir. The alien carrier... Oh, that's still her talking. The alien carrier deployed 34 dropships. I have silhouettes descending to the surface. They're on course for Côte d'Azur, a major population center. An invasion, Commander Keyes said. Get fleet comm ASAP. Time to send in the Marines. And that is where we ended previously. And also, it is getting kind of cold, so I gotta put on my hoodie. Blackton Keys. What happened? You saw something? I know what the heck Patches was looking at or listening to at in the living room, but it was a something. I already gave you guys food. Wait until midnight, okay? 4 more hours. Phew. Okay. I already gave you food. No. You gotta wait till later. Some whatchamacallits. Some energy drinks would be super duper good right now. But it's okay. I can manage. I do think, however, I need a bit more water. Ow! What the heck? All of a sudden, my throat feels just so scratchy for like literally no reason. Okay, let me send out notification that the reading is starting. Post it there and post it. Where's that other one? Post this one. Okay, wouldn't it be cooler though? Wouldn't it be like way much more super duper cooler if the Master Chief was here to fight the Ale Mouse? Why is he just a sleeping for? He's literally being a sleeper while Commander Keys does all the fighting. Okay. I think I may have forgotten how I did some of the voices, so we will make do. We'll make do with what we have. What we remember. And then we'll try to get the mic into a proper position to stop having to move it. Okay, I think this is a good spot here. And lastly, let me clean my glasses. Okay, here we go. Halo, The Fall of Reach, Chapter 18. 0600 hours, July 18th, 2552, Military Calendar. UNSC Iroquois, military staging area in orbit around Sigma Octantis 4. Commander Keyes had a sinking feeling that although he had won the battle, it would be the first of many to come in the Sigma Octantis system. He watched the 4 dozen other UNSC ships orbit the planet. Frigates and destroyers, 2 carriers, and a massive repair and refitting station. More vessels than Admiral Cole had at his disposal during his 4-year long campaign to save Harvest. Vice Admiral Stanforth had pulled out all the stops. Although Commander Keyes was grateful for the quick and overwhelming response, he wondered why the Vice Admiral had dedicated so many ships to the area. Sigma Octanus wasn't strategically positioned. It had no special resources. True, the UNSC had standing orders to protect civilian lives, but the fleet was spread dangerously thin. Commander Keyes knew there were more valuable systems that needed protection. Like the system that maybe has reach on it or something? Maybe? He pushed those thoughts aside. He was sure Vice Admiral Stanforth had his reasons. Meanwhile, the repair and resupply of the Iroquois was his top priority. He didn't want to get caught half-ready if the Covenant returned. Or rather, when they returned. It was a curious thing. Curious. Very curious. It was a curious thing. The aliens dropping their ground forces and then retreating. That was not their usual mode of operation. Commander Keyes suspected this was just an opening move in a game he didn't yet understand. A shadow crossed the fore-camera of the Iroquois as the repair station Cradle maneuvered closer. Cradle was essentially a large square plate with engines. Large was an understatement. She was over a square kilometer. 3 destroyers could be eclipsed by her shadow. The station running at full steam could refit 6 destroyers, 3 from her lower surface and 3 on her upper surface, within a matter of hours. Scaffolds deployed from her surfaces to facilitate repairs. Resupply tubes, hoses, and cargo trams fed into the Iroquois. It would take the full attention of Cradle 30 hours to repair the Iroquois, however. 30 hours! I guess technically, if we're thinking logistically, yeah, it's kind of like funding, feeding, fueling, providing oxygen for a very small town, a small village that requires a lot of materials and metals, and to repair it would be quite a task, quite an undertaking. It would take the full attention of Cradle 30 hours to repair the Iroquois, however. The aliens had not landed a single serious shot. Nonetheless, the Iroquois had almost been destroyed during the execution of what some in the fleet were already calling the Keyes Loop. Commander Keyes glanced at his datapad and the extensive list of repairs. 15% of the electronic systems had to be replaced, burned out from the EMP when the Shiva missile detonated. The Iroquois' engines required a full overhaul. Both coolant systems had valves that had like a cough coming out there, like mid-sentence. Fuck, I think I need to actually go get more water. The Iroquois' engines required a full overhaul. Both coolant systems had valves that had been fused from the tremendous heat. 5 of the superconducting magnets had to be replaced as well. Also, I am using the alternate earphones. And so the feedback that I'm getting from the monitor is a little different. It's not necessarily noise canceled like the other ones. That's probably what I should have been doing this weekend. I should have looked for my other earbud thingies. And so this these chapters that I'm going to read today might sound a little bit different um, than the previous ones, but I will try my best to try to imitate the voice and what I was doing with my throat for the narrator, the narration voice. Five of the superconducting magnets had to be replaced as well. But most troublesome was the damage to the underside of the Iroquois. When they had told Commander Keyes what had happened, he went outside with a longsword interceptor to personally inspect what he had done to his ship. The underside of the Iroquois had been... Oh no, they did it again. It's scraped. 1P, scraped, right? Because it doesn't make sense for it to be scrapped. The underside of the Iroquois had been scrapped. I'm gonna kill myself. The underside of the... What happened? Where's the mattress? The underside... Is it... Okay, is it scrapped or is it scraped? It's scraped. Scrape. To scrape off. To scrape. There was a car driving by. I didn't want that to be captured. The underside of the Iroquois had been scraped when they passed over the prow of the alien destroyer. He knew there was some damage, but was not prepared for what he saw. UNSC destroyers had nearly 2 meters of titanium A battle plate on their surfaces. Commander Keyes had what the heck is this word? Abraded? I think that's how that's supposed to be pronounced. Abraded. Define abraded. Simple past tense and past participle of abrade. So yeah, it is supposed to wear down, to rub away, scrape by friction, to become worn or scraped by abrasion. They had nearly 2 meters of titanium A battle plate on their surfaces. Commander Keyes had abraded through all of it. He had breached every bottom deck of the Iroquois. The jagged serrated edges of the plate curled away from the root. The jagged, serrated edges of the plate curled away from the wound. Men in EVA thruster packs were busy cutting off the damaged sections so new plates could be welded into place. The underside was mirror smooth and perfectly flat. But Keyes knew that the appearance of benign flatness was deceptive. Had the angle of the Iroquois been tilted a single degree down, the force of the two ships impacting would have shorn his ship in half. The red war stripes that had been painted on the Iroquois' side looked like bloody slashes. The dockmaster had privately told Commander Keyes that his crew could buff the paint off, or even repaint the war stripes if he wanted. Commander Keyes had politely refused the offer. He wanted them left exactly the way they were. He wanted to be reminded that while everyone had admired what he had done, it had been an act of desperation, not heroism. I pronounce it as heroism. Commander Keyes had politely refused the offer. He wanted them left exactly the way they were. He wanted to be reminded that while everyone had admired what he had done, it had been an act of desperation, not heroism. He wanted to be reminded of how close a brush he had had with death. Commander Keyes returned to the Iroquois and marched directly to his quarters. He sat at his antique oak desk and tapped the intercom. Lieutenant Dominique, you have the bridge for the next cycle. I am not to be disturbed. Aye, Commander. Understood. Commander Keyes loosened his collar and unbuttoned his uniform. He retrieved the 70-year-old bottle of scotch that his father had given him from the bottom drawer and then poured 4 centimeters into a plastic cup. He had to attend an even more unpleasant task: what to do about Lieutenant Jaggers. Jaggers had exhibited borderline cowardice, insubordination, and come within a hairbreadth of attempted mutiny during the engagement. Keyes could have had him court-martialed. I'm assuming this is pronounced reg, as in regulation, rather than reg. Because reg makes more sense, so I'm gonna go ahead and pronounce it reg. Every reg in the books screamed at him to, but he didn't have it in him to send the young man before a board of inquiry. He would instead merely transfer the lieutenant to a place where he would still do the UNSC some good, perhaps a distant outpost. Was all the blame his? As commander, it was his responsibility to maintain control, to prevent a crewman from even thinking that mutiny was a possibility. He sighed. Maybe he should have told his crew what he was attempting. But there had simply been no time. And certainly no time for discussion as Jaggers would have wanted. No, the other bridge officers had concerns, but they had... No. The other bridge officers had their concern. Fuck, there's no there. The other bridge officers had concerns, but they had followed his orders as their duty required. As much as Commander Keyes believed in giving people a second chance, this was where he drew the line. To make matters worse, transferring Jaggers would leave a hole in the bridge crew. Commander Keyes accessed the service records of Iroquois' junior officers. There were several who might qualify for navigation officer. He flipped through their files on his datapad, and then paused. The theoretical paper on mass space compression was still open, as well as his hastily calculated course corrections. He smiled and archived those notes. He might one day give a lecture on this battle at the Academy. It would be useful to have the original source material. There was also the data from the Archimedes sensor outpost. That report had been thoroughly made. Clean data graphs and a navigational course plotted for the object through slipstream space. Not an easy task, even with an AI. The report had used tags to route... Is it pronounced route or route? I think it's technically one of those words. That could be either. How do you pronounce route? I know that when it's en route, it's literally actually route almost 100% of the time. The correct pronunciation of the word route in the US is both route and route, which are interchangeable for both the noun and verb forms. The way I had always thought of it is that the emphasis of the word depends on its usage. There are a couple words like that that come to mind, such as when you're talking about the qualities of a person attribute. When you're talking about a noun, or like when you're in an RPG game and you're trying to increase or decrease or pick the attributes of a person, of a character, it's attributes. With the emphasis on the first A, attributes. these are the attributes and the quality of this person. However, when you're trying to say that an idea or a thing belongs to somebody, then you would attribute it. Like, I would attribute the quote to J.R.R. Tolkien that not all who wander are lost. And so, like, you attribute quotes, but a person has attributes. That's one of those words. I think it's one of those things also. Maybe it could just be like a coastal and regional thing as well, because I don't really know if I've heard too many other people use both of those pronunciations, both of those different emphases, enough times to actually build up a significant body of evidence for that argument, for that just the way it's pronounced, and maybe it's just me. I'm not really sure because because I'm lacking that body of evidence. There was another word like that that I always think of. Attribute and I can't think of it right now. I don't know if that is a proper if it's like a thingy that's specified in the dictionary. Attribute noun versus verb. This is, who is this? The American Heritage Dictionary. So it's a transitive verb, and then there's also a noun, but it only shows one pronunciation of the word. Okay, well, we'll go through that later. I know that there's like a handful of words that are like that, and there are like maybe 3 or 4 that like are common words that people tend to use basically all the time. But yeah, I can't think of them right now. But I think for route, it's slightly different. Definitely en route. It's always en route. That's how my brain categorizes it, en route. Whereas route is like when you're playing Pokemon, then you're on Route 69. I always pronounce it as route, as in like a location or a particular road or a labeled, named, I guess just road basically. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think ever growing up I ever considered pronouncing those Pokemon routes as routes. I always pronounced it as, even in my head, even when I don't say it out loud, my brain always pronounces it as a route. So yeah, maybe there's probably a couple YouTube videos about that. I'll go check those out later, either on stream or just on my own time. We'll see. Okay, so we were at the Archimedes Center outpost. Data graphs and navigational course plotted for the object through slipstream space. Not an easy task, even with an AI. The report even had tags to route it to the astrophysics section of the UNSC. Thoughtful. He looked up at the service record of the officer who had filed the report. Ensign William Lavelle. Keyes leaned closer. The boy's career service vitae was almost twice as long as his own. He had volunteered and been accepted at Luna Academy. He transferred in his second year, having already received a commission to ensign for heroism in a training fight. for heroism in a training flight that had saved the entire crew. He took duty on the first outbound corvette headed into battle. 3 bronze stars, a silver cluster, and 2 purple hearts, and he had catapulted to full lieutenant within 3 years. Then something went terribly wrong. Lavelle's decline in the UNSC had been as rapid as his ascent. I think that's one of those words that, especially Europeans, they pronounce it's ascent, like when you're ascending, but sometimes they pronounce it as ascent, with the emphasis on the A, rather than the ent, ascent. And then, if I pause like that just because there's a car, I don't know if it's picked up loudly enough, but that's why. Then something went terribly wrong. Lavelle's decline in the UNSC had been as rapid as his ascent. 4 reports of insubordination, and he was busted to second lieutenant and transferred twice. An incident with a civilian woman. No details in the file, although Commander Keyes wondered if the girl listed in the report, Anna Gerov, was Vice Admiral Gerov's daughter. He was doing the space tango, the nude space tango with the Vice Admiral's daughter. Is there is there a Wikipedia page for her in the Halo wiki? Anna Gerov. Oh, there is. Anna Gerov, Halo Alpha fandom. Oh, no, spoilers, no reading, no, I have seen too much. You see much, Eomer. Too much. No details in the files, although Commander Keyes wondered if the girl listed in the report, Anna Gerov, was Vice Admiral Gerov's daughter. He had been reassigned to the Archimedes sensor outpost and had been there for the last year, an unheard of length of time in such a remote facility. What are you going to do 1 year by yourself in a remote facility with only a female AI companion? What does one do in that situation to keep from going insane? I wonder. An unheard of length of time in such a remote facility. Commander Keyes reviewed the logs when Lavelle had been on duty. They were careful and intelligent, so the boy was still sharp. Was he hiding? There was a gentle knock on his door. I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Lieutenant Dominique, I said I was not to be disturbed. Sorry to intrude, son, said a muffled voice. I'm not sure who this is, so we'll see. Oh, okay. I guess that is technically kind of like a similar voice. The pressure door's wheel turned, and Vice Admiral Stanforth stepped inside. But I thought I'd just stop by, since I was in the neighborhood. I think that's kind of his voice. I gave him kind of like a raspy, older smoker's voice a little bit. Vice Admiral Stanforth was much smaller in person than he appeared on screen. He's using the YouTube hack where you stand on a box to make yourself seem taller. He's a cheater. He is dishonest. He has told lies through his visual communications. Vice Admiral Stanforth was much smaller in person than he appeared on screen. His back was stooped over with age, and his white hair was thinning at the crown. Still, he exuded a reassuring air of authority that Keyes instantly recognized. Sir, Commander Keyes stood at attention, knocking over his chair. At ease, son. The Vice Admiral looked around his quarters, and his gaze lingered a moment on the framed copy what is this word? Lagrange? Lagrange's original manuscript. I'm assuming that's like a battle manuscript, a battle report or something. But we will see. Maybe it'll mention. The Vice Admiral looked around his quarters, and his gaze lingered a moment on the framed copy of Lagrange's original manuscript, in which he had derived his equation. In which he, oh my goodness, the derived is split up into into two different lines. The D first, and then it cuts to derived in the following line. And his gaze lingered a moment on the framed copy of Lagrange's original manuscript, in which he derived his equations of motion. You can pour me a few fingers of the whiskey, if you can spare it. Yes, sir. Keyes fumbled with another plastic cup and poured the Vice Admiral a drink. Stanforth took a sip, then sighed appreciatively. Very nice. Keyes righted his chair and offered it to the Vice Admiral. He sat down and leaned forward. I wanted to congratulate you personally on the miracle you performed here, Keyes. Sir, I don't. Stanforth held up a finger. Don't interrupt me, son. I think I'm gonna leave that one, even if the car is picked up. I think that was a good son I did there. That was a hell of a piece of astrogation. I don't think I've ever seen that word, but I guess it makes sense. That was a hell of a piece of astrogation you pulled off. People noticed. Not to mention the morale boost it's given to the entire fleet. He took another sip of the liquor and exhaled. Now, that's the reason we're all here. We need a victory. It's been too damn long. Us getting whittled to pieces by those alien bastards. So this has got to be a win, no matter what it takes. I understand, sir, Commander Keyes said. He knew morale had been sagging for years throughout the UNSC. No military, no matter how well trained, could stomach defeat after defeat without it affecting their determination in battles. Oh, okay. Wasn't sure who was speaking here. Had to read like 2 lines later. Pretty sure this is Keyes speaking. Yeah, it makes sense that it's Keyes. How's it going planet side? Right now, you don't have to worry about that. Vice Admiral Stanforth eased back in his chair, balancing on 2 legs. General Kitts has his troops down there. They've got the surrounding cities evacuated, and they'll be assaulting Côte d'Azur within the hour. They'll pace those aliens faster than you can spit. Just you watch. Oh, it's not just you watch, it's the other way around. I think ultimately it doesn't matter. It's one of those things where like sometimes I say Spartan Project even though it says Spartan Program, but it's okay. They're technically interchangeable. You get. The words are basically the same. It still conveys the same thing in the story. They'll pace those aliens faster than you can sip. You can sip? He's sipping a coffee. They'll pace those aliens faster. Oh my goodness, what the heck? I said pastor. Am I fucking Korean now? I can't say F? I think it's Koreans, right? Who they say P instead of F because they don't have an F in their alphabet, in their language. I think from what I've understood from Korean League of Legends players, when they say like, or no, maybe it's B. I don't remember, but it's either the letter B or the letter F. They pronounced it a P instead. From just some videos I've watched and some interviews I've heard. Okay, they'll paste those bastards. Those aliens. Those alien. Maybe that's where Keys got it from, cause cause Commander Keys told Lieutenant Hall to send those alien bastards to hell. They'll paste those aliens faster than you can spit. You just watch. Of course, sir. Commander Keys looked away. You've got something else to say, boy? Spit it out. Well, sir, this isn't the way the Covenant normally operates. Dropping an invasion force and leaving the system. They either slaughter everything or die trying. This is something altogether different. Vice Admiral Stanforth waved a dismissive hand. You leave trying to figure out what those aliens are thinking to the spooks in Oni, son. Just get the Iroquois patched up and fit for duty again. And you let me know if you need anything. Stanforth knocked back the last of his whiskey and stood. Got to marshal the fleet. Oh, he paused. One more thing. He dug into his jacket pocket and retrieved a tiny cardboard box. He set it on the commander's desk. Consider it official. The paperwork will catch up as... Gotta let that car go by, I can't. Cargo? Gotta borrow again. I gotta let that car go by, I can't let it interrupt this line. No, it didn't take an hour. Okay, there we go. Last time it took like 20 minutes to re-borrow the book. But now it just took like 20 seconds instead. Consider it official. The paperwork will catch up with us soon enough. Commander Keys opened the box. Inside were a pair of brass collar insignia, 4 bars and a single star. Congratulations. I used to I wasn't sure if it was an AI who was going to say that, but congratulations, Captain Keys. The Vice Admiral snapped a quick salute, then held out his hand. Keys managed to grasp and shake the Vice Admiral's hand. The insignia was real. He was stunned. He couldn't say anything. You've earned it. The Vice Admiral started to turn. Give me a shout if you need anything. Yes, sir. Keys stared at the brass star and stripes a moment longer, then finally tore his gaze away. Vice Admiral, there is one thing. I need a replacement navigation officer. Vice Admiral Stanforth's relaxed posture stiffened. I heard about that. Ugly business when a bridge officer loses their stomach. Well, you just say the candidate's name and I'll make sure you get him. As long as you're not pulling him off my ship. He smiled. Keep up the good work, Captain. Sir. Commander Keys. Commander. Fuck. Oh no. My brain did the thingy where like you go to winter break at school and then you come back in January and you still write the previous year. You write January 1996 when it's January 1997. Oh no. We're gonna have to keep a counter of how many times I say Commander Keys from this point forward. He smiled. Keep up the good work, Captain. Sir. Captain Keys saluted. The Vice Admiral stepped out and closed the door. Keys practically fell into his chair. He had never dreamed they'd make him a captain. He turned the brass insignia over in his palm and replayed his conversation with the Vice Admiral in his mind. He had said, Captain Keys. Yes, this was real. The Vice Admiral had also brushed aside his concerns about the Covenant too quickly. Something didn't quite add up. Keys clicked on the intercom. Lieutenant Dominique, track the Vice Admiral's shuttle when he leaves. Let me know which ship he's on. Sir, we need a Vice Admiral aboard? I wasn't. Oh, we had. Sir, we had a Vice Admiral aboard? I wasn't informed. No, Lieutenant. I suspect you weren't. Just track the next outbound shuttle. Aye, sir. Look, it's getting too hot. The sleeping kittens look so peaceful. These are sleepings and are happies, and they are fed and they are warm. God, I wish that was me. I think I'll go ahead and take a water break after this chapter. Okay. Just track the next outbound shuttle, Icer. Keyes looked back on his datapad and reread Ensign Labelle's CSV. He couldn't take back what he couldn't take back what had happened with Jaggers. There could be no second chance for him. But maybe he could somehow balance the books by giving Lavelle another chance. He filled out the necessary paperwork for the transfer request. The forms were long and unnecessarily complex. He transmitted the files to UNSC PersCom and sent a copy directly to Vice Admiral Stanford's staff. Sir? Lieutenant Dominique's voice broke over the intercom. That shuttle docked with the Leviathan. Put it on screen. The screen over his desk snapped onto camera 5, the aft starboard view. Among the dozens of ships in orbit around Sigma Octantis 4, he easily spotted the Leviathan. She was one of the 20 UNSC cruisers left in the fleet. A cruiser was the most powerful warship ever built by human hands, and Keyes knew they were being slowly pulled out of the forward areas and parked in reserved to and Keyes knew they were being slowly pulled out of the forward service. And Keyes knew they were being slowly pulled out of the forward areas and parked in reserve to guard the inner colonies. A piece of shadow moved under the great warship, black moving on black. It revealed itself for only an instant in the sunlight, then slithered back into the darkness. It was a prowler. Those stealth ships were used exclusively by naval intelligence. A cruiser and an only presence here? Now Keyes knew there was more going on here than a simple morale boost. He tried not to think about it. It was best not to go too far when questioning the intentions of one's superior officer, especially when that officer was a vice admiral. And especially not when naval intelligence was literally lurking in the shadows. It's a spook! Keyes poured himself another 3 fingers of scotch, set his head on the desk, just to rest his eyes for a moment. The last few hours had drained him. Sir, Dominique's voice over the intercom woke Captain Keyes. Incoming fleet-wide transmission on Alpha Priority Channel. Keyes sat up and ran his hand through his face. Through his face? Over his face. Keyes sat up and ran his hand over his face. He glanced at the brass clock affixed over his bunk. He had slept for almost 6 hours. Vice Admiral Stanford appeared on screen. Listen up, ladies and gentlemen. We've just detected a large number of Covenant ships massing on the edge of the system. We estimate 10 ships. On screen, the silhouettes of the all-too-familiar Covenant frigates and a destroyer appeared as ghostly radar smears. We'll remain where we are, the Vice Admiral continued. There's no need to charge in and have those ugly bastards take a shortcut through slipspace and undercut us. Make your ships ready for battle. We've got probes gathering more data. I'll update you when we know more. Stanforth out. The screen went black. Keys snapped on the intercom. Lieutenant Hall, what is our repair and refit status? Sir, she replied, engines are operational, but only with backup coolant system. We can heat them to 50%. Archer and nuclear ordnance resupply is complete. MAC guns are also operational. Repairs to lower decks have just started. Inform the dockmaster to pull us. Inform the dockmaster to pull his crew out, Captain Key said. We're leaving the cradle. When we clear, fire the reactors to 50%. Go to battle stations. And that is the end of chapter 18. Wait a second. Oh, 600 hours on July 18th? Isn't this... Oh, okay. It's happening at the same time, but it's a different location, so it's... Yeah, it's happening at the same time, but somewhere else. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get some water real quick, and we'll be right back. Shouldn't be too long. Try not to be boarded and penetrated by an invisible, stealthed, only spooky battleship. I guess it's not a battleship. It's like a small, 1 or 2 person or tiny crewed transport ship. So try not to be docked by one of those while I am away. That Vice Admiral Stanford voice. It really takes its toll on my throat. Vice Admiral Stanford takes a toll on my throat. And I'll need a little break from reading for a little bit, just to recuperate for a couple minutes. It's the rabies. Let's see if there's anything to listen to for a little bit while I give my throat a break. Ah! No. Okay. I opened the video by accident. I good thing it didn't start playing. I don't really have anything here. But that's okay. Let me see if I can find a meme on the internet real quick. Just to buy me a couple minutes. post post this in general on Discord. What the heck? It's like it's a Giga Chad, but he is the opposite color of the real Giga Chad. It's a reaction to something. It's a reaction to a tweet by Sock Done Left. Dictatorships and politics. Yelling Angie. The Yelling Angie flower boss from Cuphead. And then dictatorships in the workplace. The uwu cute flower boss face. Cringe. Okay, let's go find some memes. City subways are full of intoxicated harassers who are definitely white southerners. It's a response to a video that said, "This one best short at the Venice Film Festival." Kinda hits home. So it's like a old-timey black and white animation, but like current day brain rot politics with like a MAGA boy with like the Dixie flag on his shirt in like a public transportation harassing some whammons. Not really too many memes from my typical meme places. Let me go find some Discord memes then, if Twitter isn't gonna play nice here. Let's go to the shitposting channel. Inside you, there are two wolves. One is a calculator, and it's one of those graphing calculators from high school. The other is an FGM 148 Javelin. You are Texas Instruments. Okay, this is a pretty good one here. It's a Arnold. Like he looks like the Terminator. He's Arnold. And it says US and UK. And he's got a gun in one hand, and on his other hand, he's carrying a couch, a sofa. A single-seated sofa. And on it, it's Mr. Bean. Oh, fuck. It's Mr. Bean, and he's holding a mop. And he is labeled the entire rest of NATO. So true. And then there's an edit where it's just the US as Arnold. I'll post this one, the just the US one. It's a good one. It's a kitty video. Oh, it's Angie Kitties. Let's see. Where the other good memes be? I guess actually, I'm kind of retarded. I'm forgetting I'm on stream. I could post it on stream here as well. I can move the thingy on camera for people who are watching. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is another good one here. It says top hat and it has a top hat. And then the second key is bottom hat and it's the kitty ear headband. Let's see, where the... What the heck is this? A shoe on head meme? There's no more good memes. Where's the good memes? They're all gone.
Good luck.
Oh. I had to pause that one before before they said something. Actually, I should save that link though for later when I am not on stream. Just in case. Just playing it safe. Okay, let's see if I can find another 2 good memes before we continue. Oh, actually, I gotta go pee first, so... Find 2 good memes, I go do the PP, and then... We'll see. Okay, this one's a green text that has the Bojack face. I don't know if it's gonna be good, but we'll see. Just like the generic Bojack face. Be Polish. Get extremely drunk one night at a bar with a friend. Walk home. See bottle of pills. Friend dares me to take the entire bottle of pills. Extremely drunk, so do it. Wake up in hospital. Doctor speaks French. What the fuck? .jpg. Don't remember anything. Immediately call my friend. He tell me when we were walking through the garage of my apartment building, the pills kicked in and I ran into my car and drove away. He hasn't heard of me in 4 days. Hang up on my friend in shock. Finally, they get a doctor that speaks English. Doctor tells me I showed up in a random French village, broke through someone's window, shit on their counter, and collapsed. Doctor asked me what happened. IDK.jpg. A day later, they sent me back to Poland. No one knows what I did in those 4 days. Okay, buddy. Okay, let's see if I can find one more meme. Show me a good meme. Show me the memes. Oh my god, okay, I'm not gonna read that one. I don't see nothing. They're just typing in the meme channel. I don't want to read in the meme channel. I want memes in the meme channel. Oh, this one's actually kind of... This one's not too bad. It's the trolley problem, but the trolley question. And it says, would you kill one person or double it and give it to the next person? So you are on the Switch. This is you over here. You're on the Switch. And You can, yeah, you have only one person on your rail line, and then you can flip the switch and it goes to another person who has another switch, and on his track he has 2 people. So I assume this goes on infinitely. Would you double it again? Does he have the option of killing 2 people, or send it to the next person down the line who has 4 people? That's pretty funny. I'll post this one as well. I'll post this one and then the top hat and the bottom hat. Post that one. I don't care about the Polish one. Let's post this one. There we go. Okay, I go do the PP. Give me a couple seconds. I should just be a pro gamer and have a bottle, an empty bottle here with me instead. Did I post this one, the NATO one? I did not post the NATO one. Let me post this one now. Okay, it's on Discord. If you want to go look at it, you can type ! Discord in chat, or just look below. There's a Discord link in the description. Give me a second. Oops. These kitties keep trying to fool me into giving them more food, but I guess I technically gave them only 1 spoonful of wet food earlier. They can wait. It is 9:50. So about another 2 hours, okay? 2 hours, and then I'll give you more foods. I still just see the turtle. The turtle on Twitch chat. Let me find another good emote. I think I have some Halo emotes. Do I have some Cortana emotes? I don't think I have any Cortana emotes. I think I looked for some, but they didn't have any. I would have to make them. Oh, I got some Samus emotes. That's close enough. She's a blue clothing space woman. There's my Samus emotes. It's a Samus butts and then a Samus jammies. She's dancing, and it's kind of like, but not exactly. Okay. I kind of feel like definitely at some point in the future I'm gonna want a standing desk. I think just having my body articulated that way, being standing and having a complete range of motion would help me further emphasize my voice with what I'm trying to read, and probably also particularly the voice acting, for try to figure out characters, who they are, try to capture their personality close enough as best as I can. Okay, here we go. So this is happening at the exact same time as the previous chapter. Chapter 19, Burger King foot lettuce. Chapter 19, 0600 hours, July 18th, 2552. Military calendar. Sigma Octantis 4, grid 13 by 24. Okay, I may have made a mistake. I was playing with patches a little bit. I got some kitty hair on my face now. What the heck? I think that's also happened a couple of previous times on stream where I played with patches and then my face got all itchy because there was like 1 or 2 or 3 little super thin kitty hairs on my face that kept bugging me. Okay, here we go. Here we go. In fact, I still feel it. It's like under, but below my lower lip, like between my chin and my lip. I feel like a kitty hair there. Okay, so we are at Sigma Octantis 4, grid 13 by 24. Faster! Corporal Harlan shouted. You want to die in the mud, Marine? Hell no, sir! Private Fincher stomped on the accelerator and the Warthog's tires spun in the stream bed. They caught, and the vehicle fishtailed through the gravel, across the bank, and onto the sandy shore. Harlan strapped himself into the rear of the Warthog, one hand clamped onto the vehicle's massive 50mm chain gun. Now my eye's starting to bug me. I need my eyes so I can read. I'm gonna have to enact a no snuggles with patches policy when I'm reading. Okay, so he has one hand on the vehicle's 50mm chain gun. Something moved in the brush behind them. Harlan fired a sustained burst. The deafening sound from Old Faithful shook the teeth in his head. Ferns, trees, and vines exploded and splintered as the gunfire Ferns, trees, and vines exploded and splintered as the gunfire scythed through the foliage. Then nothing was moving anymore. Fincher sent the Warthog bouncing along the shore, his head bobbing from side to side as he strained to see through the downpour. We're setting ducks in here, Corporal, Fincher yelled. We have to get out of this hole and back onto the ridge, sir. Corporal Harland looked for a way out of this river. Corporal Harland looked for a way out of this river gorge. "Walker!" He shook Private Walker in the passenger seat, but Walker didn't respond. He clutched their last jackhammer rocket launcher with a death grip. He's got a death grip? What the heck? I guess if he's probably gonna die, you might as well go in there with a death grip. He clutched their last jackhammer rocket launcher with a death grip, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Walker hadn't said a word since this mission went south. Harland hoped he would snap out of it. He already had one man down. The last thing he needed was for his heavy weapons specialist to be a brain case. How is this supposed to be pronounced? Private Cotrin. Cotrin or Cotrin? It's probably Cotrin. I'll go ahead and pronounce it Cotrin. Private Cotrin lay at the corporal's feet, cradling his gut with blood-smeared hands. He'd caught fire during the ambush. The aliens used some kind of projectile weapon that fired long, thin needles, which exploded seconds after impact. Cotrin's insides were meat. Walker and Fincher had filled him up with biofoam and taped him up. They even managed to stop the bleeding. But if the man didn't get a medic soon, he was a goner. They had all almost been goners. The squad had left Firebase Bravo 2 hours ago. Satellite images showed the way was all clear to their target area. Lieutenant McCaskey had even said it was a milk run. They were supposed to set up motion sensors on grid 13 by 24. Just see what was there and get back. A simple snoop job, the LT had called it. Why is it pronounced? Why is it spelled L-E-L-L and then T-T-E-E rather than just capital L capital T or capital L lowercase t period? It's kind of weird, but okay. A simple snoop job, the LT had called it. What no one told McCaskey was that the satellites weren't penetrating the rain and jungle canopy of this swamp ball too well. Swamp ball, huh? If the lieutenant had thought about it, like Corporal Harland was thinking about it, now, he would have figured something was wrong with sending 3 squads on a milk run. The squad wasn't green. Corporal Harland and the others had fought the Covenant before. They knew how to kill grunts. When they were massed by the hundreds, they knew to call in air support. They'd even taken down a few Covenant jackals, the one with the energy shields. You had to flank those guys, take them out with snipers. Is it the Fall of Reach that you love? It's embarrassing how much you love it. But none of that had prepared them for this mission. They had all done the right things, damn it. The lieutenant had even caught in their warthogs 5 clicks down the stream bed before the terrain became too steep and slippery for the all-terrain armored vehicles. He had the men hump. What the heck? Is that a term for walking or running? Military term hump, I assume. Or maybe it's like jogging. The definition can be simple as walking around with a backpack on a hike, or as difficult as moving fast with all your military gear. Loaded for bear over rugged terrain, infiltrating to your objective. Yeah, so it's okay. But the terms ruck, hump, or forced march all really mean getting your gear from A to B in a backpack. Okay. It's basically rucking. Okay. He had the men hump the rest of the way. He had the men hump the rest of the way in on foot. They moved soft and silent, almost crawling all the way to the through the slime to the depression they were supposed to check out. When they had gotten to the place, it wasn't just another mud-filled sinkhole. A waterfall splashed into. What the heck are you? You gotta chill. Every time he jumps off the bed, like it feels like a thump to me. It's like, bunk, a big thump. A waterfall splashed into a grotto pool. Arches had been carved into the wall. Their edges seemed extremely weathered. There were a few scattered paving stones around the pool, and covering those stones were tiny geometric carvings. That's all Corporal Harland got a look at before the lieutenant ordered him and his team to fall back. He wanted them to set up their motion sensors where they had a clear line of sight to the sky. That's probably why they were still alive. The blast had knocked Harland and his team into the mud. They ran to where they had left the lieutenant, found fused glassy mud, a crater, and a few burning corpses and bits of carbonized skeleton. They saw one other thing, an outline in the mist. It was biped, but much larger than any human Harland had ever seen. And oddly, it looked like it was wearing armor reminiscent of medieval plate mail. It even carried a single, strangely shaped metal shield. Uh-oh, what could this be describing? I'm not really sure what this medieval armored and metal shield thing could be a reference to. This large biped that's bigger than a human. Uh-oh. Medieval plate mail. It even carried a large, strangely shaped metal shield. Harland saw the glow of a regenerating plasma weapon. And that's all he needed to see to order a full-speed retreat. Harland, Walker, Cotrin, and Fincher fell back, running, blindly firing their assault rifles. Covenant grunts had followed them, peppering the air with those needle guns, mowing down the jungle as the tiny razor shards exploded. Harland, and I don't know why, I think it's a mixture of the H and the R as they meet the L. Why? I think there's the R and L sounds in particular is what my voice has a hard time saying sometimes. Harland and the others stopped and hit the deck, splashing into the thick red mud as a Covenant banshee passed overhead. When they got back to their feet, Cotrin took the round in the stomach. The grunts had caught up to them. Cotrin flinched, his side exploded, and then he crumpled to the ground. He fell into shock so fast he didn't even have time to scream. Harland, Fincher, and Walker hunkered down and returned fire. They killed a dozen of the little bastards, but more kept coming, their barks and growls echoing through the jungle. "Cease fire," the corporal had ordered. He waited a second, then tossed a grenade when the grunts got closer. Their ears still ringing, they ran, dragging Cotrin with them and not looking back. Somehow they had returned to the Warthog and gotten the hell out of there. Or, at least, that's what they were trying to do. You guys okay? Just because I'm reading a battle doesn't mean you guys have to fight a battle too. What the heck? Silly kittens. I'm definitely gonna have to play with them a bit after the stream ends. Ceasefire. Okay, they returned to the ward. Oi, buddy. Ivy. Patches. Chill. Chill. So they got back. They returned to the warthog, and at least that's what they were trying to do. To get the hell out of there. I gotta put on my hoodie again. It's starting to get kind of cold. Somehow, they had returned to the warthog and gotten the hell out of there. Or at least, that's what they were trying to do. Over there, Fincher said, and pointed to a clearing in the trees. That's got to lead up to the ridge. Go, Harlan said. The warthog slid sideways, then raced up the embankment, caught air, and landed on soft jungle loam. Fincher dodged a few trees and ran the warthog up the slope. They emerged on the ridgeline. Jesus, that was close, Harlan said. He ran a muddy hand through his hair, slicking it back. He tapped Fincher on the shoulder. Fincher jumped. Private, pull over. Try to raise Firebase Bravo on the narrow band. Yes, sir, Fincher answered in a wavering call. He glanced at the near catatonic Private Walker and shook his head. Harlan checked on Cotran. Private Cotran's eyes fluttered open, cracking the mud caked onto his face. We back yet, Corporal? Almost, Harlan replied. Cotran's pulse was steady, although his face had, in the last several minutes, drained of color. The wounded man looked like a corpse. Damn it, Harlan thought. He's going to bleed out. Harlan placed a reassuring hand on Cotran's shoulder. Hang in there. We'll patch you up as soon as we get to camp. They had it's starting to get kind of loud out there as the vehicles are passing. Did it rain or something? Typically, I don't hear the actual tires against the road, but this time I think I kind of am. It doesn't look like it, but I'm going to go ahead and close the window to try to avoid picking up too much of the vehicle sounds. Now my hands are all dusty and yucky from having played with the window. Hopefully just cleaning it on my shirt is good enough. No biggie. Easy peasy. Okay, where were we? He's gonna bleed out, and then he put a reassuring hand on Cotran's shoulder. Hang in there. We'll patch you up as soon as we get to camp. They had dropships at Bravo. Cotran had a chance, albeit a slim one, if they got him back to the combat. Cotran had a chance, albeit a slim one, if they got him back to the combat surgeons at headquarters, or better yet, to the Navy docks on the orbiting ships. For a moment, Harlan was dazzled with visions of clean sheets, hot meals, and a meter of armor between him and the Covenant. Nothing but static on the link, sir, Fincher said. Fincher said, breaking through Harlan's reverie. Maybe the radios got hit, Harlan muttered. You know those explosive needles throw a bunch of micro shrapnel. We probably got slivers of that stuff inside us, too. It's the Covenant microplastics. They're inside of us. You okay, RP? What happened? You're just playing with patches? Just be cool, okay? Where were we? The kitties keep interrupting me. Okay, maybe the radar got hit. We probably got slivers of that stuff inside us, too. Fincher examined his muscular forearms. Great. Move out, Harlan said. The tires of the Warthog spun, gripped, and the vehicle moved rapidly along the ridge. The terrain looked familiar. Harlan even spotted 3 sets of Warthog tracks. Yes, this was the way the lieutenant had brought them. 10 minutes and they'd be back on base. No more worries. He relaxed, took out a packet. A package? Oh my god. He relaxed, took out a pack of cigarettes, and shook one out. He pulled off the safety strip and tapped the end to ignite it. Fincher revved the engine and shot up at the top of the ridge, crossed over, and skidded to a halt. If not for the haze, they would have seen everything from this side of the valley. The lush carpet of jungle in the valley, the river meandering through it, and on the far set of hills, a clearing dotted with fixed gun emplacements, razor wire, and prefab structures. Firebase Bravo. Their platoon had partially dug into the hillside to minimize the camp's footprint and provide a place where they could safely store their munitions and bunk down. A ring of sensors encircled the camp so nothing could sneak up on them. Radar and motion detectors linked to the surface-to-air missile batteries. A road ran along the far ridge. 3 clicks down, that was the coastal city, Côte d'Azur. The sun broke through the haze overhead, and Corporal Harlan saw everything had changed. It wasn't fog or haze. Smoke rose in columns from the valley, and there was no more jungle. Everything had been burned to the ground. The entire valley was blackened with smoldering charcoal. Glowing red craters honeycombed the hillsides. He fumbled with his binoculars, brought them to his eyes, and froze. The hill where the camp had been was gone. It had been flattened. Only a mirror surface remained. The sides of the adjacent hills glistened with a cracked glass coating. The air was thick with tiny Covenant flyers in the distance. On the ground, grunts and jackals searched for survivors. A few Marines ran for cover. There were hundreds of wounded and dead on the ground, helpless, screaming, some of them trying to crawl away. "What have you got, sir?" Fincher asked. The cigarette fell from Hartland's mouth and caught on his shirt, but he didn't take his eyes off the battlefield to brush it away. "There's nothing left," he whispered. A shape moved in the valley, much larger than the other grunts and jackals. Its outline was blurry. Harland tried to focus the binoculars on it, but couldn't. It was the same thing he had seen at grid 13 by 24. The grunts gave it a wide berth. The thing lifted its arm. Its whole arm looked like a big gun, and a bolt of plasma struck near the riverbank. Even from this distance, Harland heard the screams of the men who had been hiding there. Jesus! He dropped the binoculars. "We're bugging out right now," he said. "Turn this beast around, Fincher." "But they're gone," Harland whispered. "They're all dead." It's like when was it George, or it must have been George. When you first kill the anti-air thing on Halo Reach, and then you enter that spire thing, and then the Falcon or the Hornet loses power, and then he says, "Lock your armor, Spartan." And then after that cutscene, he says, "They're all dead." I think it's either that scene or there's at some point later. I don't remember exactly, but that's what that's reminding me of. "They're gone," Harlan whispered. "They're all dead." Walker whimpered and rocked back and forth. Completely forgot that it was cold, and I gotta put on my hoodie again. Walker whimpered and rocked back and forth. "We'll be dead too, unless you move," Harlan said. "We already got lucky once today. Let's not push it." "Yeah," Fincher reversed the warthog. "Yeah, some luck." What happened? She's being a little kitty. He sped down the hillside and hopped the warthog off the embankment and back into the stream bed. "Follow the river," Harlan told him. "It'll take us all the way to HQ." A shadow crossed their path. Harlan twisted around and saw a pair of stubby-winged Covenant banshees swooping down after them. "Move it!" he screamed at Fincher. Fincher floored the warthog, and plumes of water sprayed in their wake. They bounced over rocks and fishtailed across the stream. Bolts of plasma hit the water next to them, exploding into steam. Rock shards pinged off the armored side of the vehicle. "Walker!" Harlan shouted. "Use those jackhammers." Walker huddled, doubled over in his seat. Harlan fired the chain gun. Tracers cut through the air. The flyers nimbly dodged them. The heavy machine gun was only accurate at reasonably short ranges, and not even that, with Fincher bouncing the warthog all over the place. What the heck? I guess it makes sense if you're a Marine rather than a Spartan. It's a little more difficult. You don't have as much strength as a Spartan with their armor and their augmentations to easily maneuver it and hold down the trigger while the recoil is fucking up your arms. And not even that, with Fincher bouncing the warthog all over the place. "Walker!" he cried. "We are going to die if you don't get those missiles into the air." He would have ordered Fincher to grab the launcher, but he'd have to stop to grab it. That, or try to drive with no hands. If the warthog stopped, they'd be sitting ducks for those flyers. Harlan glanced at the riverbanks. They were too steep for the warthog. They were stuck in the river with no cover. "Walker, do something!" Corporal Harlan fired the chain gun again until his arms went numb. It was no good. The banshees were too far away, too quick. I don't know, this doesn't sound accurate compared to the game. It seems almost like it's fairly hit scanny, even in CE, but I guess maybe either the reference material that they provided him didn't include the fact that they're firing pretty quickly, so It's almost instantaneously enough, even if the banshees are pretty far away. Or they're just actually that far away that they have to arc their plasma shots well enough. Maybe these guys are the ace banshee pilots who can land their plasma bolts at super far distances. Maybe. No, I'm getting hungry again. There's still like 5 pages in this chapter, but I want to read more than that. I think my hungry tummy sounds came through. I guess it didn't go through, but it kind of like picked up. The mic noticed that there was sound, but it didn't actually actuate the mic audio. Okay, I'll go make myself some food after this chapter, and then I guess we'll listen to some more YouTubes. Well, we'll see what we pull up. Oh no, my head's just going blank right now because I'm so hungry. Another plasma bolt hit. Okay, that's where we left off. It was no good. The banshees were too far away, too quick. Another plasma bolt hit. Another plasma bolt hit, directly in front of the warthog. Heat washed over Harland. Blisters pinprickled his back. Pinpricked. Blisters pinpricked his back. He screamed, but kept I thought it was shouting, but now it says shooting. Also, it's taking another 20 minutes to re-borrow the book. It's gonna refresh the page as I'm in the middle of a sentence, and I'd rather just wait for it to finish reloading. Another plasma bolt hit directly in front of the warthog. Heat washed over Harland. Blisters pinpricked his back. He screamed, but kept shooting. If they hadn't been in water, that plasma would have melted the tires probably. If they hadn't been in water, that plasma would have melted the tires. Probably would have flash fried them all. A burst of heat and a plume of smoke erupted next to Harland. For a split second, he thought the Covenant gunners had found their mark, that he was dead. He screamed incoherently, his thumbs jamming down the chain gun's trigger buttons. The banshee he was aiming at flashed, and then became a ball of flame and falling shrapnel. He turned, his breath hitching in his chest. They hadn't been hit. Cotrin knelt next to him. One arm clutched his stomach, and the other arm... Ew, there's like a mark here on the page where it says other. There's like some gamer reader gunk on the word other. Oh, so I think I'm too hungry. I gotta go. I gotta go get some food. For the overall quality of the reading, I'm just gonna go get a Yummies. I'm gonna go ahead and put on a story, and I'll listen to it as well on my phone. Oh fuck. My head is too empty because I'm too hungry. My brain hurts. Okay, let me find a video to listen to. Oh no. Charlie's streaming on YouTube now too? Goodbye, Twitch. I guess we'll listen to that. Might as well. What the heck? Why is there this suggestive content on my shorts? My shorts feed. I'm gonna go ahead and report them all for being sexually suggestive because if they're gonna age restrict me for age inappropriate suggestive stuff, then I'm gonna go ahead and do that too. Anyway, here is Charlie's video. Goodbye, Twitch.
I couldn't think of a great title for this video, so it ended up sounding a little more intense than I planned for it to be, but make no mistake, it's still going to be a high-octane video that's going to blow your hair back. I am saying goodbye to Twitch, but not fully in the way that you think. It's not like a funeral service for the Moist Critical Twitch channel. That would be the saddest way of going out ever, because the last broadcast on there is from last night, and it is some of the most despicably trash Warlock gameplay Dark and Darker has ever seen. Having that cursed footage be the last thing broadcast on my Twitch channel before retiring it would be more embarrassing than if my dick pics leaked. So, pop a squat by the fireplace and let me explain. My Twitch contract has been terminated amicably between myself and Twitch, and a huge thanks to Twitch for being so willing to do that, because I did still have a lot of time remaining on my Twitch contract, but I wanted to be able to have flexibility to stream elsewhere, and Twitch fully understood and gave me that firm pat on the ass and said, you go get 'em, champ. So, I am no longer exclusive with Twitch. Now, this isn't me announcing that I've signed somewhere else with like a contract. This isn't like a LeBron James The Decision moment where I'm coming up here and saying, I'm taking my talent, well, for me, I'm taking my lack of talent to Mixer. It's nothing like that. This is just simply me saying Twitch was nice enough to turn our contract into toilet paper, which is what I wanted, because I really like the idea of not being forced into one place. I'd like to be able to spread my fucking butterfly wings and be able to try different things on different platforms. So it means a lot that Twitch was willing to, terminate that contract, because under that contract, I couldn't. But now the dog's off the leash. I could rip my shirt off, twirl it over my head like a helicopter blade, and start streaming on Facebook if I wanted to. If I was a crazy person. I'm not doing that. Never happening. But I could, is the point. Now, one thing that I've been pretty vocal about is I do think streaming contracts are a great thing, not only for streamers, but for the audience as well. Because I really do.
I don't know if I'm too tired. If my head and my eyes are really fucked up right now, or if my light bulb is dying or something, because it looks to me as if the light is turning a bit green up against my walls. I think it has to do with the fact that I'm just tired, and my body is feeling it, so definitely a good time to go get food. The yummy, yummy foods.
Like the idea that you can just watch streams for free. You never need to turn on donations. You never need anyone to pay with subs or anything like that. There'd be no expectation or some feeling of obligation to pay for the streaming content you're watching, because you'd know the streamer is getting some kind of hourly rate or some kind of contract with the platform they're on. I just think that's fucking fantastic and should be the future, because me streaming a game shouldn't be something that's paywalled or inundated with ads out the wazoo. It should be something you could just flip on, completely free to watch, and have nothing else to do but kick back and have fun. Streamers not having to rely on donations, I think, is just a great win-win across the board, because unfortunately there are times where someone gives more money than they should to someone that is financially far better off than they are, and it's just an unfortunate circumstance of the streaming landscape that I think could be improved if contracts were more normalized in the streaming space. And this is going to sound a little weird because I just terminated my Twitch contract, yet I'm talking about how good contracts can be for streaming. So this is where I'm just going to be totally open and honest. All the money I make from streaming goes into our esports organization, Moist Esports. And if you know anything about esports, you'd know it's an absolute bonfire for money. It is actually just flushing money down a toilet forever without ever seeing any return. It's why so many of these orgs go completely defunct. It is just bleeding money until there is nothing left to bleed, and then it's tears. That's just the landscape of esports, but we're in esports because we're passionate about it. I fucking love the esports scene. I really do. So all the money I've made over the last 2 years from streaming has all gone into Moist Esports, and that will continue to be the case going forward. And with the Twitch contract, if you ask anyone who's currently under Twitch contracts, you'll know, they'll tell you, it is the lowest possible offer across any of the other streaming platforms that have ever offered contracts. It's about a tenth of what the rest of the industry was offering streamers. Now, I'm pretty sure Twitch put the kibosh on offering contracts in general, but when they were, it was a pretty large ask from the streamer in terms of hours broadcast per month as well as ad density. There was always an ad expectation. Of course, there was wiggle room in terms of how many ads you'd play per hour, but there was always that expectation, which, as I've said many times, I think is not conducive to a good viewer experience because of how poorly ads are implemented on the platform. I think the ads are way too intrusive, and there's a lot of room for improvement there. So the contract was very strict, and the payment from the contract was not enough to even cover a single one of the Moist Esports teams. So we all just kind of felt like this contract isn't really doing anything except making the streams worse because of having to pump ads into them, and it just didn't make sense anymore. And we wanted to try new content, but we couldn't really get excited about Twitch as a platform because not only that, the platform's kind of been making some horrible decisions over the last couple of years. I do think they're starting to get a little bit better. Like, I think they're starting to get it a bit more, but not much. Like, I'm hoping they'll correct course here and steer the ship a bit better, but it's just been hard to get passionate about Twitch, and I'm sure a lot of other streamers have felt the same way. I've seen quite a few of them say similar things. But again, the primary motivation has just been that flexibility, not being locked down by the Twitch contract, which had the very strict exclusivity clause where you couldn't stream anywhere else, and I don't think there would have ever been an exception where they'd let us stream elsewhere. And it's something I've wanted to do different type of content in different places. Most notably, like YouTube streaming, I think would be a very fun place to try some of our newer, bigger projects on, as opposed to being forced to do them on Twitch. Which is nice because I've been wanting to try different things on YouTube streaming in particular. I know that's not the most shocking platform switch ever, considering I actively post videos on this platform already, but I really feel like the streaming side of here is just a totally different beast. And if we have any octogenarians in the audience right now, many of you might remember that I actually did used to stream on YouTube back in 2017. I streamed on here for about a year, and then in 2018 I made the switch back to Twitch, and I've been exclusive on there since 2018. That platform's always been my home for streaming, and it brings a tear to my eye thinking back on it. Not many people know this. This is deep cut Charles lore here, but I used to stream on Twitch way before it was Twitch. Back in 20
I definitely am of the mindset that not that Twitch shouldn't have a say in all of this recent controversy with their changes about you're not allowed to multi-stream unless it's like an entirely different service like TikTok. About the advertisements that are overlaid on screen. I believe that Twitch does and should have the right to dictate those terms. It's their platform, it's their servers, they're the ones who are technically distributing all of the information. They're receiving it and passing it through, distributing it to basically everywhere, managing all of their servers and such. However, to demand it of people, that's where I believe that they go way too far, because they are not an employer. You don't have a W-2 with them. Okay, they technically are an employer for some people who work at Twitch offices, but they're not an employer of streamers. Just to specify, because there's going to be some fucking retards who say, but Twitch is a company. Of course Twitch has W-2s. I'm not talking about those actual office employees who have W-2s, who are legitimate direct employees. Streamers are independent, what's it called? Sole proprietors. And so it is up to both parties, the streaming platform and the streamer, to in some way negotiate But obviously, most people don't have any negotiating leverage or ability at all. They just stream on Twitch because it's free to just do it. Same thing with basically every platform. However, I did take a huge issue with those previous policy changes about the advertisement stuff, and like you're not supposed to have any independent ads. You got to go through us. We're Twitch. We're Big Daddy Twitch. We gotta get a big slice of that money. We want our hand in that cookie jar. Yes, sure, they should have the ability to do that, but again, the individual streamer should also have the ability to just say no, no thanks, I'm good, fuck off, and then either leave somewhere else or just still have their own ads and their own greater than 30% or 10% of the screen for sponsorships and whatever. And then if they ban me, they ban me. That's just the negotiation of the market playing out. And so spamming ads on streams, especially pre-roll ads, when it's like 4 minutes of ads or something, 11 minutes of ads. Yeah, sure, go ahead and do that, but then don't be surprised. Ideally for me, if I were like a manager for streamers, and I saw this statement, this new updated policy against multi-streaming, I would just say, you know what? Go ahead and ignore that. We will probably have a greater negotiating ability with other platforms. So that's from my perspective. I don't really think that Twitch can just demand that of people out of the blue and expect people to just roll over and take it like a good boy, like a good doggy, like a good slave. So I definitely think that not following these overreaching changes on Twitch is a net benefit. And I'm gonna go ahead and keep heating up my foods. I'll be right back.
2010, I was an active streamer on Justin TV, which would eventually become Twitch. And boy howdy, let me tell you, with my hand on a stack of Bibles, the streams I did on Justin TV should never be unearthed. They were rancid looking. They are unwatchably hard to digest what is even happening on screen. The shit I was broadcasting looked like a Sasquatch photo. It was extremely blurry. It looked like you were trying to remember a dream. It was the lowest possible bitrate, the lowest possible FPS. The audio was incomprehensible. It sounded like 3 walkie-talkies underwater while torpedoes were blowing up around them. It was terrible. It looked like something out of The Ring. I bet everyone that accidentally tuned into one of my Justin TV streams thought they were going to die in 7 days. And I used to stream fucking horrific World at War Zombies gameplay. Let me show you one of the surviving archives of a clip from it.
Shit, I'm the last one. Critical. We can do... Oh, shit. Shit. 2 seconds! No! Ah! Ah! Split the defense! Split the defense! Hustle play! Hold on, I gotta talk on the mic to just hear this. Who's spraying fire on me? Oh, Jesus! I just took on the world zombies population, and that one almost took me out.
That, my friends, is the old glory days of streaming, the golden era. That's what it used to look like back in ancient times. I'm actually at the point where I feel like the grandpa from Rugrats, Lou Pickles, where he'd tell a story like, we had to hike 15 miles up a hill in the snow just in order to get a single fucking thing of smelling salts. Like, that's how I feel. That's how we used to broadcast our streams on Justin TV. Well, I guess not everyone. Angry Video Game Nerd back then used to have a 24/7 Justin TV stream going on, and it was pretty good quality. But a lot of us were streaming like that. So, I'm getting a bit off track. Just going down memory lane with Twitch. I have been on there for a very long time. I did take a break in 2011, but I've always considered Twitch my home for streaming. So, I don't plan on leaving home. Think of this as we're no longer married. Now we're just friends with benefits, I guess. We're not monogamous. I do still plan on streaming on Twitch, and I think I always will. But I will also be streaming elsewhere too, most notably YouTube. I'm going to do my first YouTube stream tonight, probably around like 9:30 EST. Actually, probably closer to 10 p.m. EST because I still need to eat dinner. So let's just say around 10 p.m. EST tonight, I'll go live on YouTube. And what I eventually want to do is be able to do different content on different platforms for streaming. So, for example, the Moist Wrestling League, we have our next taping next week. I do eventually want to take the Moist Wrestling League live, and I would love to be able to do it live on YouTube because I think it would just go so fucking hard on YouTube. I like a lot of the features YouTube has over Twitch. The ability to just go back in a stream, just rewind it like native in the player, I think is great. I think the chat functionality is so fucking primitive, it is weak right now. Ludwig has Truffle to help with that, but the actual built-in YouTube streaming chat is trash and it needs a complete overhaul. But I really do just love the idea of being able to do different projects in different places. Another thing is Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to be doing our own Dungeons and Dragons show, not like in an official capacity partnership with Wizards or anything. It's just our own silly campaign that we're putting a lot of resources into to make like really high quality because we've been obsessed with Critical Role in Dimension 20 recently and we just thought it'd be so fun to have our own wacky D&D adventure show that we would love to take live. And I think YouTube would be another great streaming platform for that content. But that's long term. Right now, there's not going to be a huge difference in content between YouTube streams and Twitch streams. Like tonight, I plan on speedrunning. I don't know if I'm going to try learning the Gollum speedrun or the Jedi Survivor speedrun. The Jedi Survivor speedrun looks super hype, and I think it'd be a fun one to learn. But I also love the idea of speedrunning Gollum, the worst game of the year so far. So we'll see. But yeah, it's kind of like the overall big plan, big picture now with no longer being exclusive to Twitch. I will, of course, still be streaming on Twitch. Like, I'll probably do more Dark and Darker on Twitch, tomorrow. Or maybe I'll do Dark and Darker tomorrow on YouTube as well. Like, that's the fun of it. I now have the flexibility to choose which platform I go live on, and eventually I would love to be able to have different content live in different places. So I just wanted to talk about this a little bit and also say a big thank you to Twitch for even letting me do this because, like I said, I did still have a lot of time left on that contract, but we came to an amicable decision to just say, hey, it's all good. So that's super nice of them, and yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to do some wacky stuff. Just wanted to talk about all this. That's about it. So yeah.
He stole my ideas for doing my my D&D campaigns. I was gonna have this whole entire elaborate story, and then we'll take the best parts, and that will be like the highlighted things that we show. He mentioned something else that I forgot. Oh, that gameplay that he showed was the zombie stuff. It was like so inconsistent. The frame rate is like sometimes you see decent enough frame rate for a couple seconds, then it just stops as it pauses at one single frame, and then it continues to back up like that off and on again. Awful. Good times though. But it's one of those things where, like, if that's the quality that is around at the time, then it's still ultimately good. You're kind of one of those first people in with your foot in the door, and even off of that, you can grow the future audience even larger because you're started so far back. Okay, I got some foods. Do I have a spooky? I think I do have a spooky stories saved up in my list of things. Let's see, Bigfoot stuff. What about gifting? The plate story. So I think I saw this in my recommended like a month ago or something, and I wanted to save it for stream. So here is good enough moment for this video. Okay, so this is from a channel called Chuck Jacobs, Arizona. Uploaded 2 weeks ago. Okay. And the title is Bigfoot Stuff. What about gifting? The plate story. Hashtag Bigfoot. So let's listen to what this guy's experience is with gifting stuff to Bigfeets.
Well, good morning, YouTube. This is Chuck. As you can tell, I'm coming to you from the park this morning. I took Flapjack for a walk around the lake like we normally do, and it's nice and cool over here. So I thought I'd take the opportunity to sit down and make a little short video. Any of you that checked my community page this morning saw a couple of pictures on there about an incident that happened regarding a gifting stump. And I'm going to talk a little bit about gifting this morning. This will be a Bigfoot video. I'm going to talk a little bit about gifting this morning and tell you the background behind that story, because it's too long to try to cover in a paragraph or so on my community post. So I'm going to talk about gifting in general. It's a controversial subject among Bigfooters, and some people think it's a good idea that we ought to do it, and some people don't. And some people routinely gift, and I went through that phase. In fact, our whole group is still split on whether we should do that or not. But let me tell you that story first, and when I come back, then I'll tell you what my current philosophy is on that. But we went up to a place that is called Campo Bonito, and those of you that watched my previous Bigfoot video when I talked about Broken Mirror, well, Campo Bonito's only maybe a half a mile or so from Broken Mirror, and it's a big open meadow area with a lot of aspen trees. And years and years ago, there was a lumber mill there actually for a while, and so most of the trees around there have been harvested. And so all the ponderosa pines in there are all regrowth, the regen as we call it. But the philosophy behind a gifting stump or a gifting spot in general, and we normally use stumps, that's why we call them that, but is the idea that maybe you'd be able to draw the Sasquatch in by leaving them food. Well, back when I was still looking for undiscovered apes, I kind of thought that might be possible, or might be a good idea, and might work, and so we've done it, and my philosophy on this changed over the years. But in this particular case, our gift stump was located a couple hundred feet away from camp, and the thing about a gift stump is you want it close enough to camp so you can go check on it pretty easy, but you want it far enough away where you can't see it. Because you don't want to, the theory is, of course, that they won't come in and take anything if they think that you can see them do it. So you need to have it far enough away from camp where you can't see it, but close enough where you can walk over and check it fairly frequently. Well, Kevin and I went into Campo Bonito, and we both had stuff to put on the gift stump. And what you're seeing, if you're looking at that first picture, we use those little white powdered sugar donuts. And there's a couple reasons why we use those, and one of them is that if anything like a squirrel or a raven or anything like that comes and takes them, they're going to leave a heck of a mess, because as you know, you can't eat them without making a mess. And so if they just flat disappear and there's no trace of them, that meant that something picked them up and took them away and didn't break them and didn't shake them and didn't bang them on the stump. They just picked them up and took them. And so that's a
Hold up. No. Not necessarily. Doesn't necessarily mean that they picked it up and took it. They could have just opened their mouths super wide, whatever it is. It could have been a bear, maybe. Could have been a raccoon's. Opened their mouth super wide and then just munch it all in one take, in one bite, without leaving any crumbs. I don't know about this logic, but we'll see if he has any further evidence, any other strategies for trying to narrow down what exactly this might have been that took their yummies.
Clue toward us as to whether or not they were actually taken by our Sasquatch friends, or whether they were taken by a bird or something. Ravens are famous for coming and doing that, and so are squirrels, and so are skunks if they can get up there. Most gift stumps are tall enough that the skunks probably have a hard time getting up there. But in this particular case, we decided that we'd go out there and we'd put some stuff on the gift stump. Well, Kevin had the little white powdered sugar donuts, and so he put out 3 stacks of 2 and set them down very carefully so he didn't leave a big mess. Okay, the plate actually came from my house, and my wife had made some homemade donuts, and they kind of sat in the refrigerator a little long, and they were getting kind of long in the tooth, so she gave them to me, and she says, here, take them, see if your friends will want them. So on that plate, there's the homemade donuts, and the other little thing that you can see next to the rock is actually the donut holes. And there's I forget how many of them there were there, but you can see on the plate. So we put that stuff out there at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Well, a little bit before dusk, around 6:30 in the afternoon, another one of our folks came up to visit with us, and so we decided to take her and walk out there and show her the gift stump. And we got out there at 6:30, and by golly, everything was gone. And that really surprised us because that meant they came in broad daylight and took that stuff. But the interesting thing about that, and you can see from the second picture, is if that had been a squirrel or if that had been a raven or anything like that, any other creature, number one, it would have left a big mess with the powdered sugar, and number two, it most likely would have knocked that plate off on the ground. But that plate was moved, but it was carefully put back up there. The rock was moved off of it. Now, what does that? It takes something, with an opposable thumb, pick that rock up and move it and set it back down on the stump. But what you see in the second picture is exactly what we saw when we walked up. So
maybe it's just a homeless guy who's living out there. He's kind of hungry. He's like, oh shit, some people's left some yummies here for Big Feets. I'm gonna go ahead and take it and put it back on, and where I found it. Put the plate back where I found it with the rock on it. I don't see in the description here any links to pictures. Let me check his channel, see if he's got a website or something. Just a little channel to document the adventures and interests of an old guy from Arizona. Check out my playlist. Also check out my community page. I try to post something there every day. Maybe that's where he has the pictures. When was it? 2 weeks ago. July 27th. Let's go look near. Oh my goodness, got a spooky picture of a massive Big Feets. July 27th, 13 days ago. Here's another gift pic to go with my post and video from a couple of days ago. It's one of those clear plastic half of a pie things from the supermarket. It was left on the gift stump at Hilltop 91 in the evening, and the next morning we found this empty package nearby. No bite marks, no claw marks, no spilled pie filling, and it wasn't even dirty. It was completely intact and clean, like it could just be taken and used again. If a bear or any quote of the usual suspects took this pie, the container would have been chewed on, clawed at, or otherwise torn up. What or who did this? We know, and I think you do too. Note, it was open when we found it. We closed it so you could see the label. Okay, so I see here the pictures that he has. Let me pull this up into the main screen. Okay, so here it says, I don't routinely practice gifting anymore when I'm out squatching, but at one time I did. These 2 pics are of the gift stump on one of our trips back in 2018. There are 2 kinds of donuts, the small commercial powdered sugar type and some regular sized homemade ones. The item between the plate and the stack of white donuts is a little plastic dinosaur. Oh, I see. It's a triceratops. The first pic was taken when the items were placed at 2:30 p.m. and the second at 6:30 p.m. 4 hours later, the dinosaur were taken in broad daylight. The rock to keep the paper plate from blowing away was moved, and the plate was left on the stump with a bite taken out of it. You have a bite on the plate? Let's go open this full size if we can. Ew, Google Plus lives. Look, this favicon here is the Google Plus one on these images and the community posts. It does look sort of like a bite mark here at the very end. It's kind of interesting. things. So if I'm comparing the picture here of this half pie thing, okay, I guess it's hard to tell from here. The quality isn't super high. I could probably get a higher res if I play with the URL. It says it's a crop here. Crop 64 if I kill this. What if I kill everything after this equals here? No, it's smaller now. I wanted to make it bigger, not smaller. Maybe I'll dig later into the whatchamacallit, into the inspect element stuff. Okay, so it's hard to tell, but in this clear plastic apple pie thing, maybe it looks like there's some yummy apple juices from that was inside the pie here on the inside of the plastic. What happened? Initially I didn't see it, so I was going to make the comment that it's a little weird that there's none of the apple filling and the pie thing, but here on the cleaned plate where the donuts were, it's weird that they didn't lick off any of this extra stuff that's still on the plate, all this yummy icing and donut stuff. So it definitely does look like it's high enough that a skunk wouldn't get this. Can skunks jump super high? I'm not actually sure. Squirrels could definitely jump up here. They could climb up here. It looks like maybe comparing it to some of the trees in the background, it could be about 3 to 4 feet in height. The top of this tree stump. Okay, I guess looking at these pictures, it does lend a little bit of credence to his claim that it probably wasn't some other kind of small critter, like a skunk size or raccoon size. Because I definitely think a raccoon would... yeah, a raccoon would... There's 2 of those white sugar, powdered sugar donuts. There's 2 sets. And then they're stacked on each other. There's one set, like, well, they're stacked on each other. There's a total of 4 white powdered donuts, and they're both stacked up in 2. So if it were like a raccoon or something, what else could it be? A deer's? No, I don't think deers eat any of this. They just want yummy grasses. What else could it have been? More than likely a mammal of some kind. Probably not any bunnies. Probably not any snakes. Foxes, coyotes, bears. Not really sure. But looking at this after picture, yeah, I don't really know. I'm not saying it's necessarily a humanoid or opposable thumbed creature who took this, but it is compelling enough. Okay, let's go back to the video and let me finish my foods.
But the interesting thing about that, you can see from the second picture, is, if that had been a squirrel, or if that had been a raven, or anything like that, any other creature, number one, it would have left a big mess with the powdered sugar, and number two, it most likely would have knocked that plate off on the ground. But that plate was moved, but it was carefully put back up there. The rock was moved off of it. Now, what does that? It takes something, with an opposable thumb, pick that rock up and move it and set it back down on the stump. But what you see in the second picture is exactly what we saw when we walked up. So the donuts were all gone. The plate was moved, but it was still on top of the stump. The rock was moved off of the plate, and there was a chunk bitten out of the plate. Now that's that in itself is amazing enough. But the wind was blowing that day, and I was really surprised that plate was still there. I figured the wind would have blown it off. Now, to show you, I got to lean forward here a little bit. But to this day, here's that plate. I carry it with me. You can see the chunk bit out of the corner up there. And the plate's a little worse for the wear because it's been bouncing around in the van for several years now. But that plate is still there. If you look at that bite mark is wider than a human bite could possibly be. But it's there. I'll move it up closer to the camera where you can get a better look at it. And there it is. That's the plate. Like I say, I've been carrying it around with me ever since. So let me set that back down. Let me talk about what my philosophy is on gifting now. And number one is, remember, we over the years, we've discovered that, number one, these aren't undiscovered apes, they're people. And number two, they're an advanced species from us. So thinking that you're going to bribe them to get them to come in by offering them some kind of trinkets or food or something, that's you're insulting them basically. So do I still bring in gifts from time to time? Yes, I do. But what I do is I'll bring in the little white powdered sugar donuts and I'll ask them if it's okay for us to leave those there for their young ones. Now, what do they like? There's people that argue with you that bring them fruit, bring them this, bring them that. We found out that they get all that stuff that they want. They get all any kind of meat they want. They get any kind of vegetable matter that they want. Down around Crazy Town, there's a 100-year-old apple orchard down there, and because of the fact it's been there so long and all the animals have been eating apples off of it and then run them through their digestive system, there's apple trees growing all over the mountain. So the ones down there, they won't touch apples. Other places we've had them take apples, but I've also had them take apples, not like them, and leave them. So basically, what they like, they like sweets, just like we do. They like stuff that they normally can't get. But it's not that you're insulting the elders if you think you're going to bribe them and get them to come and let you see them by offering them some kind of food. It's not going to happen. They're going to most likely get upset and not even come around you, or they'll voice their displeasure. So basically, when I leave the little donuts out, and I've got another place where I left donuts out, and I'll leave that for you on the thumbnail. But the story behind that one is we had little ones around us all evening. I left the donuts right outside, 3 foot away from the van, and as soon as I went in and went to bed, they came in and took the donuts, and they were out there squealing and making a bunch of noise because they were happy to have them. And when I put the donuts out there, I promised them I wouldn't try to look out the window and see them. And when they came in right away and took the donuts and were making a lot of noise, it was everything I could do to keep my promise and not get up and try to peek out the window and see them. But I did keep my promise. I laid in the bed, and I didn't try to look. But they were literally right outside my van, and they were making little noises like little wildcats that night. They were going meow, 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 and they've been doing that all evening. And we knew it was them around us. So anyway, that's my thing about gifting. I don't want to insult them. I want to treat them with every kind of courtesy and respect that I can, because I do respect them. I think I'm getting an understanding about what they are. And the young ones aren't supposed to talk to us. They'll do a little bit. But the ones that are really going to talk to us and give us the information are the elders. And you're not going to get their cooperation. You're not going to get their trust. And you're not going to get any respect from them if you start calling them like you're calling your dog. So we just talk to them. We treat them with respect, like we're talking to, I always say, if you met the president, you wouldn't try to give him a donut, or the Pope. And so we try to treat our Sasquatch folks with...
Why not? What's wrong with giving the president or a Pope a donut? I'm sure they would appreciate the gesture at least.
Respect as well. And once in a while, we'll get an elder that'll talk to us. And not all, even in our group, not everybody, some of them are still putting out gifts. And we've had them take pies, and we actually had them, we asked them what kind of pie they wanted next time, and they actually told us one time, bring apples, because at that particular spot, they like apple pie. And so we did that. But a lot of times they like things like berry pie. And but that's gifting. It's controversial. Some people don't think we should do it. I don't do it very often because I'm not necessarily interested in bribing their young ones anymore. I'm interested in interacting with their elders and trying to get questions answered and to understand them, and to widen my perspective on what they actually are. And we're doing a pretty good job on that. I think Kevin and I, I'm shooting this on, this is Thursday the 27th, and I'm shooting this next week. I think Kevin and I are going to try to get up on the mountain for a couple of days. I haven't been out, of course, since my surgery. Kevin's knee's doing a little better, and so I think we're going to try probably next Wednesday and Thursday to go get up on the mountain, and I'll bring you some videos from there. But from right now, I probably let this one go long enough. So as I always tell you, be kind to each other, love each other. It's a wonderful morning over here. It's beautiful. If you heard the geese in the background, I had a couple of Canadian geese. One of them decided didn't like the other one and was chasing him. I don't know if that picked up in the sound or not. But it's fairly quiet over here this morning, but it's just pretty. So let me turn this around where I can find the button, and I'll bring you another one here pretty quick. But for right now, I'm just going to tell you, peace out.
Okay, that was a good munching on snacks. and a much needed munching on snacks' break. I feel way more better now. Now I can totally read more. Here's some of the comments. Arizona Squatch 9202 is this user, and he says, or she says, the easiest way to put it would be simply that our relationship with them has moved beyond leaving gifts. It was fine in the beginning to establish a relationship to show appreciation, kind of like giving flowers when you first start dating someone. It's fine once in a while. Someone called Stacy Prentice Palmer 1484 says, a few years back I went to visit my old homestead. My dad still lives there and my sister lives next door, and my younger sister lives with my dad. He is blind, and well, I left some chicken and some other goodies for whatever wanted to eat it, like dogs, critters. I put it in a cement bowl. What the heck is a cement bowl? Oh, like a bird feeder. Okay. In a cement bowl, it's a old bird feeder. It's heavy and it sits in the front yard. We live in the country, of course. Well, that next day, the cement bowl was gone. No drag marks. I didn't notice footprints. Well, that evening, I went for a walk. I see the heavy cement bowl down the road, sitting by a huge tree. No dog would drag that thing around. I don't know what else could have taken it down the road. We live in southwest Oklahoma, and no bears around these parts. That's pretty cool. Hi, Stacy. I hear stories all the time like that. Once you rule out all the things that didn't do that, there's only one possibility left. And what that is. And you know what that is, he says. why is he trying to make it sound so cryptic? And you know what it is. Just like in this picture. This picture, he said, where it ends, the pie plastic thing. He lays out the detail, and then he says, what or who did this? We know, and I think you do too. We know who did it. And you know what that is? They often seem to be drawn to people with physical/mental disabilities. So it's very possible that your dad's blindness is somehow involved. Thanks for the story, and thanks for watching and commenting. Whoa, I gotta find the local autist to go take him to the woods so we can go find Big Feets. That's pretty cool. What other videos does this guy do? Let's see. Let's have a look at his last couple of video titles. Van Stuff, Checking for Rust, Part 2. Oh my goodness. His dog is... he's taking a picture from outside the driver's seat. And the door's open. And then behind him, in the driver's seat, is his dog. I got spooked. I thought it was a monster. Oh my god. Van Stuff. That wet rust smell is coming from somewhere. Firefighter story. Ernie was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Another Bigfoot's video. Bigfoot stuff. A quick recap of last Wednesday and Thursday up at Hill 91. Hashtag Bigfoot. Bigfoot stuff. That was weird. Was that a physical therapy session? Hashtag Bigfoot. Okay, let's listen to this one. The physical therapy session, and then we'll go back to reading. Let me link this Bigfoot gifting stuff into the Bigfoot channel, the Spooky Big Feet's Evidence channel, and on Discord. There we go. And now let's watch this physical therapy. This one's 11 minutes, so we'll double speed.
Well, good morning, YouTube. This is Chuck. It's Friday, August 4th. It's about 6:30 in the morning, and over there is where Paul's been camped. And we're leaving this morning, and he wanted to get an early start, so he was up before sunup and breaking down his camp. And he left about 15 minutes ago, and he lives on the far southeast side of the Metro Phoenix area, so he's got quite a drive ahead of him, and he wanted to get going. So let me give you a quick pan around. We're at Hilltop 91, and there I am. I'm pretty much ready to pick up myself, actually. I'm just having my, you can see my cup of coffee sitting there on the ledge, and the rest of the way around.
That's pretty cool. He's a van lifer and a Bigfooter too. I don't think I've heard of too many van lifers who are also into cryptids and stuff.
This is our driveway where we come in. That road used to be real bad.
Maybe This is. I am looking at the Palantir, a glimpse into the future, like when Frodo saw the Scourge of the Shire. This is a glimpse into the future of me when I'm old.
Forest Service came and fixed it, and it's a lot smoother now, but boy, is it dusty. They had a fire down the road from us. The fire truck's been mopping up on it for ever since we've been here and moving back and forth, trying not to get you into the sun too much. But that's what we look at here. It's a beautiful spot. We like it here. Let me spin you back around. Okay, I'm going to go back over here and sit down. And I wanted to shoot a video. I'm getting ready to leave myself. I got to go over to the other camp and drop off Kevin's radio. I'm shooting this thing into the sun. Sorry about that. And, I had kind of something interesting happen last night that I thought I'd tell you about while it's fresh in my mind.
Also, this was in the previous video, but I didn't mention it. He's got on the inside of his door of the big part of the van compartment, he has a little yellow triangle road sign thingy, and it has a silhouette of the Big Feets, and then it says, "Bigfoot doesn't believe in you either."
First of all, last night, and I didn't finish up my video. I started shooting a video yesterday morning, and I didn't finish it up, so I'm not even sure how I'm going to use that. I may or may not. If you see it, it's there. If you don't, it's not. But the guys had a very, very active night on Wednesday night, so they came over and told us about it from they're at the other camp. We're trying to experiment this time with what we call a split camp, where Kevin and Chris were over at one spot about a mile away from us, and Paul and I were here. But it seemed like they tend to draw the action, so they had more action over there. And Paul's new, and he's been out with us a few times, but we're still trying to get him his aha moment. And he's had some stuff happen, and he knows there's something to it, but he hasn't really had what we call his aha moment. I don't know about the sun on this. The sun might be in the wrong spot here. Let's try this. But so we're still trying to get him his absolute aha moment, and I'd hoped we'd get it this trip, but we didn't. And he's a little impatient and probably a little disappointed, and I understand that. It's when you first get started, you really want to know what's going on, and it takes a long time. I told him I didn't have my first sighting. I've been doing this for 6 years before I ever had my first solid sighting, and he's been coming out with us now for less than a year. But anyway, so he's on the road. I'm almost all packed up. I'm just on my second cup of coffee, and but I had something kind of interesting happen early this morning, and I figured I'd tell you about it. I had to get up and relieve myself at about 3:20, and all you old guys know about having to get up in the middle of the night and relieve yourselves, and so I did that. And as soon as I got done, as I was getting ready to
I assume it's because I don't drink water right before I go to a sleepings. Wait. Okay. Previously, I only saw the hashtag Bigfoot tag, and I'm only now realizing that there's a second tag. Prostate cancer. Okay, but I assume it's because I don't drink water, right? I think that's the strategy, right? Isn't that the meme? Where you drink water before you fall asleep so that you can wake up early in the morning? Like instead of having to use an alarm clock. Like if you're in school and you're trying to get up at like 6 or 7 a.m., you drink water at night so that you wake up at like 5:30 or 6 just because your body wants to go pee. So yeah, I think because I don't do that, I think I don't have. Whoa, hold on, don't jump up here yet. Whoa. Okay, there you go. So because I don't do that, I think that I've never really had this. This meme isn't for me about having to get up at night to go pee. No, stop! It's not your food. Can kitties eat the debris? Can they lick the debris of? Can they? I had a burrito that had some cheese in it. Can she lick that? Let me go look it up. Fuck. She's taking up too much of my desk space. I can't type properly. Can cats eat cheese? Yes, in moderation. Can't digest dairy. Okay, fine. Yeah, there's a little bit enough there. Go ahead, lick that up. So yeah, that's the whole meme about the water and I don't think that pertains to me, even though it probably could, but I don't partake of that early morning having to pee strategy. So let's go back to the video.
20, and all you old guys know about having to get up in the middle of the night and relieve yourselves, and so I did that. And as soon as I got done, as I was getting ready to get back in bed, I felt the van move a little bit, and my first reaction was, that was just me shifting my weight, but it felt a little more than that. And so I went ahead and got in bed. As soon as I laid down, I heard a metallic click. And I've come to learn that when they're around and when they show up in the van, they make that little metallic click. And it sounds like tapping two screwdrivers together, basically. I don't know what causes it or how they do it, but I do know that when I hear that click, it usually means they're around. And so I laid back and I said, are you here? I heard that. Are you here? And I got zapped. Not a hard zap, but a solid enough zap. I knew what it was. And so I laid down. I was kind of on my left side, and somehow I felt like I needed to lay over on my back. So I laid over on my back. And when I did that, I started getting it's kind of hard to describe, but I started getting a feeling down in my pelvic floor area. Now, as part of my surgery,
His pelvic floor. The big feet turned him on with his app? What the heck?
I've talked about it before, and that is that in order to start trying to regain control of your bladder, there's a muscle down in your pelvic floor, and you need to work on that muscle. And you need to strengthen that muscle, and you need to train that muscle to take over the sphincter duties.
I believe he's talking about the same muscle that when you're peeing, you flex that muscle to stop yourself from peeing, which coincidentally is also the muscle that I have learned that you flex throughout the day, so that when you are with a woman, you have like a railgun that shoots out at lightning speed, and yeah. So for any men and or women in here who would like to make use of that information, go ahead and do your work, including your workouts. that muscle that stops you from peeing. Go ahead and flex that throughout the day, and then you will see it's kind of like a 50 cal bullet just pew, shoots out super fast, super far. What the heck? What'd you do that for? Oh, she liked she liked looking up the plate that had the chicken nuggies and the burrito. So yeah, that's call it Sophie's tips.
And you need to work on that muscle. And you need to strengthen that muscle, and you need to train that muscle to take over the sphincter duties to keep yourself from leaking. And you need to, once you train it how to do it, then you got to train it to do it on its own without you thinking about it, so that you don't, you let your mind wander and you start dribbling. So anyway, so after my surgery, I went to a physical therapy session, and the little gal there showed me a bunch of charts and stuff and showed me how those muscle groups work. And then after I got home, I went on YouTube, and sure, the same stuff is there. And so I was pretty familiar with how the musculature is down there. And so when I'm laying there, and I get this little muscle contraction, and by golly, it's the correct muscle. It's the one that's they're telling you that's supposed to tighten up. And so it started getting like almost like a little pulse, and almost like it got a rhythm to it. And it was like, bump, 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 bump. And every time that bump would come, that muscle would contract. So as soon as I realized what was happening, I started trying to keep count. And quite frankly, I lost count. This went on for quite a while. I'd say over 30 minutes. And it was just bump, 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 bump.
So what he's saying here, what the story is so far, is that he was visited at night by a big feet after he went to go pee, and then no, you're not, no, don't, you knocked that stuff over last time. Don't go up there. Get back on the bed. Come here. There, relax, baby. So what he's saying is that he went to go pee, and then the big feet knocked on his, bonked his trailer, his van, and now you're up there? I'm gonna have to lock you out of the room. Wait. Patches. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. See you. So his van got bonked by the big feet at night, and then he felt that he had to go lay down, and then the big feet had some kind of a EMP or something that zapped something in his pelvis. He felt something in his pelvis, and then there's like this rhythm that he's talking about right now. Interesting.
And every time that bump hit, that muscle would contract. And so I realized, that whoever that was, it was a physical therapy session. And I asked both verbally and in mind speak, who it was. I never could get anybody to answer.
Yeah, I need to partake in more of that therapy session at night while laying down at the therapy muscle session of that's near my pelvis.
Answer me. I somehow got the feeling that it was a female, whoever it was, but I didn't know. And
he got the feeling that it was a female. I want to take him seriously. I think he's actually being serious, but it's just my. It's just me. It's just me. I'm the problem.
Interestingly enough, the presence I could feel was to the right of me. Well, the way I lay in my van, with my feet toward the back, the right side is the wall. So how that presence could be there between me and the wall, I don't know, but that was what it felt like. But that went on for quite a while, and then finally it stopped, and then I could feel right about in the area where my prostate used to be, I could feel like little electrical shocks, and it almost felt like maybe somebody's testing the wiring or something. And that went on for just a few minutes.
It's like a cattle prod.
And then, just right next to me in the van, I'm wide awake, laying on my back. And all of a sudden, I had this quick vision. Didn't last long, only about 10, 15 seconds maybe. There was a very attractive young woman in a brightly colored flowered sundress, human, standing next to me in the van. And she looked down at me and she smiled, and then she disappeared. And I think that was another part of testing the wiring. And I don't know. I have no idea. So a little bit later, after that, then all of a sudden, I got another pretty good zap. And the van kind of shuddered a little bit again. And then they were gone. That's simple. Well, how do you describe that? It doesn't make any sense by any modern norms. We've come to believe a lot of stuff since we've been doing this. But I think that I looked at my watch when I got up to relieve myself. It was 3:20. When I laid back down and this started, I glanced at my watch. It was about 3:30. And after when it was all over with, I glanced at my watch again. It was 4:20. So it's like a 50-minute physical therapy session. Is the best way I can describe it. Believe whatever you will, as I always tell you. But it was quite interesting. I actually dozed off again and didn't wake up again until about 20 minutes after 5. Paul was already up, and he had his generator running. His generator didn't wake me up. It's pretty quiet in the van. It's insulated, and a lot of times the guys will say they heard stuff during the night, and I didn't hear it because it's like a tomb in there at night. But I got up and kind of helped him fold up his tarps and helped him load up his stuff to get out of here. And now I'm getting ready to have my second cup of coffee, but I figured I'd shoot this quick one and tell you a story about what happened last night. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. I'm pretty sure I know what happened. Do I know how it happened? No. Couldn't get anybody to talk to me. Whoever it was, I couldn't get him to mind speak with me, tell me their name or anything. But it was what happened. I was laying there awake, and it was just as real as you and I sitting here, and I can still in my mind, I can visualize that dump, and that muscle down there is sore. Actually, there's a little bit of fatigue there, and it's not doing as good a job this morning as it usually does first thing in the morning. So we'll see how the day goes on that part. But I'm going to finish my coffee. I'm almost ready to get on the road. As I said, I got to go over to the other camp and give Kevin his radio. We had two-way radios so we could talk back and forth. And of course, the batteries ran down on those, so that was not a successful thing. And I'll find out what the kind of activity.
Okay, well, he says here in the comments in response about I think one came along to help you heal from surgery. He says, that's exactly what I think happened. There have been several members of our group with health issues, and there are videos down here to talk about it. He mentioned Mindspeak. I wonder if he has a couple other videos on Mindspeak, so I can check out those videos later. Because it is one of those things that some people do mention, and it's got a lot of videos. He seems kind of like a daily YouTuber as he's driving around. Bigfoot stuff number 3, getting to know the Sasquatch people. He's got Bigfoot stories, he's got firefighter stories, van life. More van stuff, RV stuff. I guess those are his 3 things. Big feats. I reached his first video. It's not all squatching. 46 views 10 months ago. Yeah, so most of his videos are van life, firefighter stories, and big feat stories. I'll definitely go ahead check out some of his other big feat stuffs later. Yeah, we're done with this. Okay. Let's see if I can finish reading this one, and then maybe another one. Another chapter. Because Patches definitely wants to play. She has her young kitty energy that she wants to expel. And I'd rather her expel it by running around and playing and jumping and hunting the toys rather than hunting my arms and biting my arms and my toes and my ankles and making me bleed. She got like a big scratch on my right hand the other day, and like immediately started bleeding. She's crazy. Okay, where was it that we left off? Banshee. We're talking about how in the game it seems as if the Warthog's machine gun was hit scan. Oh, okay, here we go. So he took down one of the Banshees. Okay, we left off where they're driving down the river still, the stream, the river bank, trying to get to HQ after they saw that their base was all demolished, and then they're running away from 2 Banshees. They're driving away from 2 Banshees. Okay, so Corporal Harland fired the chain gun until his arms went numb. It was no good. The banshees were too far away, too quick. Another plasma bolt hit, directly in front of the warthog. Heat washed over Harland. Blisters pinpricked his back. He screamed, but kept shooting. If they hadn't been in water, that plasma would have melted the tires. Probably would have flash fried them all. A burst of heat and a plume of smoke erupted next to Harland. Erupted next to Harland. For a split second, he thought the Covenant gunners had found their mark, that he was dead. He screamed incoherently, his thumbs jamming down the chain gun's trigger buttons. The banshee he was aiming at flashed, and then became a ball of flame and falling shrapnel. He turned, his breath hitching in his chest. They hadn't been hit. Cotrin knelt next to him. One arm clutched his stomach, and the other arm hefted the jackhammer launcher on his shoulder. He smiled with blood-stained lips and pivoted to track the other flyer. Harland ducked, and another missile whooshed directly over his head. Cotrin laughed, coughed up blood and foam. Tears of mirth or pain, Harland couldn't tell, streamed from his eyes. He collapsed backwards and let the smoldering launcher slip from his hand. The second banshee exploded and spiraled into the jungle. 2 more clicks, Fincher shouted. Hang on! He cranked the wheel, and the warthog swerved out of the stream bed and bounced up the hillside, up and over, and they slid onto a paved road. Harland leaned over and felt Cotrin's neck for a pulse. It was there, weak, but he was still alive. Harland glanced at Walker. He hadn't moved, his eyes squeezed shut. Harland's first impulse was to shoot him right there and then. Oops, it's right then and there. Harland's first impulse was to shoot him right then and there. The goddamned, gold-bricking, cowardly bastard almost cost them all their lives. No. Harland was half amazed that he hadn't frozen up too. HQ was ahead, but Corporal Harland's stomach sank as he saw smoke and flames blazing on the horizon. They passed the first armed checkpoint. The guardhouse and bunkers had been blasted away, and in the mud were thousands of grunt tracks. Farther back, he saw a circle of sandbags around a house-sized chunk of granite. 2 Marines waved to them. As they approached in the warthog, the Marines stood and saluted. Harland jumped off and returned their salute. One of the Marines had a patch over his eye, and his head was bandaged. Soot streaked his face. Jesus, sir, he said. It's good to see you guys. He approached the warthog. You've got a working radio in that thing. I'm not sure, Corporal Harland said. Who's in charge here? What happened? Covenant hit us hard, sir. They had tanks, air support. Thousands of those little grunt guys. They glassed the main barracks, the command office. Almost got the munitions bunker. He looked away for a moment, and his one eye glazed over. His one eye? Why's he gotta focus on the one eye like that other guy's one arm? He looked away for a moment, and his one eye glazed over. We pulled it together and fought him off, though. That was an hour ago. I think we killed everything. I'm not sure. Who's in charge, Private? I have a critically wounded man. He needs evac, and I have to make my report. The private shook his head. Sorry, sir. The hospital was the first thing they hit. As far as who's in command, I think you're the ranking officer here. Great, Harland muttered. We've got 5 guys back there. 5 guys, huh? I've never had any 5 guys, but I heard it's pretty good. We've got 5 guys back there. The private jerked his head towards the columns of smoke and wavering heat in the distance. They're in firefighting suits to keep from burning up. They're recovering weapons and ammo. Understood, Harlan said. Fincher, try the radio again. See if you can link up to SATCOM. Call in for evac. Roger that, Fincher said. The wounded private asked Harlan, Can we get help from Firebase Bravo, sir? No, Harlan said. They got hit too. There's Covenant all over the place. The private slumped, bracing himself with his rifle. Fincher handed Harlan the radio set. Sir, SATCOM is good. I've got the Leviathan on the horn. This is Corporal Harlan, he spoke into the microphone. The Covenant has hit Firebase Bravo and Alpha HQ and wiped them out. We've repelled the enemy from Alpha Site, but our casualties have been nearly 100%. We have wounded here. We need immediate evac. Say again, we need evac on the double. Roger, Corporal. Your situation is understood. Evac is not possible at this time. We've got problems of our own up here. There was a burst of static. The voice came back online. Help is on the way. The channel... Uh-oh, who are they sending for help? I wonder. The channel went dead. Harlan looked to Fincher. Check the transceiver. Fincher ran the diagnostic. It's working, he said. I'm getting a ping from SATCOM. He linked? He licked his lips. The trouble must be on their end. Harlan didn't want to think of what kind of trouble the fleet could be having. He'd seen too many planets glassed from orbit. He didn't want to die here. Not like that. He turned to the men in the bunker. They said help is on the way, so relax. He looked into the sky and whispered, They better send a whole regiment down here. What was the meme that Halsey said? A Spartan is worth a whole army? A whole battalion? Let's go look up. What would a regiment consist of in the UNSC? UNSC regiment size. UNSC Marine Corps Regiment 3200. Unit leader Colonel. Battalion 800 to 1,000 personnel. Unit leader Major Lieutenant Colonel. Company 130 to 250 personnel. Captain First Lieutenant as the unit leader. Platoon 25 to 48 personnel. Gunnery Sergeant, Second Lieutenant, or First Lieutenant as unit leader. Combat Team 16 to 24. Then this one, unit leader would be Combat Team Sergeant or Staff Sergeant. Squad 5 to 8 personnel with Corporal or Staff Sergeant. And Fire Team 2 to 5, also from Corporal or Staff Sergeant. And then working our way upwards, Regiment 3200. That also specifies here number of subordinate units, so subunits within that unit. For Battalion 800 to 1,000 personnel, 3 rifle companies, 1 weapons company, 1 HQ and service company. And then, I guess I can put this up on screen so I don't twist my neck looking at the second monitor. Regiment has 3,200 personnel, 3 infantry battalions. 3 infantry battalions. 1 headquarters and service company. And then the next body, the next unit type higher is division with 20,000 personnel, which has 3 infantry regiments plus 1 artillery regiment plus 1 headquarters battalion plus 1 tank battalion. And then there's a space here, I'm not sure why. 1 reconnaissance battalion and 1 combat engineer battalion. Unit leader, Major General. And then the highest here on this list is Expeditionary Force. Number of personnel, 40,000 to 50,000. And it consists of 1 infantry division, 1 air wing, Major General. I guess Major General is the leader of that specific air wing. 1 logistics group by Brigadier General. Patches! You can open the door, you silly. She tried to squeeze through the door and the laundry basket. She looked like we just saw her little head peeking in and her eyes being huge. Are you done being a mischievous kitty? You gonna stop jumping up on my stuff? Wanna jump up here? So 1 infantry division, 1 air wing with a major general, 1 logistics group with a brigadier general, and then 1 H quarters, 1 headquarters element. And the unit leader is a lieutenant general. So he is hoping for a whole regiment of 3,200 men, which consists of 3 infantry battalions. That's good for context. What happened? Where's the mattress? I guess if there's also another space battle later, we will look into the differences between cruisers and destroyers and frigates and so on. You okay, buddy? What's that? Okay, where help is on the way. The channel went dead. The channel went dead. Harland looked at Fincher. Check the transceiver. Fincher ran the diagnostic. It's working, he said. I'm getting a ping from SATCOM. He licked his lips. The trouble must be on their end. Harland didn't want to think of what kind of trouble the fleet could be having. He'd seen too many planets glassed from orbit. He didn't want to die here. Not like that. He turned to the men in the bunker. They said help is on the way, so relax. He looked into the sky and whispered, they better send the whole regiment down here. A handful of other Marines returned to the bunker. They had salvaged ammunition, extra rifles, a crate of frag grenades, and a few jackhammer missiles. Fincher took the Warthog and a few men to see if he could transport the heavier weapons. They filled Cochrane with more biofoam and bandaged him up. He slipped into a coma. They hunkered down inside the bunker and waited. They heard explosions at an extreme distance. Walker finally spoke. So, now what, sir? Harland didn't turn toward the man. He covered Cochrane with another blanket. I don't know. Can you fight? I think so. He passed Walker a rifle. Good. Get up there and stand watch. He got out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and then handed it to Walker. Walker took it, shakily stood, and went outside. Sir, he said, dropship inbound. One of ours. Harland grabbed his signal flares. I don't know why. I don't think I was going to do it the other way around, the flare signal. I wonder who this could be, falling from the sky like an angel. Whomst could it possibly be? Hopefully it's a whole regiment. Harlan grabbed his signal flares. He ran outside and squinted at the horizon. High on the edge of the darkening sky was a dot, and the unmistakable roar of a pelican. High on the edge of the darkening sky was a dot, and the unmistakable roar of pelican engines. He pulled the pin and tossed the smoker onto the ground. A moment later, thick clouds of green smoke roiled into the sky. How nice that it's green smoke. It's green smoke like a certain other character's armor. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. The dropship turned rapidly and descended toward their location. Harlan shielded his eyes. He searched for the rest of the dropships. There was only one. One dropship? Walker whispered. That's all they sent? Christ, that's not backup. That's a burial detail. The pelican eased toward the ground, spattering mud in a 10-meter radius, then touched down. The launch ramp fell open, and a dozen figures marched out. For a moment, Harlan thought they were... For a moment, Harlan thought they were the same creatures he had seen earlier, armored and bigger than any human he'd ever laid eyes on. He froze. He couldn't have raised his gun if he wanted to. They were human, though. The one in the lead stood over 2 meters tall and looked like he weighed 200 kilograms. His armor was a strange, reflective green alloy, and underneath, matte black. Their motions were so fluid and graceful, fast and precise, too, more like robots than flesh and blood. The one that first stepped off the ship strode toward him. Though his armor was devoid of insignia, Harlan could see the insignia of a Master Chief Petty Officer in his helmet's HUD. Master Chief, sir. Harlan snapped to attention and saluted. Corporal, it said. At ease. Get your men together and we'll work... Get your men together and we'll get to work. Sir? Harlan asked. I've got a lot of wounded here. What work will we be doing, sir? The Master Chief's helmet cocked quizzically to one side. We've come to take Sigma Octanus 4 back from the Covenant, Corporal, he said calmly. To do that, we're going to kill every last one of them. And that is the end of Chapter 19. He's gonna do the hack, like in Call of Duty 4 when Captain Macmillan is injured, and so Lieutenant Price has to carry him and lay him at a good spot so he can snipe the baddies, and that's how they're gonna be useful. Chapter 20. 1800 hours, July 18th, 2552, military calendar. Sigma Octanus 4, grid 19 by 37. You is back for more Kaggle ASMR. Well, you just missed the scene where somebody came down from the sky like an angel, and he's gonna come save the day. But I guess you're on YouTube, so you can go back a couple minutes to hear that. Stare bear. The Master Chief surveyed what was left of Camp Alpha. There were only 14 Marine regulars left, balanced against the 400 men and women who had been slaughtered here. He said to Kelly, "Post a guard on the dropship and put 3 on patrol. Take the rest to secure the LZ." "Yes, sir." She turned to face the other Spartans, pointed, made 3 quick hand gestures, and they dispersed like ghosts. Like the ghosts of Reach. Okay, hold on. Spoilers, there's no ghost on reach yet. The Master Chief turned to the corporal. Are you in command here, Corporal? The man looked around. I guess so. Yes, sir. Okay, this is the Chief's speaking. As of 0900 standard military time, nav spec weep. It looks like weep. It does look like the actual word weep, but it's supposed to be weapon. As of 0900 standard military time, nav spec wep is assuming control of this operation. All Marine personnel now report through our chain of command. Understood, Corporal? Yes, sir. Now, Corporal, brief me on what happened here. Corporal Harland hunkered down and sketched rough maps of the area as he quickly recounted the brutal series of surprise attacks. Right here, grid 13 by 24. That's where they hit us, sir. Something's going on there. The Master Chief scanned the crude maps, compared them with the area surveys displayed on his HUD, then nodded, satisfied. Get your wounded inside the Pelican, Corporal, he said. We'll be dusting off soon. I want you to rotate by thirds on guard duty. The rest of your men should get some sleep. But make no mistake, if the Pelican gets fragged, we'll be staying on Sigma Octantis 4. The corporal paled, then replied, Understood, sir. He stood slowly. The long day of combat and flight had taken its toll. The Marine saluted, then moved to assemble his team. The situation is desperate enough. Master Chief is willing to recruit weebs for the UNSC. Why are they weebs? Because his name is Harland? Or because he's a corporal? Why are you calling them weebs for? I do not think you should make fun of and use such pejorative, derogatory remarks against a fighting man who is bravely defending humankind against the Elamaus. The corporal paled, then replied, Understood, sir. He stood slowly. The long day of combat and flight had taken its toll. The Marine saluted, then moved to assemble his team. Inside his sealed helmet, John frowned. These Marines were now under his command, and therefore part of his team. They lacked the Spartans' firepower and training, so they had to be protected, not relied upon. He had to make sure they got out in one piece. Another snag in an already dicey mission. The Master Chief opened his comlink. Team leaders, meet me at the LZ in 3 minutes. Lights winked on his heads-up display, his Spartans acknowledging the order. He looked around at the destruction. Thin sunlight reflected dully from the thousands of spent shell casings strewn across the battlefield. Dozens of shattered Warthog chassis bled trails of smoke into the hazy sky. Scores of burned corpses lay in the mud. They'd have to get a burial detail down here later, before the grunts got to the dead. The Master Chief would never question his orders, but he felt a momentary stab of bitterness. Whoever set these camps up without proper reconnaissance, whoever had blindly trusted the satellite transmissions in an enemy-held region, had been a fool. Worse, they had wasted the lives of good soldiers. Green Team's leader jogged in from the south. The Master Chief couldn't see her features through her reflective faceplate, but he could tell without checking his HUD that it was Linda by the way she moved. That, and the SRS-99 CS2AM sniper rifle with oracle scopes she carried. I once read this thingy where there was a criticism from a Westerner about the Middle East, where you can't tell women apart because they're all covered in the garbage bags. But apparently, from somebody who lives there, or it could have been a liar, you can't tell who women are. You can't tell who people are by the way they walk, by the way they move, and that's what I'm thinking here. I sure bet the Master Chief has been spending a lot of time staring at Linda, looking at the way she walks, probably looking at the way she walks away, probably looking at a couple of thingies, looking at the way her hips and her arms move and her legs move. Yep, totally makes sense to me. I mean, to be fair, I would too. She carefully looked around, verified that the area was secure, and slung her rifle. She snapped a crisp salute. Reporting as ordered, Master Chief. Red Team Leader Joshua ran in from the east. He saluted. Motion detectors, radar, and automated defenses up and running, sir. Good. Let's go over this one more time. The Master Chief overlaid a topographic map on their helmets' display. Mission 1. Mission Goal 1. We need to gather intelligence on Covenant troop dispositions and the defenses at Côte d'Azur. Mission Goal 2. If there are no civilian survivors, we are authorized to remote detonate a Havoc tactical nuclear mine and remove the enemy forces. In the meantime, we will minimize our contact with the enemy. They nodded. The Master Chief highlighted the 4 streams that fed into the river delta near Côte d'Azur. We avoid these routes. Banshees patrol them. He circled where Firebase Bravo had been. We'll avoid this area. We'll avoid this area as well. According to the Marine survivors, that area is hot. Grid 13 by 24 also has activity. Red Leader, take your squad in along Red Leader, take your squad in along the coast. Stay in the tree line. Green Leader, follow this ridge line, but keep under cover too. I'll be taking this route. The Master Chief traced a path through a particularly dense section of the jungle. It's 1830 hours now. The city is 13 kilometers from here. That should give us no more than 40 minutes. We'll probably be forced to slow down to avoid enemy patrols, but we all should be in place no later than 1930 hours. He zoomed into a city map of Côte d'Azur. Entry points to the city sewer system are. He highlighted the display with nav points. Here, here, and here. Red Team will recon the wharf areas. Green takes the residential section. I'll take Blue Team downtown. Questions? Master Chief definitely knows the way Cortana walks. I think if I were Master Chief, I would also be very extremely familiar with the way Cortana walks. I would be quite intimately aware with her entire AI representation like the back of my hand. That's definitely one of my top priorities if I were the Master Chief. I'm pretty sure Kiro will also agree with that being the highest of all priorities at all times. Tell that to the Covenant. Our communications on the ground will be limited, Linda said. How do we check in while keeping our heads down? According to the Colonial Administration Authority's file on Côte d'Azur, the sewer systems here have steel pipes running along the top of the plastic conduits. Tap into those and use ground return transceivers to check in. We'll have our own private comm line. Roger, she said. The Master Chief said, as soon as we leave, the dropships dust off and we'll move here. He indicated a position far to the south of Alpha Camp. If the Pelican doesn't make it, our fallback rendezvous point is here. He indicated a point 50 kilometers south. Oni's welcoming committee has stashed our emergency SATCOM link and survival gear there. No one mentioned that survival gear would be useless when the Covenant glassed the planet. Stay sharp, John said, and come back in one piece. Dismissed. What is top mission priority? Yes, I think there's a permanent sticky mission priority at the very top to always be familiar with Cortana's figure. I think that's kind of like the ultimate point of the Halo games. Yeah, sure, it's got this cool shooting, killing Alamouse, action stuff, driving stuff, tank stuff. Yeah, it's got all of that stuff. But the Cortana butt is the most important mission priority at all times. Stay sharp, John said, and come back in one piece. Dismissed. They saluted briskly, then sprinted to their tasks. He switched to Blue Team's frequency. Time to saddle up, Blue Team, he called out. RV back at the bunker for orders. 3 blue lights winked, acknowledging in his display. A moment later, the other 3 Spartans in his squad trotted into position. Reporting as ordered, Blue 2 announced. The Master Chief quickly filled them in on the mission. Blue 2, he nodded to Kelly. You're carrying the nuke and medical gear. Affirmative. Who'll have the detonator, sir? I will, he replied. Blue 3. He turned to Fred. You have the explosives. James, you'll take our extra comm equipment. They double-checked their gear. Modified MA-5B assault rifles, adapted to mount silencers, 10 extra clips of ammunition, frag grenades, combat knives, M60 pistols, small but powerful handguns that fired 450 magnum loads, sufficient to crack through grunt armor. In addition to the weapons, there was a single smoke canister, blue smoke to signal for pickup. John would carry that. Let's go, he said. Blue Team moved out. They quickly entered the jungle in a simple single-file line, with Blue 4 in the lead. James had an instinct for walking point. My brain thought it was going to be taking point, but I guess walking point is what's typed here. The line was slightly staggered, with John and Kelly slightly to the left of James. Fred brought up the rear. They moved cautiously. Every 100 yards, James signaled the group to halt, while he methodically surveyed the area for any sign of the enemy. The rest of Blue Team crouched and disappeared into the thick jungle foliage. John checked his HUD. They were 1/4 of the way to the city. The team made good time despite the cautious pace. The Mjolnir assault armor allowed them to push their way through the thick jungle like it was a stroll through the woods. As the team moved on, the thin mist that permeated the jungle gave way to a hard, pelting rain. The damp ground gradually turned to mud, forcing the team to slow. Blue 4 stopped dead and raised his fist, the signal to halt and freeze. John stopped in his tracks, his rifle raised and sweeping slowly back and forth, searching for any sign of enemy movement. Normally, the Spartans relied on their armor's detection gear to locate enemy troops, but their motion sensors were useless. Everything moved in the jungle. They had to rely on their eyes and ears and the instincts of their point man. Point to team leader. Enemy contact. James's calm voice crackled across the comm channel. Enemy troops within 100 meters of my position. 10 degrees left. With exaggerated slowness, Blue 4 indicated the danger. With exaggerated slowness, Blue 4 indicated the danger area by pointing. Affirmative, John replied. Blue team, hold position. Although the motion trackers were of no use here, thermal proved effective. Through the thick sheets of rain, the Master Chief spotted 3 cold spots. Grunts in their chilled environmental suits. Blue team, enemy contact confirmed. He added the enemy positions to his HUD. Estimated enemy strength. Point. Oops, that's a question. Estimated enemy strength point. Lead, I make it 10. Say again, 10 Covenant troops. Grunt, sir. They're moving slowly. Double file formation. They haven't spotted us. Orders? John's orders said to minimize contact with the enemy where possible. The Spartans were spread too thinly across the battle area to risk a prolonged engagement. But the Grunts were heading right for the Marine bunker. Let's take them out, Blue Team, he said. It's a little weird. I've never seen this before. This is the first time it showed up. After Chief says, let's take them out, Blue Team, there's a dash here. It's supposed to indicate that there's like a shift, I guess a shift in perspective. Maybe we're gonna go to the Grunts now, but I don't know if this was in my physical book. Let me go check. This is page 208. I don't have my camera plugged in, so I can't show the physical copy. Page 208. No, it's not here. It's earlier. Chapter 22. Let's go further back. I think this is chapter 20. Oh, that's why it's not. That's why it's earlier here, because in this one, the chapters can start in the middle of the page or at the bottom of the page, whereas in the version I have on the library on screen right now, each chapter starts at the next page. Okay, make it 10 covenants. Okay, so that's weird because here in my physical copy of the book, it's just an empty line to indicate that either that shift in perspective or a slow jump in time, a slight jump in time. And then later, here at the top of page 211 on the library's version, there's another dash. In the book here, there's like three asterisks to indicate that there's a jump in time. So in the library version, there's 2 jumps in times indicated by a dash, a line in the center of the page, but in my physical one, it only has 1 indication of that, and it's displayed as 3 asterisks. I guess that's part of the reason why this one is considered the definitive edition. Maybe they added more of those things. That's pretty cool, though. Chief just seems to be strategizing on the next page. Maybe he took his time. Yeah, that's definitely what it indicates. However, this is the first time that I've seen this dash like this on the page, whereas typically it's just like an empty, like 3 or 4 empty lines to indicate that there's a jump in time. So I'm just commenting on it because it's the first time it's displayed that same concept in this manner. Maybe the player turned off the Xbox on this page. Maybe it has like a bookmark. The next time it'll pick up here. Okay, so Chief says, "Let's take them out, Blue Team." And then here's to empty space and time. The team of grunts slogged through the mud. The vaguely simian aliens wore shiny, red-trimmed armor. Craggy, purple-black hide was visible beneath the environmental suits. Breath masks provided supercooled methane, the aliens' atmosphere. There were 10 of them, moving in 2 columns and spaced roughly 3 meters apart. John noted with satisfaction that they seemed bored. Only the point man and the pair on rear guard had their plasma rifles at the ready. The rest chattered at each other in a weird combination of high-pitched squeals and guttural barks. Maybe I gotta find some grunt sounds. All grunt sounds. Let's try that one. The rest chatter at each other in a weird combination of high-pitched squeals and guttural barks. Easy, relaxed targets. Perfect. He gave a series of slow hand signals to the rest of the team. They faded back until they were well away from the grunts' field of view. The Master Chief opened the squad-wide comm channel. They're 70 meters from this depression. He keyed a nav point into the team's topographic display. They're heading for the western hill and will probably follow the terrain to the top. We'll fall back now and take concealed positions along the eastern hill. Blue 4, you're our scout. Stay near the bottom and let us know when the rear guard passes you. Take them out first. They seem alert. Blue 2, you have overwatch at the top of the hill. Blue 3, back me up. Silenced weapons only. No explosives, unless things go bad. He paused, then gave the order. Move out. The Spartans crept back along their path and spread out along the hill. John, in the center of the line, readied his assault rifle. The team was virtually invisible in the thick foliage and covered by the barrel-wide tree trunks of the local flora. I wonder if they're gonna be spooked by the green demon that comes out of the jungle. 1 minute ticked by. Then 2, 3. Blue 4's acknowledgement signal blinked twice in Jot's HUD. Blue 4's acknowledgement signal blinked twice in John's HUD. Enemy detected. He relaxed his grip on the weapon, waiting. There, 20 meters distant, the grunt point man moved to the edge of the western hill, just downhill from John's position. The alien paused, his plasma rifle sweeping the area, then moved slowly up the rise. A moment later, the rest of the formation came into view, 10 meters behind the point man. Blue 4's indicator winked again. Now. The Master Chief opened fire, a short 3-round burst. The weapon's muffled cough was inaudible over the sound of jungle rainfall. The trio of armor-piercing rounds slashed through the alien's throat protection, rupturing the environment suit. The grunt clenched at his neck, emitted a brief, high-pitched gurgle, and then fell to the mud, dead. A moment later, the grunt lines came to a clumsy halt, confused. John spotted 2 strobe flashes, and the pair of Covenant rearguards dropped to the ground. Blue 2 to lead. Rearguard eliminated. Oh, that's not John. Blue 2 to lead. Rearguard eliminated. Hit them, John barked. The 4 Spartans opened fire in short bursts. In less than a second, 4 more of the grunt patrol were down, dead from headshots. The remaining trio of grunts unslung their plasma rifles, swinging them wildly back and forth, looking for targets and chattering loudly in their strange, barking language. John sighted on the alien closest to him and squeezed the trigger. The alien splashed into the mud, methane spraying from his shattered breath mask. Another pair of sustained bursts, and the last of the grunts were down. Fuck. I wanted to pull up some dying sounds, but I was a little too slow. Oh fuck, it's still 2 times speed. Oh no, it's not. They're dead! He killed the mouse. And then this is where there's supposed to be another little break. Kelly policed the grunts' weapons and handed a plasma rifle to each of the team. The Spartans had standing orders to seize Covenant weapons and technology whenever possible. No, I don't think that's Kira. I think that's Flick. Right? Right at Flick. Also, this whole entire time, there has been no bot tricks. Bot, so I don't know what's going on. What's happening? What's the mattress? The Spartans had standing orders to seize Covenant weapons and technology whenever possible. Blue Team fanned out and continued on their way. When they heard banshees overhead, they hunkered down in the mud, and the flyers passed. 10 more kilometers of rough terrain, and then the jungle stopped, and fields of rice paddies stretched out before them, all the way to Côte d'Azur. I like how it shows the little kitty here. What's that one supposed to be? Is it just meow? Meow meow, yeah. So you wait, so if you type meow meow twice, it only shows up once? Meow meow. Wait, it shows up oh, it's because you put a question mark, that's why. So if I do meow meow and then question mark without a space on the second one. I see, okay. Who are you? Who do you think you are? Wait, that's not what it is. Who are you? Who do you think you are? No, that's just this emote here. This trumpet guy in New York who's angry at the guy who's playing music out in public. He says, "Who are you? Who do you think you are? Desecrating this hall with your awful musics. Go practice somewhere else." Rice paddies all the way to Côte d'Azur. Crossing these would be more difficult than the jungle. They donned camouflage cloaks that masked their thermal signatures and crawled through the muck on their stomachs. What the heck? You can't go prone in Halo. This isn't lore accurate. The Master Chief cannot crawl, and he also cannot run. Unless he's in a cutscene. The Master Chief saw 3 larger ships hovering over the city. If they were troop transports, they could carry thousands of Covenant soldiers. If they were warships, any direct ground assault against the city would be futile. Either way, it was bad news. He made sure his vid and audio mission recorders got a good clear image of the vessels. When they emerged from the mud, they were near the beach on the edge of the city. The Master Chief checked his map readings and made his way to the sewage outlet. The 2-meter diameter pipe was sealed with a steel grate. He and Fred easily bent the bars aside and entered. They sloshed through hip-deep muck. The Master Chief didn't like the cramped quarters. Their mobility was restricted by the narrow pipes. Worse, they were bunched up and therefore easier to kill with grenades or massed fire. Motion sensors picked up hundreds of targets. The constant downpour from the storm drains above made the sensors useless. Wait a second, that doesn't work. If it's raining in the game, it doesn't show constant motion sensors, right? I'm pretty sure there's a couple missions in Reach, and it doesn't. We gotta do some myth busting right now. Is this cutscene Master Chief or Video Game Chief's pipe? Huh? This is Master Chief in the books, so technically anything is possible. Okay, when you launch Halo on PC, it gets super loud. So let me try. I might fail, but let me try to mute the super loud. Or actually, I can just kill. Just to be sure, I can kill the audio on stream for the game. But I'm gonna try to mute it for me too. Otherwise, it's gonna destroy my eardrums. Get a load up. I think it's at the very end of when you reach the Pillar of Autumn and at Reach, Halo Reach, at the dark yard, the dry dock. I think that's where it's raining, and there's no thingy. Play Extra Large. No, it's okay. I am perfectly done with Extra Large. I am never gonna play that ever again. Ah! Okay, well, it definitely spooked me. So, there's that. Okay, let's load up Reach. And let's do the very last... Oh, wait. Champagne. Galo 3 Reach. Missions. The Pillar of Autumn. Rally Point Charlie. Is there audio? I don't hear anything. I think I just killed the music. I think that's why there's no audio. Ah! Wait, I have skulls on. No, I don't want these skulls. I just wanna look at my motion sensors. Ah, fuck, I gotta go pee after this. I have too much water. Oh, you can't even see the radar because the motion sensors because they got stuff in the way. Let me get rid of all that stuff in the bottom right corner. There we go. Okay, Jamie, pull that shit up. Okay, so I think here it's supposed to be raining. Oh wait, it's muted on. There we go. I think it's supposed to be raining outside. The book, either the book or the games are not lore accurate. We'll have to investigate. What the heck is that? Oh, a sprint. Look, see? Look, it's raining, right? And look at my motion sensors on the bottom left. This is inconsistency in the Galo universe.
Copy, Noble. My Pelican's ready. Clear an LZ, and I'll meet you there.
Blackton Keys. Look at all this rain. Either the game or the books are lying. What the heck? Blackton Keys. That's all I wanted to check.
I'm in position. I'll take out as many drops.
Okay, I have done my appropriate research, and I have found out that one of these two guys is lying. Either Bungie circa... when did they release Reach? Either Bungie is lying or Eric and Island is lying, and one of these two is not appropriate. An appropriate way that the motion sensors work. Okay, go away. I'm done with you. I'm done with you. Monopoly on Steam, 69% off. Graveyard Keeper. Imagine playing Overwatch. Imagine being overweight. If DreamWorks made an HD remake of Structural Art in 4K, would you play it? No, I would not. I would only play it if there was a secret bonus content at the end for 100%ing the game. That has Princess Fiona 3D viewable models. Like in Resident Evil 4, where you can collect the bottle cap thingies, the little bottle cap trophy thingies, that have a very well, that perfectly captures the way Ashley looks. If we had something like that for extra large for Princess Fiona, for both versions of her, then I think maybe that would be worth the hassle to replay extra large in 4K. Okay, so this thing here is a liar's. Where'd he go? Did I skip a page? I skipped a page. Their mobility was restricted by the narrow pipes. Worse, they were bunched up and therefore easier to kill with grenades or massed fire. Motion sensors picked up hundreds of targets. The constant downpour from storm drains above made the sensors useless. Okay. If it's like storm drains that have collected a whole bunch of water already, then okay, maybe that makes more sense. Because in the game there, it's like just regular rain. But if it's like a bunch of different... because they're in the sewers, so if it's like... if all of the city's waters flow down this way, then I can understand there's a higher volume of water, it's crashing down and moving with much more mass and velocity and weight. So maybe that's possible. The constant downpour from the storm drains above made the sensors useless. He followed his electronic map through the maze of pipes. Light filtered in from above. Beams of illumination connected to the manhole cover. 1, 2, 3, 4. The word hole is here twice, 5 words apart, so that's kind of odd. Light filtered in from above. Beams of illumination connected to the manhole cover vent holes. Every so often, something moved and blocked that light. It's a spooky alien mouse! The Spartans moved quickly and quietly through the sludge and halted when they reached their final waypoint, directly under the center of Côte d'Azur's downtown. With a tiny jerk of his head, the Master Chief informed Blue Team to spread out and keep their eyes peeled. He snaked a fiber optic probe up through the drain grate at street level and plugged it into his helmet. The yellow light from the sodium vapor lamps washed everything topside in an eerie glow. There were grunts positioned on the street corners. The grunts are working the street corners? What the heck? There were grunts positioned on the street corners, and the shadow of a banshee flyer circling overhead. The electric cars parked on the street. They have Teslas over here. The electric cars parked on the street had been overturned, and the waste receptacles had been knocked over or set on fire. It's when the Elamau started attacking, some certain hooligans decided to give away a PS5 and start being monkeying about and routing about at the downtown city square. They just wanted a PS5. Waste receptacles had been knocked over or set on fire. Every street-level window was broken. The Master Chief saw no human civilians, alive or otherwise. They ate at them all. Blue Team moved up and over a block. The Master Chief checked topside again. There was more activity here. A pack of black-armored grunts meandering down the streets. 2 vulture-headed jackals sat on the corners, squabbling over a hunk of meat. Something else caught his attention, though. There were other aliens on the sidewalk, or rather, above the sidewalk. They were roughly man-sized creatures, unlike any he had ever encountered. The creatures were vaguely slug-like, with pale purple-pink skin. Unlike other covenant forces, they were not bipeds. Instead, they had several tentacular. How is that supposed to be pronounced? It's look, it's Annie. It's her character from D&D. Tentacular? Is it tentacular or tentacular? Let's go look it up. Define tentacular. Go to the pronunciation. It's probably going to be super loud as well. There's no pronunciation here.
Tentacular.
Okay, it is tentacular. I'm pretty sure it's technically fine either way you pronounce it. But I think it does make more sense for it to be tentacular. Maybe Sergeant Johnson's gonna show up and he's gonna say, "Don't worry, I know what the aliens are like." Or what's it? I know what the aliens like. Sergeant Johnson Virgil. Virgil.
Like. It has access to the Covenant BattleNet?
Limited, but yes. We're not entirely sure how it manages a remote connection to the... What?
Whoa, stand down, stand down!
Sergeant Major, please. It's extremely flammable.
The brutes. The bastards who put bombs on your buddies and kill... You're gonna tell me...
Was it before this?
But it was my... Lord, it's my interrogation.
I know what the aliens like.
Okay.
Very delicate.
There it is.
One. It's very delicate.
Don't worry. I know what the aliens like.
I know what the aliens like. I guess he does know what the aliens like because at the end of CE, he's hugging an elite and then the elite moves his hand down somewhere. And so that's what the alien likes. And then in the remake, I think in the anniversary, Sergeant Johnson moves his hand down to the alien, to the elites, something else. So he does know what the alien likes. Anyway, where were we? Or something else caught his attention. Some other aliens were on the sidewalk, or rather above the sidewalk. They were roughly man-sized creatures, unlike any he had ever encountered. The creatures were vaguely slug-like, with pale purple-pink skin. Unlike other Covenant forces, they were not bipeds. Instead, they had several tentacular appendages sprouting from their thick trunks. They floated a half-meter above the ground, as if the odd pink bladders on their backs kept them aloft. One alien used a slender tentacle to open the hood of a car. It began to disassemble the car's electric engine, moving with startling speed. He's like Station! What the heck? He's a super Samrit scientist. He's the big-brained engineers. Moving with startling speed. Within 20 seconds, all the parts had been neatly arranged in rows on the pavement. The creature paused, then reassembled the parts with blinding quickness, disassembled and rebuilt it several times into different arrangements. Finally, the creature simply reassembled the car and floated on its way. The Master Chief made sure his mission recorder had gotten that. This was a Covenant race never documented before. He rotated the fiber optic. Oh my goodness, why can I not say optic? I think my brain is trying to put octic, not optic. He rotated the fiber optic cable to point down the opposite end of the street. There was more activity another block away. He retracted the probe and moved Blue Team a block farther south. He signaled the team to hold position, then climbed up a short series of metal handholds until he was just below a manhole cover. He cautiously sent the probe topside again, up through the manhole cover vent. There was a jackal's hoof directly adjacent to the probe, blocking half of his field of vision. He turned the probe with excruciating slowness and saw 50 more jackals milling back and forth. They were concentrated around the building across the street. The building resembled pictures that Deja had shown him years ago. It looked like an Athenian temple, with white marble steps and ionic columns. At the top of the steps were a pair of stationary guns. More bad news. He pulled the probe back and consulted the map. The building was marked as Côte d'Azur's Museum of Natural History. The Covenant had serious firepower here. The stationary guns had commanding fields of fire, making a frontal assault suicidal. Why would they protect a human structure? He wondered. Was it their headquarters? The Master Chief signaled for Blue 2. He pointed to the accessway that led under the building. He held up 2 fingers, pointed toward her eyes, and then down the passage, and then slowly balled his hand into a fist. Kelly proceeded very slowly down that passage to scout it out. The Master Chief checked the time. Red and green teams were due to report. He had James attach the ground return transceiver to the pipes overhead. Green team, come in. Or is that Chiefs talking? It might be. Green team, come in. Roger. Green team leader here, sir, Linda whispered over the channel. We scouted the residential section. There was a pause. No survivors. Just like Draco 3. We're too late. He understood. They'd seen it before. The Covenant didn't take prisoners. On Draco 3, they had watched via satellite link-up as human survivors were herded together and ripped apart by ravenous grunts and jackals. By the time the Spartans had gotten there, there was no one left to rescue. But the victims had been avenged. Green team, stand by and prepare. Stand by and prepare to fall back to... This is why I gotta read it ahead of time. At least I gotta look at all the words once. Green team, stand by and prepare to fall back to the RV and secure the area, he said. Standing by, Linda said. He switched to the red team comm channel. Red team, report. Joshua's voice crackled over the link. Red leader, sir. We've got something for Oni. We've spotted some new type of Covenant race. Little guys that float. They seem to be some sort of explorer or scientist type. They take things apart, then move on. Like they're looking for something. They do not, repeat, not appear hostile. Advise that you do not engage. They raise a pretty loud alarm. Blue lead. Unlucky. He killed one. That's how he knows that they have a super loud alarm. You in trouble. Dodged trouble, sir, he said. But there is one snag. Snag. The word was charged with meaning for the Spartans. Getting caught in an ambush or a minefield, a teammate wounded, or aerial bombardments. Those were all things they had trained for. Snags were things they didn't know how to handle. Complications that no one had planned for. Go ahead, the Master Chief whispered. We have survivors. 20 civilians hid in a cargo ship here. There are several wounded. The Master Chief mulled this over. It wasn't his choice to weigh the relative worth of a handful of civilian lives versus the possibility of taking out 10,000 Covenant troops with their nuke. His orders were specific on this point. They could not set up the nuke if there was civilian population at risk. New mission objective, Red Team Leader, the Master Chief said. Get those civilians to the recovery point and evac them back to fleet. He switched comm channels again, broadcasting to all the teams. Green Team Leader, you still online? A pause, then Linda spoke. Roger. Move to the docks and coordinate with Red Team. They have survivors. We need to evac. Green Team Leader has strategic control of this mission. Understood, she said. We're on our way. Affirmative, sir, Joshua said. We'll get it done. Blue Team out. The Master Chief disconnected. It was going to be rough for Green and Red Teams. Those civilians would slow them down, and if they had to protect them from Covenant patrols, they'd all get noticed. Blue 2 returned. She opened the comm link and reported in. There's access to the building. A ladder and a steel plate welded shut. We can burn through it. The Master Chief opened up the team comm channel. We're going to assume that the red and green teams will remove the civilians from Côte d'Azur. We will proceed as planned. He paused, then turned to Blue 2. Break out the nuke and arm it. And that is the end of chapter 20. Let's see how many pages for the next chapter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 pages. Are we close to the end of this section? No, I don't think so. There's at least 3, 4 more chapters. 5 more chapters. Fuck. Page 262. Chapter 25 is the first chapter of the next section. And we're on chapter 21. I feel like I want to read one more chapter. This next one looks like another space battle, maybe. Okay. Let's read one more chapter. One more chapter, and then I'll call it a night there. Chapter 21, 2120 hours, July 18th, 2552. Military calendar. UNSC Iroquois, military staging area in orbit around Sigma Octantis 4. Ship status, Captain Keyes said as he strode onto the bridge, buttoning his collar. He noticed that the repair station cradle still obscured their port camera. And why aren't we clear of that station yet? Sir, all hands are at battle stations, Lieutenant Dominique replied. General quarters sounded. TAC data uploaded to your station. A tactical overview of the Iroquois, neighboring vessels, and cradle popped into Keyes' personal display screen. As you can see, Lieutenant Dominique continued, we did clear the station, but they are moving on the same outbound vector we are. Vice Admiral Stanforth wants them up. Vice Admiral Stanforth wants them with the fleet. Captain Keyes took his place in his command chair, the hot seat as it was more colloquially known, and reviewed the data. He nodded with satisfaction. Looks like the Vice Admiral has something up his sleeves. He turned to Lieutenant Hall. Engine status, Lieutenant. Engines hot at 50%, she reported. She straightened to her full height, nearly 6 feet. What the heck? She's a 6 feet dummy, mommy? Based. I want to enter Lieutenant Hall's halls. She straightened to her full height, nearly 6 feet, and looked Captain Keyes in the eye with something edging, huh? And looked Captain Keyes in the eye with something edging near defensiveness. Sir, the engines took a real beating in our last engagement. The repairs we've made are, well, the best we could do without a complete refit. Understood, Lieutenant, Keyes replied calmly. In truth, Keyes was concerned about the engines too, but it would do no good to make Hall more uneasy than necessary. The last thing he needed now was to undermine her confidence. A gunnery officer, Captain Keyes turned to Lieutenant Hikawa. The petite woman bore more resemblance to a porcelain doll than to a combat officer, but Keyes knew her delicate appearance was only skin deep. She had ice water for blood and nerves of steel. Mac guns charging, Lieutenant Hikawa reported. 65% and climbing at 2% per minute. Everything on the Iroquois had slowed down to a crawl. Engine, weapons, even the unwieldy cradle kept pace with them. Captain Keyes sat up straighter. There was no time to spend on self-recriminations. He would have to do the best he could with what he had. There simply was no alternative. The lift doors popped open, and a young man stepped on deck. He was tall and thin. His dark hair, longer than regulations permitted, had been slicked back. He was disarmingly handsome. Keyes noticed the female bridge crew pause to look the newcomer over. My brain is trying to say newcomer and newcomer. Keyes noticed the female bridge crew pause to look the newcomer over before returning to their tasks. They're getting wet! Ensign Laval reporting for duty, Captain. He snapped a sharp salute. Welcome aboard, Ensign Laval. Captain Keyes returned his salute, surprised that the unkempt officer could demonstrate such crisp adherence to military protocol. Man the navigations console, please. The bridge officer scrutinized the ensign. It was highly unusual for such a low-ranking officer to pilot a cap. It was highly unusual for such a low-ranking officer to pilot a capital ship. Sir, Lavelle wrinkled his forehead, confused. Has there been some mistake, sir? You are Ensign William Lavelle, recently posted on the Archimedes remote sensor outpost? Yes, sir. They pulled me off that duty so quick that I then man your station, Ensign. Yes, sir. Ensign Lavelle sat at the navigation console, took a few seconds to acquaint himself with the controls, then reconfigured them more to his liking. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Keyes' mouth. He knew that Lavelle had more combat experience than any lieutenant on the bridge, and was pleased that the ensign adapted so quickly to unfamiliar circumstances. Fuck. It was almost perfect. Almost perfect. He knew that Lavelle had more combat experience than any lieutenant on the bridge, and was pleased that the ensign adapted so quickly to unfamiliar surroundings. Show me the fleet's position and the relative location of the enemy, ensign, Keyes ordered. Aye, sir, Lavelle replied. His hands danced across the controls. A moment later, a system map snapped into place on the main screen. Dozens of small triangular tactical markers showed Vice Admiral Stanford's fleet massing between Sigma Octantis IV and its moon. It was a sound opening position. Fighting in orbit around Sigma Octantis IV would have trapped them in the gravity well, like fighting with your back to a wall. Keyes studied the display and frowned. The Vice Admiral had moved the fleet into a tightly packed grid formation. When the Covenant fired their plasma weapons at them, there would be no maneuvering room. The Covenant was moving in system quickly. Captain Keyes counted 20 radar signatures. He didn't like the odds. Receiving orders, Lieutenant Dominique said. Vice Admiral Stanford wants the Iroquois at his location ASAP. At this location ASAP. On the map, a blue triangle pulsed on the corner of the grid formation. Ensign Lavelle, get us there at best speed. Aye, sir, he replied. Captain Keyes fought down a wave of embarrassment. Oh my god, I just realized that as soon as I started seeing the rest of the... Captain Keyes fought down a wave of embarrassment. The Cradle Stardock started to pull ahead of the Iroquois. It took up a position directly over the Admiral's phalanx formation. The refit station rotated, presented its edge to the incoming Covenant fleet to show them the smallest target area. Rotating and reversing burn, Ensign Lavelle said. The Iroquois spun about and slowed. Thrusters to station keeping. We're locked in position, sir. Very good, Ensign. Lieutenant Hikawa, divert as much power as you need to get those Mac guns charged. Aye, sir, Hikawa replied. Capacitors charging at maximum capacity. Captain, Lieutenant Dominique said, we're receiving an encrypted firing solution and countdown timers from the Leviathan's AI. Transfer that vector to Lieutenant Hikawa and show me on screen. A line appeared on the tactical map, connecting the Iroquois to one of the incoming Covenant. Frigates. The firing timer appeared in the corner. 23 seconds. Now show me the entire fleet's firing solutions, Lieutenant Dominique. A web of trajectories crossed the map with tiny countdown timers next to each. Vice Admiral Stanforth had the fleet exchanging fire with the Covenant like a line of redcoats and colonial militia in the Revolutionary War. Tactics that could best be described as bloody or suicidal. What the hell was the Vice Admiral thinking? Keyes studied the displays, trying to divine a method to his commanding officer's madness. Then he understood. Risky, but if it worked, brilliant. The fleet's firing countdowns were roughly timed so that the shots would be staged. The fleet's firing countdowns were roughly timed so that the shots would be staggered into 2, maybe 3 massive salvos. The first salvo would, hopefully, knock the Covenant ship's shields. The final salvo was to be the knockout punch, but it could only work once. After that, the UNSC fleet would be destroyed when the remaining Covenant ships returned fire. The Iroquois and the other ships were stationary targets. He appreciated that the Vice Admiral couldn't get too far from Sigma Octantis 4, but with zero momentum and no room to maneuver, there'd be no way to avoid those plasma bolts. Sound decompression alarms in all non-essential sections, Lieutenant Hall, and then empty them. Aye, sir, she said, and bit her lower lip. I wish I could bite her lower lip. Guns, status on the mechs. Key's eyes were glued to the firing countdown. 20 seconds. 15. 10. Sir, mag weapon systems are hot, Hikawa announced. Removing safeties now. The Covenant ships started to rotate slowly in space, although their momentum continued to carry them on their inbound trajectory toward the UNSC phalanx. Motes of red light collected along the alien ships' lateral lines. 5 seconds. Transferring fire control to the computer, Lieutenant Nikoa said. She punched a series of firing codes into the computer, then locked down the controls. The Iroquois recoiled and spat twin bolts of thunder toward the enemy. What the heck? Get out of my screen! There's little tiny bugs. Hopefully it's not a mosquito. The starboard view screen showed UNSC destroyers and frigates launching their opening salvo. The Covenant fleet fired as well. Angry red lances of energy raced through space towards them. They're angry. Time until the plasma impacts, Captain Keyes asked Ensign Lavelle. 22 seconds, sir. The vacuum between the two opposing forces filled with hundreds of The vacuum between the two opposing forces filled with 100 lines of fire and smoldering metal that seemed to tear through the fabric of space. Their trajectories closed on one another, then crossed, and the bolts of fire grew larger on the main screen. Lieutenant Dominique said, "Receiving a second set of firing solutions and times. Vice Admiral Stanforth on priority channel, sir. Put him on Hollow Tank 2. Keyes ordered. Near the main view screen, a small holographic tank, normally reserved for the ship's AI, winked into operation. Vice Admiral Stanforth's ghostly image appeared. All ships, hold your positions. Oh wait, that's not Vice Admiral Stanforth's voice. All ships, hold your positions. Divert all engine power to recharge your guns. We've got something special cooked up. His eyes narrowed. Do not, I repeat, do not, under any circumstance, break position or fire before you are ordered to do so. Stanforth out. The holographic projection of the Vice Admiral snapped out of existence. "Order, sir." Ensign Lavelle turned in his seat. "You heard the Vice Admiral, Ensign. Thrusters to station keeping. Lieutenant Hikawa, get those guns recharged on the double." "Aye, sir." Keyes nodded as Hikawa turned back to her task. 3 seconds until first salvo impact," she announced. Keyes turned back to the TAC display, concentrating on the Mac rounds that crawled across the screen. The fleet's Mac rounds hammered into the Covenant lines. Shields flickered silver blue and overloaded as the super dense projectiles rammed into the formation. Several ships were spun out of position by the impact. "Guns," he called out. "Enemy status." "Multiple hits on Covenant fleet, sir," Hikawa replied. "Salvo 2 impact. Now." A handful of the shots were clean misses. Keyes winced. Each one of the off-trajectory Mac rounds meant one more enemy ship would survive to return fire. The vast majority, however, slammed into the unshielded alien vessels. The lead Covenant destroyer took a direct hit from a heavy round, which sent the alien ship into a lurching port spin. Keyes saw the destroyer's engines flare as her pilot struggled to regain control, just as a second Macron struck on the ship's opposite side. For an instant, the Covenant vessel shuddered, held position, then flexed as the hull stressed. For an instant, the Covenant vessel shuddered, held position, then flexed as the hull stresses became too great. The destroyer disintegrated and scattered debris in a wide arc. The second Covenant ship, a frigate, shuddered under the impact of multiple Mac rounds. It listed to starboard and rammed the next frigate in the enemy formation. Sparks and small explosions flared from the ships as a gray-white plume of vented atmosphere exploded into space. The ship's running lights flickered. Flick, huh? The ship's running lights flickered, then dimmed as the pair of dead spacecraft, locked in a deadly embrace, tumbled into the heart of the Covenant line. A moment later, the wrecked ships hit a third Covenant frigate, and they exploded, sending tendrils of plasma through space. A dozen of their ships vented atmosphere, and fires flickered within their hulls. The forward view screen, however, was now filled with incoming weapons fire. "Fleet Commander on priority channel," Dominique announced. "Audio only." "Patch it through, Lieutenant," Keyes ordered. A hiss of static crackled through the communications system speakers. A moment later, Vice Admiral Stanford's voice calmly broke through the noise. "Lead to all ships. Hold your positions," the Vice Admiral said. "Make ready to fire. Transfer timers to your computers. And hang on to your hats." A shadow crossed the overhead camera. On the view screen, Commander Keyes watched as the Cradle Repair Station, the plate nearly a kilometer on edge, rotated and started to slide in front of their phalanx formation. "Christ!" Ensign Lavelle whispered. "They're going to take the hit for us." "Dominique, hit the scopes. Are there any life pods outbound from Cradle?" Keyes asked. He already knew the answer. "Sir," Dominique answered, his deep voice thick with worry. "No escape craft have left the Cradle." All eyes on the Iroquois bridge were riveted to the screen. Keyes' hands clenched with anger and helplessness. There was nothing to do but watch. The front view screen went black as the station passed in front of them. Pinpoints of red and orange appeared along the back surface, metal vapor venting in plumes. Cradle lurched closer to the fleet, the impact of the plasma torpedoes pushing it back. The station continued to move downward, spreading out the damage. Holes appeared in the surface. The internal lattice of steel girders was exposed, and seconds later glowed white hot. Then the view screen was clear again. "Ventral cameras," Captain Keyes said. "Now!" The view changed as Dominique switched to the Iroquois' belly cameras. Cradle Station reappeared. She spun, and her entire forward surface was aglow. Heat spread to the edges, the center liquefied and pulled away. "Mac guns ready to fire in 3 seconds," Lieutenant Hikawa announced, her voice cold and angry. Targeting lock acquired." Keyes gripped the arms of the command chair. "Cradle's crew brought this shot for us, Lieutenant," Captain Keyes growled. "Make it count." The Iroquois shuddered, and the Mac gun fired. On the status display, Keyes watched the rest of the UNSC fleet fired simultaneously. On the status display, Keyes watched as the rest of the UNSC fleet fired simultaneously. A 21-gun salute 3 times over for those on board the station who had given their lives. "All ships, break and attack," Vice Admiral Stanforth bellowed. "Pick your targets and fire at will. Take as many of these bastards out as you can. Stanforth out." They had to move before the Covenant plasma weapons recharged. "Give me 50% on our engines," Captain Keyes ordered, "and come about to course 280. "Aye," Ensign Lavelle and Lieutenant Hall replied in unison. Lieutenant Hikawa, release safeties on the... Oh my god, these fucking bugs! I think they're probably like attracted to the monitor because of the light. There's literally so many lights in this room, and they choose to come here to bother me as I'm trying to read. "Aye," Ensign Lavelle and Lieutenant Hall replied in unison. Lieutenant Hikawa, release safeties on the Archer missile system. "Safety disengaged, sir." The Iroquois moved away at a near right angle from the phalanx formation. The other UNSC ships scattered at all vectors. The UNSC destroyer, the Lancelot, accelerated straight toward the Covenant line. As the UNSC ships scattered, the Mac salvo reached the Covenant ships. The Admiral's firing solutions had targeted the remainder of the Covenant's battle group's smaller ships. Their shields sparkled, rippled, and then flickered out of existence. Their frigates shattered under the impact of the firepower. Holes ripped through their hulls. Wrecked spacecraft drifted lazily about the battle area. Fuck, I need more water. My mouth's starting to get dry from all of this reading. Phew. How much longer here? I think we're like halfway through this one, right? We're almost done. A couple more pages. Go back. Wrecked spacecraft drifted lazily through the battle area. The surprise second salvo had cost the Covenant dearly. 12 enemy ships were out of the fight. That left 8 Covenant vessels, destroyers and cruisers. Okay, I gotta go. I gotta go get some water. Just to play it safe, I gotta protect my voice. I need it. I need it. Another thing I should have done. So I should take much more walking and standing up and stretching breaks. Don't forget to take your hourly standing up and stretching breaks. Super duper important. What's up, Arby's? What happened, Arby's? I think I'm gonna need more throat soothing tea after this. I guess it's still better this way anyway because I wasn't reading the whole entire stream. We are currently at 6 hours 22 minutes. I imagine that 6 hours and 22 minutes of entirely reading would be quite stressful for my voice. Especially when I have to voice Vice Admiral Stanforth. Hopefully he dies in this battle so that they can give Captain Keyes another ship, a different ship that's not the Iroquois, and maybe it's called something similar to a season called Autumn. And that'd be pretty cool. Okay. We were up here at the top of page 226. Okay. The surprise second salvo had cost the Covenant dearly. 8 enemy ships were out of the fight. I feel like I'm much better here. I used to be sitting with my back against the backrest of the chair, but now I am I'm halfway. I'm halfway off of the backrest, and so I'm sitting straight. This feels a bit more comfortable for sitting as well as also for reading. Let's see if this is any better. I also feel sort of like if I'm leaning into the mic, and maybe that makes it also better for recording purposes. Okay, 12 enemy ships were out of the fight. That left 8 Covenant vessels, destroyers and cruisers. Fuck. My throat's too fucky wuckied. Pulse lasers and archer missiles fired, and every ship on screen accelerated towards one another. Both Covenant and UNSC ships released their single ship fighters. Oh, what the heck? I scratched my lip. What the heck? How did I do that? Both Covenant and UNSC ships released their single ship fighters. The TAC computer was having trouble tracking everything. They're overloading the CPU, the many CPUs. The TAC computer was having trouble tracking everything. Keyes cursed to himself over the lack of a ship AI. As the missile fire and plasma discharges strobed in the blackness. What the heck is the places? Uh-oh, they do nothing. Oh, just an ambulance. Was it me? Oh no, it's not an ambulance. It's the fire trucks. Now it's the ambulance right behind him. Maybe they're responding to the battle. They heard that there was some UNSC wounded. I wonder, is this supposed to be the lore accurate first time? The previous chapter? The lore accurate first time that the Marines see the Spartans? Like in an actual live combat situation? Because I wonder, why couldn't they have made the Halo show just that? Just like an entire season dedicated to like how we're losing the war and there's Elamiles and it's spooky and they're eating humans and there's these spooky tentacle ones, and then from a pelican from the sky, from a sun-glazed clouds and god rays comes a pelican with 4 Spartans, or I guess in this case like 12 Spartans if there's 3 teams. And then they descend upon the battlefield like angels, angels of war and angels of death. And thankfully they are on our side. Why couldn't they do that? What the heck? There's literally so much to go on. What was I gonna look up? First time Marines saw Spartans. Halo. I feel like just what little I know, which includes having played Reach, CE, 2, 3, ODST. I didn't play any Halo Wars. And the little I've seen of Halo Infinity. And what I've read from Halo Reach. I feel like from what I know here, I could come up with a better Season 1 where like we're in that battle. We're with Corporal Harland, and it starts off like, you know, just like a regular military thingy. You know, they're all hoorah, and then just toss in all of the memes, all the game over, man, game over. Toss all of that in there. But then eventually it's the Covenant, and then it's spooky, and it's all sad, and then you're all depressed by the second or third or fourth episodes. And then halfway through the season, or maybe even near the end of the season, there's in the distance, as he's there with his 4 or 5 Marines. They're terrified, they're beaten, they're bloodied. The guy's in a coma. After running away and retreating from the Banshees, in the distance, in the fog, in the silhouette, they see these tall figures, armored figures they've never seen before, and they're approaching. And they're too spooked and tired. They try to hide because they're afraid that these are unseen aliens that they're unaware of. But then, so they're like hiding in the foliage or something, or under dead bodies. And then these spooky green armored giants approach, and they're looking around, but they don't see anything. And then you hear one of them talk to command up in orbit, where he says, "No survivors," and something about how he's gonna attack the Covenant and the aliens now. That's his secondary mission. And then they're still spooked, but like, what? Did he say he's gonna attack the aliens? Is he on our side? And then you get this glimmer and rush of hope, and then you see how cool and awesome they are. Why can't they fucking do that? What the heck? It's literally so free. You have so much content, so much info. Fuck Paramount. And fuck modern writers. Anyway, that's my little spooky rant. Fuck Paramount and fuck Amazon. Who did Wednesday? Netflix, right? Netflix and Tim Burton. That's pretty good. Was it Netflix? I think it was, right? Well, regardless, Tim Burton, you're pretty okay. Wednesday, Netflix. It is Netflix. Okay. Keep doing Netflix with Tim Burton, but stop with your other bullshit Netflix retarded Cowboy Bebop and Death Note and just stop. Just stop. You're gonna fuck up Avatar too. Just stop. Just give up. If you're not gonna pay for writers who write, who know how to write, who have years of practice and years of work and years of failure beforehand, don't pay for writers if you're not gonna hire those people. Me is the Angie, the super duper Angie. Okay, where were we? Attack computer. Attack computer couldn't keep up. The attack computer was having trouble tracking everything. Keyes cursed to himself over the lack of a ship AI as the missile fire and plasma discharges strobed in the blackness. Single ships, the humans' longsword fighters, and the flat, vaguely piscine? Define piscine. Of or concerning fish. Ah, okay. It must be like the seraphs. There's another spirits, right? Spirits and seraphs. I think the seraphs are the ones that hardly show up. Halo seraph. I think you mostly see them like in the. Yeah. These are a little rare. These mostly show up. I remember them mostly from. Ah, fuck! What the heck? Remember them mostly from Reach when you're doing the space mission. Not the longsword, the saber. That's where these guys show up, and then they also have the seraphs and the. I just said it. What was it? Brain work. Seraphs and spirits. Spirits are these guys. So it's probably, if they look fish-like, then they're more than likely seraphs, not spirits, because they have the two-pronged thingies with the force fields in the middle. Those are more like dropship thingies, I suppose. And then what are those? Or are they seraphs? Does in Halo Reach at Lone Wolf, there's another dropship that's not the spirit. It looks kind of like the seraph, but I don't think so. I'm pretty sure these are like space fighters. Yeah. Okay, let's look at spirit. What are the other type? What are the other type of transport ships that the Covenants have? Spirit dropships. Are spirit dropships different from regular spirits? Hoogle.com? Halo Covenant dropship types. So, the Phantoms. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, Spirit and the Phantom. So if we go look for a picture of the Phantom, would that look fish-like? Halo Phantom. I suppose the shape could be kind of fish-like. But it's more than likely the seraphs, these guys. Yeah, more than likely it's these, and then the spirits don't really look fish-like, and the phantoms, I suppose, could look kind of fish-like, but the most obviously fish-like ones are the seraphs. So that's probably what they're the long swords versus the seraphs. Okay. Keyes cursed to himself over the lack of a ship AI as the missile fire and plasma discharges strobed in the blackness. Single ships, the humans' longsword fighters, and the flat, vaguely piscine. Oh, I gotta figure out if that's how it's pronounced. It's gonna be loud, but let me lower it for you guys. It's gonna deafen me, but you guys will be spared. Piscine. Okay. I guess that makes sense. In Spanish, it's pescado. It's fish, so if it's pronounced that way, piscine, then that makes more sense. Piscine. Piscind. And I believe in French it is poison. And I believe, what is fish in German? I don't actually know. I don't think I got that far in Duolingo. Google Translate. Do fish from English to Germans. Oh. The German for fish is fish. But it has a C. Fisch. Fish. Das Fisch. Is it das or is it den fish? Das Fisch? What's the article? Type in the fish. The fish. Der Fisch. D-E-R. Der Fisch. How about the fishes? Der Fischen, right? Oh, der Fische. Die Fische. Is there a way to do... Because fishes isn't correct. Fish is both singular and plural. Is there a way to do plural without typing the fishes? The fishes. The fishes translate to die Fische, but I don't know. Let me go look it up. Google Translate. How to distinguish a plural from plural fish from singular fish. Google Translate risks. I guess I'll just do what is plural for fish in German? Because the article might change depending on what's correct. Fish is the German translation of fish. It is a masculine pronoun, so it takes der in the nominative singular. The plural is Fische. Fische. But what's the article for it? What is the article for the plural of fish in German? Nominative is, there are a couple. Singular is der Fisch. Plural is die Fische. I don't know what these mean. Nom, gen, dat, ak. They're all different tenses and different ways to do it. Gen is des Fisches. Des Fisches. Plural for that is der Fische. Dem Fische. Den Fischen. Den Fisch and die Fische. Conjugating verbs kills my soul. Anyway. Enough about the fish tangent. I think I've started. I've been stuck on this paragraph for like an hour now. Oh my god. This entire thing is one paragraph. The tech computer up until the end. It says blue glow over the scene, which we haven't even gotten to yet. Single ships, the humans is longsword fighters, and the flat, vaguely piscine. How's it again? Piscine. Piscine. Okay. Single ships, the humans is longsword fighters, and the flat, vaguely piscine covenant. Yeah, that's correct. I've never seen this word like this. It's not a word I have encountered. I think I've only encountered this word 4 or 5 times, and all of those times are more than likely the 4 or 5 times that I've read this book. So hence my apprehension to consider whether or not I have properly pronounced this word. Single ships, the humans is longsword fighters, and the flat, vaguely piscine covenant fighters, dove and fired and impacted into warships. Archer missiles left trails of exhaust. Blue pulse lasers scattered inside the clouds of vented propellant and atmosphere, and cast a ghostly blue glow over the scene. "Orator, sir," Lavelle asked nervously. Captain Keyes paused, felt something. Captain Keyes paused. Something felt wrong. The battle was utter chaos, and it was nearly impossible to tell exactly what was happening. Sensor data was thrown off by the constant detonations and the fire of the aliens' energy weapons. "Scan near the planet, Lieutenant Hall," Keyes said. "Ensign Lavelle, move us closer to Signal Octanus 4. "Sir," Lieutenant Dominique said, "we're not engaging the Covenant fleet." "Negative, Lieutenant." The bridge crew paused for a fraction of a second. All except Ensign Lavelle, who tapped on the controls and plotted a new course. He wants to get the heck out of that battle as quickly as he can. The bridge crew had all had a taste of being heroes in their last battle, and they wanted more. Captain Keyes knew what that was like, and he knew how dangerous it was. He was not about to charge into battle, however, with the Iroquois at half power, her structural integrity already compromised, and with no AI to mount a point defense against Covenant single ships. One plasma torpedo to their lower decks would gut them. If he remained where he was and attempted to shoot into the fray, he was just as likely to accidentally hit a friendly ship as a Covenant vessel. No, there were several damaged Covenant ships in the area. He would finish them off, make sure they could not launch any attack on their fleet. There was no glory in the action, but considering their present condition, glory was of little concern. Survival was. Objective survive. Captain Keyes watched the battle rage in the starboard camera. The Leviathan took a plasma bolt, and her foredecks burned. One Covenant ship collided with the UNSC frigate Fairweather. The superstructures of the two craft locked together, and both ships opened fire at point blank range. The Fairweather detonated into a ball of nuclear fire that engulfed the Covenant destroyer. Both ships faded from the tactical display. "Covenant ship detected in orbit around Sigma Octanus 4, Lieutenant Hall reported. "Let me see it," Keyes said. A small vessel appeared on screen. It was smaller than the Covenant equivalent of a frigate, but definitely larger than one of the aliens' dropships. It was sleek and seemed to waver in and out of the blankness of space. The engine pods were baffled and devoid of characteristics. Why do I gotta keep eating meat stuff? It keeps making me burps. I gotta keep pausing. Okay, so there's a Covenant ship around the planet. It was definitely larger than one of the aliens' dropships. It was sleek and seemed to waver in and out of the blankness of space. The engine pods were baffled and devoid of the characteristic purple-white glow of Covenant propulsion systems. They're in geosynchronous orbit over Côte d'Azur, Lieutenant Hall reported. Their thrusters are firing microbursts. Precision station keeping, sir, if I were to guess. Lieutenant Dominique interrupted. Detected scattering from a narrow beam transmission on the planet's surface, sir. A far infrared laser. Captain Keyes turned toward the main battle on screen. Was this slaughter just a diversion? The original attack on Sigma Octantis 4 had been for the sole purposes of landing ships and invading Côte d'Azur. Once accomplished, their battle group had left. And now, whatever the Covenant's purpose was groundside, they were sending information to this stealth ship, while the rest of their fleet kept the UNSC forces from interfering. Like hell, he muttered. Ensign Lavelle, plot a collision course for that ship. Aye, sir. What the heck? He just wants to crash everything. He wants to be a kamikaze. He wants to suicide by UNSC kamikaze into the Covenant for glorious medals. Pretty sure it's because he's expecting it's gonna move, so colliding with it is technically not gonna happen. Aye, sir. Lieutenant Hall, push the engines as far as you can. I need every bit of speed as you can get me. Yes, sir. If we vent primary coolant and use our reserve, I can boost the engine output to 66% for 5 minutes. Do it. The Iroquois moved sluggishly toward the Covenant ship. Intercept in 20 seconds, Lavelle said. Lieutenant Hikawa, arm Archer missile pods A through D. Blow that Covenant son of a bitch out of the sky. Archer missile pods armed, sir, she replied smoothly. Her hands moved gracefully over the controls. Firing! Archer missiles streaked toward the Covenant stealth ship, but as they closed with the target, they started to swerve from side to side, then spun out of control. The spent missiles fell towards the planet. Lieutenant Hikawa cursed quietly in Japanese. Kurva! Is she doing a Polish kurva? A Polish Japanese curse? Or is it more like kasa? Missile guidance locks jammed, she said. Their ECM spoofed the guidance packages, sir. No other choice then, Keyes thought. They can jam our missiles. Let's see them jam this. Run them over, Ensign Lavelle, Keyes ordered. He licked his lips. Aye, sir. Sound collision alarm, Captain Keyes said. All hands, brace for impact. She's moving, Lavelle said. Keep on her. Course correcting now. Hang on, Lavelle said. The 8,000-ton Iroquois slammed into the tiny Covenant ship. On the bridge, they barely felt the impact. Because they're going so slow. Because they're only at 66%. The 8,000-ton Iroquois slammed into the tiny Covenant ship. On the bridge, they barely felt the impact. The diminutive alien vessel, however, was crushed from the forests. Her crippled hull spun. Her crippled hull spun towards Sigma Octantis 4. Damage report, Keyes bellowed. Lower decks 3 through 8 show hull breach, sir, Hall called out. Internal bulkheads were already closed, and no one was in those areas per your orders. No systems damage reported. Good. Move to her original position. Move to her original position, Ensign Lavelle. Lieutenant Dominique, I want that transmission beam intercepted. The ventral cameras showed the Covenant ship plunge into the atmosphere. Its shield glowed yellow, then white, then dissipated as the ship's systems failed. It burst into crimson flame and burned across the horizon, a black plume of smoke trailing in its wake. The Iroquois is losing altitude, Ensign Lavelle said. We're falling into the planet's atmosphere, bringing us about. The Iroquois spun 180 degrees. The ensign concentrated on his display, then said, No good. We need more power, sir. No good. We need more power. Sir, permission to fire emergency thrusters. Granted. Lavelle exploded the aft emergency thrusters, and the Iroquois jumped. Lavelle's eyes were locked on the repeater. Lavelle's eyes were locked on the repeater displays as he fought for every centimeter of maneuvering he could get. Sweat ran down his forehead and soaked his flight suit. Orbit stabilizing. Barely. Lavelle exhaled with relief, then turned to face Keys. Got it, sir. Thrusters to Got it, sir. Got it, sir. Thrusters to precision station keeping. Receiving, Lieutenant Dominique said, and then paused. Receiving something, sir. It must be encrypted. Make sure you're recording, Lieutenant. Affirmative. Recorder's active, but the codebreaker software can't crack it, sir. Captain Keyes turned back to the TAC displays, half expecting to see a Covenant ship in firing position. There wasn't much left of either the Covenant or UNSC fleets. Dozens of ships drifted in space, billowing atmosphere and burning. The rest moved slowly, a few flickering with fire. Scattering explosions dotted the black. One undamaged Covenant destroyer turned, however, and left the battlefield. It came about and headed straight for the Iroquois. It came about and headed straight for the Iroquois. Uh-oh, Lavelle muttered. Lieutenant Hall, get me the Leviathan. Priority Alpha Channel, Keyes ordered. Yes, sir, she said. Vice Admiral Stanforth's image appeared in the hollow tank. His forehead had a gash across it, and blood trickled into his eyes. He wiped it away with a shaking hand, his eyes glazing with anger. Angie. Keyes, where the hell is Iroquois? Sir, Iroquois is in geosynchronous orbit over Côte d'Azur. We've destroyed a Covenant stealth ship and are in the process of intercepting a secure transmission from the planet. The Vice Admiral stared at him a moment, unbelievingly, then nodded, as if this made sense to him. Proceed. We have a Covenant destroyer leaving the battle, bearing down on us. I think the reason for the Covenant's invasion may be in this coded transmission, and they don't want us to know, sir. Understood, sir. Hang on. Sir? What the heck? He doesn't say sir to Captain Keyes. That was a super big misread. Oh my god. Understood, son. Hang on. The cavalry's on the way. On the aft screen, the remaining 8 UNSC ships broke their attacks and turned toward the incoming destroyer. 3 MAC guns fired and impacted on the Covenant vessel. Its shields only lapsed for a split second. It took a round through her nose, but it continued toward the Iroquois at flank speed. What did I pronounce the S there? Its shields only lapsed for a split second. It took a round through her nose, but it continued toward the Iroquois at flank speed. Transmission ended, sir, Lieutenant Dominique announced. Cut off in mid-packet. The signal was terminated at the source. Damn! Captain Keyes considered staying and trying to reacquire that signal, but only for a moment. He decided to take what they had and run with it. Ensign Lavelle, get us the hell out of here. Sir, Lieutenant Hall said, look! The Covenant destroyer was changing course, along with the rest of the surviving Covenant vessels. They were scattering and accelerating out of the system. They're running, Lieutenant Hikawa said, her normal iron calm replaced by astonishment. Within minutes, the Covenant ships accelerated and vanished into slipstream space. Captain Keyes looked aft and counted only 7 UNSC ships intact, with the balance of the fleet destroyed or disabled. He sat in his command chair. Ensign Lavelle, take us back the way we came. Make ready to take on wounded. Repressurize all uncompromised decks. Jesus, Lieutenant Hall said. I think we actually won that one. Yes, Lieutenant, we won, Keyes replied. But Captain Keyes wondered exactly what they had won. The Covenant had come to the system for a reason, and he had a sinking feeling that they may have gotten what they came for. And that is the end of chapter 21. How many pages is this next one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's about as long as that previous one. But I think that's where I'm going to call it. At least for reading. Do I have a couple thingies that I wanted to listen to on stream? Actually, I think there is technically something that I wanted to do. So I'll go take a quick pee-pee break, and then let me bookmark this page. Kill the bookmark on page. No! Kill the bookmark on page 181. I want to kill the bookmark on 181, but it took me to page 181. I don't know what page we were on. 260 something, right? We were at page 266 at one point. 23. No. Wait. No. Wait. No. Wait. No. Chapter 22? 22, yeah, okay. So we're on page 232. Ah! No! Save bookmark there. Page 232. Okay. Let me go put the musics on, and then let me go take a quick break. I'll be back. Okay, I am making my throat soothing tea to take a break from everything, from all the reading. So there is one video that I wanted to check out. And I guess I could do my arts. I can continue my spooky Halloween background. Spooky Halloween Kuromi's background. While I listen to it. think it was in the philosophy channel. No, it was in the politics channel. How they plan to take your house. The Agenda 2030 Wealth Transfer. That sounds pretty cool. You can check on that one. How long is this video? Only 7 minutes? What the heck? That's it? My water should be coming to a boil soon, so... Let me put on something a little longer. There's something cool in my recommended that I can listen to for a bit. This is fair use stuff. That's an hour though, an hour and a half. Maybe another time. There's not really anything short to listen to other than that. Oh, I thought it would be a little longer. I checked out a couple of those guys' videos before when they were posted, and they were like maybe 12 plus minutes. So I was hoping this one would also be like that, but whatever. Okay, let me go make my tea, and then I'll be right back. Let's go ahead and give this guy's video a listen while I sip. Yummy sips on my... I still gotta teabag it. I still gotta teabag the water a little bit, but it should be okay. Okay, so this title, I already read it. They Plan to Take Your House by Bjorn Andreas Bull Hansen. Bjorn Andreas Bull Hansen on the YouTubes. Put it on screen, I guess. Take off the BRB and let's go.
Very soon.
Also, I'm kind of miffed that the thingy still didn't work. But the YouTube chat, what happened? It's been 7 hours, 12 minutes, and it still hasn't popped up. Let me go check out. Let me go check out the page, the Botrix page. I don't know why it doesn't wanna play nice.
Soon now your government will send you a letter, and in that letter it will basically. Very soon now your government will send you a letter, and in that letter it will basically say that you're going to have to make some improvements to your house, and you're going to pay for that out of your own pocket as well. If you are renting, your landlord will be sending you a letter where it says that due to increased costs, we're going to have to increase the monthly rent. What we're talking about here is...
This was uploaded 8 months ago, December 3rd, 2022, for her reference, where he's saying pretty soon this is going to happen. So, we'll see.
Going to have to increase the monthly rent. What we're talking about here is something with a very boring name. I made a note here. It's called Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. That's in the EU. Now, if you live outside of Europe, this will probably in a very short while be a thing in your country as well. This is something that comes out of the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset and Agenda 2030 and all of that. And basically the idea is that all privately owned houses must have energy class D before 2033. By 2050, all homes must be zero emission homes. When it comes to the costs, I made a note here about the calculations that these people have made. We are talking about costs per house of, well, in most cases around 100,000 euros. And here's the thing, many people will not be able to pay 100,000 euros. They will be forced to sell. Can you remember a while ago this slogan that also came out of the World Economic Forum?
Try that in a small town. I feel like if something like this were to actually be implemented and forced for individual homes, then it would be in the government's interest to pay, ideally for most of it, but at least a great portion of it. If it's something that they're going to force on people based off the World Economic Forum's standards or policies or whatever, if they're going to follow through with it from their end, then it should clearly the onus should be on the government to either find a way to pay for it themselves or find a way to incentivize people to do that sooner or later or on their own or something like that. If they're not gonna pay for it, the entirety of it out of pocket, we're already paying plenty in taxes. Like you can use some of that. That's technically my monies. How about you go ahead and pay for it? How about that? And so try that in a small town, because if you're gonna try to enforce that, I'm just assuming maybe people are gonna start blasting if you come out here with demands about having to pay this much for energy emissions, energy standards, for energy requirements that you are the one who chose them. So it makes no sense to me that it should be pushed onto people who didn't directly make that choice. Yeah, sure, we elected you or some other local government people, but let's not forget that there are a lot of people who are appointed by those we elect, and a lot of these people have way more influence than we do. So let's not we're all adults here.
You will own nothing and you will be happy. Isn't it funny how this so-called green agenda seems to make everything more difficult and more expensive? It seems like we will not be able to own a house because we can't afford it. You will be forced to rent. You will be at mercy of the company, probably, that owns your flat. Another issue here is, of course, that if you're forced to sell, will you even be allowed to sell a house that is not up to this standard? Will there be a fine? Will they just take your house? Now, this is obviously an attack on the middle class, and we have seen quite a lot of those lately. I believe that home ownership is what defines the middle class. And if you take that away, and if you make that standard of living that most people associate with the middle class, if you make that too expensive for most people, then effectively you have killed the middle class. Then you have the very rich and you have the poor. And we will be very, very close to a feudal system, or feudalism 2.0, as I have nicknamed it. I believe that big international companies will seize these properties, most likely. And I believe that home ownership, sadly, very soon will be a thing of the past for most people. And it doesn't matter if you believe that this will be good for the environment or not.
I feel like that concept has been slowly coming to fruition over time anyway already, given inflation and that thing I mentioned before about the increase in productivity but the stagnation of wages. And I was listening to that Oz thingy the other day in reaction to the Shad thingy, and he also brought that up, and also about this other idea about like giving up. The game is rigged. The only way to win, the only winning move is to not play, and it's honestly, it's actually depressing that is technically still a logical outlook, and for some people, for a lot of people, I think, the most obvious, the most logical, the most reasonable outlook. Because I remember about 10 years ago in my journal, I wrote basically those exact same ideas. That the game is rigged, that wages are stagnating, that productivity is going up, that we should have been at a 4-day work week, but we're actually not. And yet all of these major companies keep being amazed that they keep making more and more money year over year. Their net worth is going up, and it's continued. The trend has continued, which is what depresses me a lot. And I don't know that individuals are the ones who can change that. I think I remember writing. I think I read through some of my earlier journal entries at some point this year, and I think I remember writing something along the lines of how it would be. It's more than likely impossible. It's more than likely not gonna happen. People have their own families and homes and responsibilities that they need to take care of. So it is most likely impossible that everybody just stops working until we balance wages so that it's more fair and equitable and reasonable and something that makes sense to make up for what they technically stole, what companies have technically stolen from their workers for decades now. And I think if something like that were to happen, if that were to be the thing, if that were to be the one plan, the one move, the one chess move, or part of the chess moves necessary to help. What the heck? I paused at 3:43. Fucking kill yourself. I think if what is necessary is either a national or global union, so to speak, that goes on strike, that's very, 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 very impossible. And I'm not sure what reasonable and non-violent way there is to make amends in that department. Ideally, I would like it to not be violent. However, if push comes to shove, and if things like this are pushed, and if things continue to be less fair for the average citizen, for the average person, I think that the list of options thins each year. The possible plays that could work are becoming less and less. The playbook is becoming less useful over time. And I think a lot of things in recent years, including government mandates, even like the trucker thing, and even like just look at California and Portland. If we keep trying to rely on elected officials, then we're just gonna keep getting the same sort of results. I don't know if any elected officials at this point, either on their own or with a collective, in a group setting of other elected officials, I don't know if they have the strength enough to just improve things, to make things better, to rectify what should have been. And so that's definitely one of the things that depressed me back in university and continues to depress me today. I think it's technically even worse now. Just the escalation, the increased what is it called? Surveillance government thingy. The social credit, the not the Chinese way, but like the canceling each other kind of that way. I don't know. I gotta read some more books on what people can do, in particular what individuals can do. I don't know what kind of books though. I don't think economic books alone would do it. I don't think political books alone would do it. I don't think I don't know. It's like it's all like tangled up in a web. And if you try to untangle one thread, one piece of string, you just get your hands all tied up and confused. But I don't know. I'll have to think about. I've been thinking about it for like 10 years now, and I don't know. I don't see nothing.
These properties, most likely, and I believe that home ownership, sadly, very soon will be a thing of the past for
That's also very specifically one of the things that I wrote about. I did the math, and home ownership and the vehicle and a university education. That's so fucking expensive for like no reason. What the fuck? I blame the federal government for guaranteeing student loans at whatever price the university sets. So I I have written several Angie poems and several Angie things in my journal about that. And they are not the kinds of things that I will want the police to see, because then they will arrest me. Yeah, I will. And so will the FBI.
Most people. And it doesn't matter if you believe that this will be good for the environment or not. This is about controlling you. This is about owning you. It seems like some of the footage got lost. Luckily, I had some extra drone footage that I took up there, so I am now recording a voiceover, as you can hear. And I really wanted to include the following in this video, because I don't want to be one of those guys sitting there complaining about everything, you know. I think that suggesting, offering even solutions is important. And there is actually something that we can do. And I want to say there is something that we must do. It's not that we can do something about this. We must. It's an obligation. We must be disobedient now. We can't accept this. And this taking away houses from people because they can't afford the so-called upgrading of the house to a certain standard with additional insulation and solar panels and I don't know what. That's not really an upgrade, is it? It's about making it impossible for people to keep their house. This is a wealth transfer. That's what we're looking at now. And we can't accept that. Ownership is important. It's a very, very essential concept. And some people will disagree when I say this, but if you take ownership away, what you're left with is feudalism. Someone's going to own the stuff that you need, and they will be the the so-called elites. So we must be disobedient now. We must put our foot down and refuse to accept this. And there will be consequences. There will be a price that you must pay, that I will pay, that we must all pay. But if we all refuse to accept this and whatever comes next, it will eventually stop, because we are many, they are few. So
he's literally talking about the ending to A Flick's life, where he says, if we all stand up to you, then we're stronger than you. And you know that.
please find that courage and don't give up. We will win this.
The third comment by Matthew Jacobs 5507. These developments are exactly the reason why no society, should ever give up their right to keep and bear arms. See if I can find any other good comments. It's amazing to me that a couple hundred people around the planet can force billions of people into doing whatever they want. Yeah, well, when they have all the money is a representation and a transfer and a expression of labor, so they can just pay other people to do the labor that they want done, which includes influencing politicians and industries. The future scares me not because I'm not ready to fight or to work hard for the survival of my loved ones, but because I fear the masses will continue to be blind, obedient, and ignorant. Yes, that's why China is pushing TikTok super heavily in the West with their stupid LGBT stuff that makes no sense. Oh my god. Yeah, this is why people should start moving in together and buying as much ammo as possible. Form small community and stay strong. Resist. Should have said, form a small commune and stay strong. Resist. If people have nothing left to lose anymore, they can become very dangerous, especially when there are many of them all in the same boat. That will be the turning point. If they keep this agenda rolling, it will eventually turn against themselves, and not in a painless, peaceful way. Yeah, I don't... It's like one of those things where I just want to be left alone. I just want to eat yummy candies. I just want to have my kitties. I just want to do my farming and watch my movies and play my video games, and that's it. But there's too much encroaching on rights and stuff, and I guess it goes kind of back to that, or not directly, but I think tangentially it sort of goes back to that concept that I brought up a couple of months back about infantilization and the lack, or I guess the disregard for people's agency. It seems like this is verging on a similar, touching a similar chord. It's like they want these proposed ideas are being sent down from above, like if they're being sent down from a tablet from Mount Sinai or something, and then we have to do them with that question. Same thing with other mandates. I'm not gonna say what kind though, but I think you know. I think we both know. I think we all know. I think you know what I'm talking about. Like that one guy with the big feet. I think you know. It wasn't a raccoon or a skunk, but I think you know. The cat loaf. Why do cats sit in a loaf? 5 years ago.
Cat owners have many names for an adorable phenomenon none of us quite understand. For the sake of conversation, we'll call it loafing. It's when a cat tucks in his or her paws and looks exactly like a loaf of bread.
just loafing around.
While it's damn near impossible to understand what's going on with cats 99% of the time, there's actually a reasonable explanation for this. It's also like the cutest thing in the world. You're most likely to spot a cat loaf in his or her favorite spot. Whether it's a lap, a pile of clothes, or actual furniture, experts say it's probably not a coincidence that your cat loafs in these particular places. Generally, a cat lying with its paws stuck underneath it is considered relaxed. Their claws are tucked away because they don't sense an imminent threat. Granted, those claws have been used exclusively for carrying your mail or destroying your couch, but a cat that's sitting on its best defense system is probably a happy little camper. It also means they don't sense an immediate threat to run from, unless it's 3 a.m. when it seems like all they want to do is run. Run.
What the heck? They have cameras in my house. They know that the kitties are running around at 3 a.m.
And run. In Studio Carton. I'm very tired. Sitting like a loaf may also have some heat preserving benefits. Cat's thermoneutral zone, the temperature range which they're not expending any energy to cool off or get warm, is between 85 and 100 degrees, so tucking themselves in might help retain heat. It seems that a cat's transformation into a furry tugboat is multifaceted, but since we can never truly understand why a cat does what it does, it's important to monitor their behavior and try to pick up on some cues they might be sending you. A cat that's constantly curling up on its paws might be in pain or have an injury. But whether you call it loafing, tugboating, retractopause, meat breading, hover catting, kitty cumulus, the triple tuck, or hairballing, make sure to keep taking photos for the internet.
What? Hair lolly?
Make sure to keep tugboating, retractopause, meat breading, hover catting, kitty cumulus, the triple tuck, or hairballing, make sure to
hairballing.
Keep taking photos for the internet, because the world is scary right now, and these little weirdos are awesome.
Oh my god, it's the kitty with the tongue! I don't think I have. I'm probably gonna end super soon, so let me just get one more video then. I'm not even gonna work on any arts. Give me a good one, a super duper good one. Actually, what I could do, I can find some articles. Okay, let's see. They're going to shoot someone. Michigan, that's a quote. Michigan Republicans warn of civil war at pool party fundraiser for fake electors. Spider. Oh, I guess we'll go ahead and read this article then. Let's kill this one. Bring this up. This is from The Messenger. The Messenger News. TheMessenger.com. Stop. Published August 10th, 2023 by Madeline Fitzgerald. Spider capable of causing permanent erections shuts down entire supermarket. The impact is so dramatic that scientists have studied the arachnid as part of research for impotence treatments like Viagra. You could say that she should have written, it has aroused suspicions, it has erected fear among supermarket goers. An Austrian supermarket has been temporarily shut down after one of the world's most dangerous spiders was discovered in a box of bananas. The Brazilian wandering spider, which potentially roamed the aisles of a supermarket owned by a group in a town 45 miles west of Vienna, was spotted according to the Daily Mail. A bizarre side effect of the spider's bites is the ability to cause painful, hours-long erections. The impact is so dramatic that some scientists have studied the arachnid as part of research for impotence treatments like Viagra. Quote, the erection is a side effect that everybody who gets stung by the spider will experience, along with the pain of discomfort. Oh, hold on. He says everybody, and then he doesn't, at least not yet. Maybe if I scroll down further, but I'm not going to do that yet. Maybe he specifies that women also have an effect about the thing that they started growing that didn't turn up to be a peepee because they ended up being a woman. Oh, maybe. Oh, we will see. In addition to causing erections, Brazilian wandering spider bites can cause an array of other dangerous symptoms. Within just 30 minutes of being bitten, victims can experience rapid changes in blood pressure and heart rate, blurred vision, and convulsions, according to the outlet. A store manager discovered the spider while inspecting a shipment of fruit on Tuesday. By the time the manager was able to contact the fire department, the spider had vanished. Since then, the arachnid has remained out of sight. Despite an extensive search, no spiders have been found to date, officials told the Austrian paper. The store will remain closed until it has been thoroughly cleaned and all contaminated produce removed. Well, you think the spider bit that bananas? Maybe that's why? That's why they want to clear the produce as well? Man. It's pretty unlucky. They're gonna have to close down that entire supermarket. It's kind of hard to think about. 7 officers drag autistic girl from her home for a hate crime after she told cops, "You look like my lesbian nana." Evangelicals are now rejecting liberal teachings of Jesus. Trees planted by the city in East Portland 2 years ago are dead because the city didn't water them. Pedro Pascal denied entry to Pedro Pascal exhibition in Margate. Zoom orders workers back to office. What? Why? Your Zoom? Hello? What? Huh? What? What? Okay. Trees planted by the city in East Portland 2 years ago are dead because the city didn't water them. We simply are not set up for, nor have the skills for tree maintenance beyond that. East Portland, the entire city of East Portland, doesn't have the maintenance to water some trees. By Sophie Peel, August 9th, 2023, the Portland Bureau of Transportation used federal infrastructure dollars a little more than 2 years ago to plant about 30 saplings. Wow. 30 saplings in a grassy triangle in the East Portland neighborhood of Mill Park. The trees included Douglas firs, Japanese maples, and redwoods, according to labels still affixed to the saplings. The city paid a contractor to do the planting over a year-long period, and then to water the trees for the next calendar year, filling heavy-duty green bags around the bases of the young trees with 15 to 20 gallons of water every week. I guess that is technically a lot of water. I guess if you had done the research, you should have put less saplings, maybe 1/3 of the saplings. But the city's contract with that company ended March 31st of this year. From that point onward, the owner of the triangle became responsible for maintaining the new trees. A grassy triangle, okay, and then the owner. Huh. Okay, hold on. Maybe this isn't as stupid as we had first as I had first envisioned. Just one problem. The Bureau acknowledges it hasn't continued to water the trees. Now, some of the saplings will likely have to be ripped out because they are dead or dying of thirst. It's a big disappointment, but not surprising, says Ray Johnson. Is this Ray William Johnson? Who lives nearby. I can't help but think that if these trees had been planted in a more affluent part of the city, say the West Hills, they wouldn't have forgotten to water them. Schaefer says watering trees is outside the Bureau's scope. We only trim trees for visibility and clear brush. We simply are not set up for nor have the skills for tree maintenance beyond that. Watering skills aside, at least 25 of the trees in the triangle appear beyond salvation last week. Yikes. About a third of the ailing trees are long and spindly Japanese maples without a single leaf on any of the bone-dry branches. Other dead trees include stout and bushy Douglas firs, their needles brown and brittle. For years, city leaders have focused tree planting efforts in East Portland, where research by Portland State University's Urban Studies and Planning Department shows the tree canopy is less than half of what it is on the west side of the Willamette River. Climate researchers have warned that areas with less tree coverage mean less protection from the sweltering sun and more deaths due to climate disaster. The warning bore out in the summer of 2021 during the deadly heat wave that killed 69 Portlanders. 4 zip codes east of 42nd Avenue accounted for nearly a quarter of the city's heat deaths last summer. Peabot's failure, that's the bureau, the company, the person who owns the land? I'm not sure. Because it says here earlier, Peabot, the owner of the triangle. According to Peabot's spokeswoman, Hannah Schaefer, that the city's contract ended March 31st. And then from that point forward, Peabot, the owner of the triangle, became responsible for maintaining the trees. Peabot's failure to water its 30 trees in the traffic median, is the second time this year that government officials have failed to protect tree canopy. An ongoing street widening project along a 67-block stretch of Southeast Powell Boulevard means the state is currently chopping down 570 trees lining the road. Holy Christ, you're playing city skylines very, very retardedly. Holy what? We care very much about adding trees where we can in our projects to help combat the heat island effect, especially in neighborhoods in East Portland where the issue is so prevalent. Wow, that's something else. So you planted 30 trees. After March 31st, you stopped watering them. You put them in an area where they are needed to reduce heat. And you're also chopping down, was it 570 trees that are lining the road. If you're chopping down 570 trees, then you can 30 trees to take care of in exchange for 570 is you got plenty of time to water those. What the heck? Who cares if you're not being paid for it? Like, fucking do it. Oh my goodness. No wonder the buildings are on fire in Portland. Holy what? It's not even for free PS5s. It's just because they don't water their trees. Jeez. Okay, I don't know what this one is about. There's a Pedro Pascal exhibition. Oh no, this guy looks like Pedro Pascal. I think he's just a YouTuber who's trying to trick people. That's probably what happened. Wednesday, August 9th, 2023. Pedro Pascal denied entry to Pedro Pascal exhibition in Margate. Published on Metro by Lucy Norris. Pedro Pascal thrilled locals in Margate, Kent when he paid a visit to a gallery hosting an exhibition in his honor. The 48-year-old The Last of Us actor pitched up to the Rhodes Gallery over the weekend to browse the collection, only to find he was denied entry. I guess probably it's because they were worried for his safety and they couldn't secure his safety with a whole bunch of strangers and visitors and such. Failing to plan before he made this trip, the A-list star was met with barred doors as the venue hosting. ADHD hyperfixation and Why It Looks Like I Love Pedro Pascal was closed for the day that was in it. What? Heidi Gentle Burrell, a 45-year-old artist, opened her homage to the Mandalorian star in the seaside town in June. So it would just close that day, and then he didn't plan ahead. As the gallery was out of action for the weekend, okay, so yeah. So he can't even go in to visit. There's nobody there. The creator herself wasn't on hand to greet the star, who turned up with fellow actor Russell Tovey and former musician Robert Diamond. I don't know who any of these people are. And if not for The Last of Us, I wouldn't know who Pedro Pascal is. Despite missing the chance meeting, she was thrilled nonetheless. The star made the journey in an attempt to see her work. You should go visit her at some point later then. The Wickford, Essex local explained it was absolutely fantastic, although I can imagine he's slightly embarrassed with all the art being about him. Okay, I thought it was like a... What the heck? The YouTube chat. Chad Ogerly is dead. What happened? Why is the YouTube chat Ogerly dead? Is the stream dead? No, the stream is still here. What if I refresh? Refresh the cache. Oh, successfully reconnected. Wait, what? If it successfully reconnects, then okay, whatever. It's fixed now. Why is YouTube chat overlay being so weird? I don't know how long that was on screen, but whatever. Not a huge deal. Okay, I don't care about the rest of this. The last article I had pulled up here was... I think this is it. I'm not sure. The title doesn't look like what I clicked on. From WBAL TV 11. A unique product one Ocean City restaurateur came up with to fight rising food costs. Updated July 30th, 2023. Published by Charlotte McAleer. Owner of Sunrise Diner, Sam DeLauder, comes to the WBAL TV studio to share his latest venture, Bumbo Soap, made with surprising ingredients to fight the rising cost of goods and food waste. Wait. Oh, it's just a video? All right then, fine. Okay, I'll play your
Diner owner in Ocean City has found a unique
I'll play your stupid video then. Jeez. I wanted to read an article, but okay.
way to help battle. Sam DeLauder is the owner of Sunrise.
Experimented
At the costs. Inflation hit you hard.
hard. Eggs, bacon, oranges, everything.
You name it. And then you were like, I have to find some way to offset the cost. So what did you come up with?
Well, this is actually something my great-grandmother did when we were growing up. She'd collect all her bacon grease and make soap out of it. So she did this to get through the Great Depression, and it kind of just popped in my mind. You know, we're frying off so much bacon every day. I see all that grease. And I just experimented. I called my grandfather, and he walked me through the recipe, and I came up with something I really liked.
This is really amazing. And so you started making your own soaps with the bacon grease. So how does that process work?
It's pretty simple, actually. We collect all the bacon grease. We fry off like 20 pounds of bacon every morning.
Yeah.
I collect it. I clean it really well till it's just like pure odorless lard. Odorless. A lot of people are like, does it smell like bacon?
Right, because the soap, I'm going
doesn't.
to tell you, does not smell like bacon at all.
Yeah, so you just mix it with water and all like the crud.
That is really depressing. I was excited to get some bacon-scented soap, but all of my dreams are dashed.
Odor, everything you don't want gets caught in the water, and you just left with this lard on top that you cool and you scrape off, and you repeat that process a few times, and you're just left with this pure lard that's really, really good for your skin.
And then you decided to make different, and I'm going to say it again, flavors. And you said, no, Jen, it's scents.
Everyone
okay.
says flavors.
Right.
It's
so
so
good,
funny.
I'm not the only
What the heck? Imagine calling a scent a flavor? Cringe. Cringe yourself.
one. Which scents did you come up with?
So I have, this is Sun Chaser, that's rose, geranium, and clove.
All right, so you did like sort of beachy type names to go along with it, right?
Yeah, I like them to end in ER, like it's a personality trait. Yes.
All right, and then what's the spec? Right. And it's,
Very safe, and it's just full soap stain to begin with.
Yes.
Like,
It sucks that a lot of people, not everybody, not the vast majority, and probably not even the upvoted comments for something like this. It sucks that a lot of people will make fun of him or something like this, and that's literally what we used to do. That's literally how we got to where we are, because of being frugal like that and reusing things and using every part of the aminal. We are too privileged and too divorced from the earth that we forgot that this is how we used to do things. Okay, here's the last one. It's not sure if I should be funnies, but I don't think so. What the heck? The BBC again with their pop-up ad. Okay, last story and then we're gonna end. Per the BBC, August 7th, there's no byline. It's an AI-generated story. Italian man crushed to death under falling cheese wheels. They actually are super duper. They're fucking dense, so it makes sense if it falls, and that can fucking kill you. And I guess in this situation it happened. An Italian man has been crushed to death under thousands of wheels. Oh, thousands of wheels. Okay, well. Under thousands of wheels of a Parmesan-style cheese, authorities said. Giacomo Schiaparini, 74, was buried when a shelf broke. Oh, no. They didn't do the proper maintenance. When a shelf broke in his warehouse in the Lombardy region on Sunday, the collapse created a domino effect, bringing down thousands of wheels, which weigh about 40 kilograms, 84 pounds each. Oof. Yeah, if an 84-pound thingy hit you on the head or the neck, you're a goner. It took 12 hours to find his body. Some of the wheels reportedly fell about 10 meters, 33 feet, and a local resident told Italian media the collapse sounded like thunder. Yeah, it would sound like thunder. It's a fucking warehouse full of 84 pounds of cheese, 84 individual. Each one is 84 pounds. Oh my goodness. The economic damage caused has been estimated at 7 million euros. approximately £6 million. Speaking to Italian media, a neighbor described Mr. Chiapparini as very supportive and generous. They also said he lost a child decades ago. The warehouse, located in Romano di Lombardia, about 50 kilometers, 31 miles, east of Milan, contained a total of 25,000 wheels of Grana Padano, a hard cheese which resembles Parmesan and is popular in Italy. Yikes. Super yikes. I guess this is also yet another one of those things where, like, you should take your job seriously, especially people who are, like, maintaining warehouses or some kind of the structural integrity of things, especially if it's high up, especially if it's heavy. Like, fuck, dude. What a way to go. I bet the good Lord is cheesed to meet him. And that's all for today. Let me go ahead and... Thanks for watching. Thanks for memeing. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid, don't do anything I wouldn't do. You can support with Subscribestar for as little as $1 a month down below. You can also tip on Streamlabs. You can also check out my Amazon affiliate links. Tell your friends, tell your family, and don't forget, as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.